Hello, fortunes. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Hyena. You tell him. Thank you for paying your taxes, Hyena, and reaching the Tanuki is your good deed of the day. It is. It's the best deed. It's the best deed, especially since I had to buy a game today. I didn't have to. It does not look like there was a gun to my head or anything. But also, I did have to. I did. I had to. Because there's a new roguelike that released this week. From the creators of a game I already really like, Monster Train, if you're familiar. That's, well, you'll see, but I'm really excited about it, and I'll yap about it more when we get into it, because I definitely have some shit to say. Did I remember my water? No. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We'll work through it. All is well. I already pay my taxes with mental anguish. Hey! Rude. Unkind. What the fuck? What did I ever do to you? Well, since someone said Warhammer and I am here, I thought so. I thought I could entice you with that one. Yes, I have a streamer asterisk friend. He is on hiatus from his own streams right now. But I have invited him on the stream today, whenever he decides it's a good time, to yap about Warhammer, to info dump for us, which I think sounds really fun. And also, if you have special interests, passions, shit you can ramble about for a million years, hit me up. I'll have you on the stream. Tell us about the thing that drives you, because I think that shit's valuable. And there's not always great avenues to talk about that. Like, if you walk up to your normie friends, right, and you're like, hello, can I chat to you about tropical fish for 3 hours? They're gonna be like, no, don't even suggest it. But I want my stream to be a place where you can just do that. I think that sounds fun. So I would like this to be like a semi-regular feature. If it doesn't work out, that's fine. But if it does work out, yay. That's my good deed of the day. I have a list. Do you want me to start? Yeah, I dare you. I dare you. Name one. I'll wait. Last karaoke. What did I do? What did I do? Aside from antagonize deckhand, which is all of our favorite hobby. Basically, we have in a podcast on what our individual thing is that activates our autism precisely. Literally, come on my stream and yap about whatever your current autistic thing is. Absolutely. I want to fucking share my space with cool people and let them do their thing. I think it's fucking magical. That's why I'm explicitly also pro self-promotion in my Discord, in my stream, whatever. Don't be a dick about it. But if you want to plug your cool shit, I want to support your cool shit. That's it. That's as simple as it is. I hope they info dump about the souls of all elves being consumed by Slaanesh at the end of the world and then later being ripped free from his stomach. I don't even know what that fucking means. I don't know anything about Warhammer. I have talked to this fucking dude about Warhammer, and I still don't know anything. That shit's got crazy lore. It's nuts. It's all over the place. I'm trying some new shit with my tail rigging where it's activated by my mouth. What do you guys think? It's an experiment. I know that shit be going all over the place. I might have to hide it because my tracking's not very good because I use a webcam and I haven't bought Vibrator yet. So it's it's weird. I think it's more dynamic though. I think it's fun. I don't have to press a button. But also it do be bobbing all over the place because my webcam doesn't it captures my mouth movements fine, but not super precision. So it's just blah 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 blah. I like it. Okay. I'll keep it around. But I can also just turn my tail off if I need to. Because I can hide my tail. Because that's Tanuki power. We're shapeshifters. We love not pressing buttons. No buttons. Hey, look, guys, it's our guest. Here he is. Here he is. Welcome in. I have attracted the Warhammer segment of my audience, so like they're all yours. Can we get a shout out for Touch of Oblivion, please? And I'm gonna add him to the stream title as well. If I remember how. Jesus. Do I remember how? No, come on, wait, I can do this. I can do this. I can do it. I could do it. I could do it. Aha. I'm trying to use my bot more because it's a good bot and I like it. Boom. I haven't streamed in like 3 years. You'll be back someday. I believe. I have faith. So if we drive a couple of follows between now and then, that's good. Dang, Hyena, you're fast. Yeah, she's an actually good mod who shows up and does mod tasks. And like some people I can name. Mental anguish my ass. Damn, shots fired. Absolutely. They plot against me all the time. These are the two schemingest mods you could ever hope for. So I gotta fire back when I have the opportunity. Pit them against each other a little. Divide and conquer. Love them both, but they're villains. He fired shoes like 3 months ago. She wasn't good for anything. Okay. All right. What if I did like just like randomly mod people from chat and then fire them by the end of stream? Just like it's like a daily internship. Is that a wild calamity? I see. Hello, Unplugged. Hello. Hi. We were supposed to be doing Elden Ring today. That was the original plan. So sorry, that's not on the table today because I slept for 3 hours and I'm mush and you know, ugh. Tomorrow, solemn promise, we are streaming Elden Ring tomorrow. I promise. We're gonna do something a little bit different today. That's Doug behavior. Now I'm scared I might get modded. You never know. You never know. I could do anything. I'm crazy. You never know. If you get modded, you lose VIP. Oh, don't worry. I'll give it back. Is that like my OG VIP? Wait, yeah. Anyone else who would have been VIP is a mod. Holy shit. I'm going to start doing a fucking monarch behavior, just modding people because I ran out of VIP slots. I don't want to be part of your jigsaw trap. Too bad. You show up to my stream, you're part of my crazy little world. That's just the way it is. We do what we do. By which I mean I do whatever I feel like. And then, you know, y'all just deal with it. You're the Duke of Poke Rogue. I can fight back and I will win. Oh no. Oh no. We'll see. You probably would. If I was in my prime, fair fight. I am not in my prime. Not by any stretch of the imagination. All of my joints are actively disintegrating and most of my organs are trying not to be in my body. Several have succeeded. Oops. Back in the day though. Oh, fair fight. Fair fight. Guaranteed. Once upon a time. It's saying fucking Doug behavior to me as if someday I could hope to be that good. Someday. I would like to get there. I would like to be that caliber of streamer. But I'm just not yet. But boy, I'm learning every day. So watch the fuck out. If you need more Prime, it's only like $3 at Walmart. You know what? I tried Prime once. The hydration, not the energy. So I don't know if they're like different qualities. It was terrible. It was so sweet, but like in the artificial sweetener way, which I don't normally mind. I'm actually a diet soda drinker, like preferentially even over zero sugar. But that shit was nasty. I know two forms of martial arts, military training and knife combat. Yeah, I also studied martial arts and HEMA, the like Eastern European the European martial arts. So swords, knives, pole arms, bows. I don't like Logan Paul, but he's at least better than Jake Paul. Absolutely facts. I am doing everything in my goddamn power to like Logan Paul. I am, because like, as if you know me, you know I am the biggest like pro wrestling fan. It's the whole brand. I keep it off stream so far, but trust, trouble approaches. And he's an incredible wrestler. He is. He's so fucking good. It's unreal. But he just cannot stop making an ass of himself outside the ring. It's so frustrating. I want to like him so bad. And he just refuses to let me do it. Logan's trying to refund the people he's scammed. Okay. Hi, Shart. Welcome in. How you doing? He's really dead set on being the worst guy. I swear, he has the freest redemption arc available to him and just like won't take it. It's really annoying because he's a god in the ring. Like, that's just a fact. He's one of the best to ever do it, I think, physically. And he even sells his like heel persona really well because apparently because he's an asshole. Like, I think maybe I thought that like him being an asshole was like a brand. But if so, he's sure sticking to it. Jake, on the other hand, is insulting Mike Tyson's to Dark. Yeah, Jake Paul's just a piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry, zero redeeming qualities. He's not even a good boxer. Like, make it make sense. At least Logan's a goddamn good wrestler. Oblivion, how do we want to do this? What's the plan? I just sort of like blanket offered, like, yeah, come and yap it. Come and yap at my audience. That's it. That's as far as the planning went. When I say this is impromptu, I really mean it. Diggs only fought retired boxers. I know, he's a hack. It's pathetic. What did you want me to never shut up? Literally anytime. Like, I've got a game on deck, but I can switch the category to just chatting, and this can be the whole goddamn stream for all I care. I'll go play my little game in person, like in my private time. So anyone who's friends with me on Steam, prepare for this to be the new Balatro. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Fine with the just chatting stream. Honestly, me too. I have zero brain power. So I was like, well, if I'm gonna suck at a game because I'm playing it for the first time, this is fine. So that's like on deck. We can always pull it out of the hat. But let me swap the category over here, and we'll yap. Do you want to just do a Discord call? Are you gonna let me change the category, Mr. Bot? Nope. Okay. Pathetic. Look at me updating my stream category. Isn't that crazy? Video editor got posted yesterday. Amazing. Shoot it to me in a DM. We might not get to it today, but if we don't, I'll play it tomorrow. Because I plan to go live tomorrow. 2 days in a row. Yeah. Yeah. The raccoon is healing. Hypothetically. I've definitely just jinxed it, though. Cat, go away. Oh my gosh, I just realized that my BGM has been off. How's that level? I forgot that I had to mute it for the other day. I'm gonna split my audio sources. I'm gonna do it. I swear on my life. I'm gonna do it. I will. Probably. Someday. Hypothetically. I know I should, especially if I'm gonna be doing like watch-alongs and shit. Like, I do need to be able to like say, hey, do not send this track to VOD, please, so that my VODs don't get like copy muted. Let alone struck, God forbid. Especially because I auto-publish VODs now, because I keep forgetting to post them back to YouTube. So in the worst case scenario, I have like the Twitch copy at least. I don't think I've published a VOD to YouTube in like a month, honestly. I gotta start taking YouTube seriously. I want to, but I keep not doing it. Much like I keep not splitting my audio tracks. I also think that I don't have the just chatting screen set up. Are you excited for hypothetically new just chatting possibly, and new like starting and BRB screens? Because that's in the works. Spoiler alert, but it's coming. It just depends on how much work I do, because I'm making them myself. So they're gonna be what they are in the time frame that they are in. Oh, I do have them here. Wait, oh, did I do setup in advance and then just forget? What a nice gift from past calamity. I'm gonna actually close this game right now because it's got some like whole ass music going. Let's do some sound management, and then we'll get Oblivion in here. Wait. What's my shit?
Because I have information for you in regards to this issue.
Stop! Hello, welcome to the stream. You're my first official guest. Don't troll me. Why is the Fugi so big? What is happening? Jesus Christ! Wait, I gotta do some fucking management. Why is it just
oversized?
Big.
I'm that good.
You know what? We'll go be over by the chat box. I'm not even gonna resize you. I'm gonna keep you big. Can we all hear Oblivion okay? I hope so, because it's a good voice. He got a good voice. Is that Morgan Freeman? Bet. Absolutely correct.
Kitty sprinkles.
This is That's the vibe. That's the vibe. Good voice, little quiet. All right, I'm cranking it. All right. Hopefully that's better. Okay, yap away. Welcome, everyone. This is Touch of Oblivion. You know him, you love him from the last like couple of streams. But he's here to talk to us today about Warhammer and its lore, which is apparently crazy. This is not even the first conversation that I've had with him, and it blew my mind.
Yes, hi, hello. Also, quick question. I'm having to listen to you off of your stream because I don't hear you speaking in Discord. Is that how you wanted it?
Oh, wait, no. My bad. My bad. Wait, I hope I don't get doubled audio on stream. Oh, wait. Okay, I can fix this. I know what to do. This is another instance of
Calamity
Calamity's
knows the ways.
gotta fucking split their audio sources. That's, you know what? It's fine. Do you now hear me in Discord?
Why, yes, I do. Chad, can you hear Calamity? Hello? Negative. Oh no. Your Fugi's lighting up when you talk. They just apparently can't hear you.
Wait, do you have doubled audio if I do it this way?
I mean,
As
I
long
heard
as
the
you
slight
don't
delay
have
of you asking that question in stream, but I can just turn stream down.
Perfect. Chat, can we still hear both me and Oblivion now? So yes, we have everyone. We have all voices. Excellent. You know what? We'll take it. I'll set it up better for next time because I didn't think this one through. But apparently, I should start by asking what your favorite faction is.
Ooh, that's a tough question. I guess I'll go. It's technically not a full faction, but a subfaction of Chaos Marines that used to exist in the game called Creations of Bile. They don't technically have rules anymore, but I love Fabius Bile. He's my favorite 40k character.
That sounds that sounds gross. Wait, hang on. What do I Google here? What if I opened my non-doxing browser first? Let's do that as a first step.
Put his name in the chat for you.
Beautiful. I want to make sure everyone gets to see the cursed bullshit.
But other factions that I have a great
damn.
affection for would be Space Wolves, and I also like the Drukhari, which for people who know of the hobby for a long time would know formerly as the Dark Eldar.
Cool. Tell me about them.
The Dark Eldar? Okay. Yeah. So way back in the day, there was basically space elves. They're called Eldari these days. They used to be just called Eldar. Copyright changes because you can't copyright the name Eldar. But basically, way back in the day, the space elves were all over the galaxy. They were the dominant life form at the time. And they got very hedonistic and very, very debauched and eventually literally murder fucked a god into existence. But to get
what?
Yeah.
Expound on that, please.
Okay, sidetrack. So the Eldar created the Chaos God Slanesh, also known as She Who Thirsts, the Dark Prince, Lord of Excess.
Slanesh a second ago.
Yeah, Slanesh is all about excess. Of course, the stereotype is that it's about sexual excess and debauchery, but it's any kind of excess. It can be one of the big Slaneshi characters is Lucius the Eternal. His thing is he wants to be the perfect swordsman. So he will do anything and everything to become better. And I can touch on that more if we get into Chaos Gods. But yeah, basically the Chaos Gods are formed out of emotions and thoughts and feelings. And Slanesh was born because the Eldar had crossed every line of debauchery you can think of. Like we're talking, making paintings with babies. Yeah, we're talking making paintings with baby's blood because it's the perfect shade of red. Things and of course,
blood god, baby blood.
But yeah, they through murder and torture and pain and all sorts of sexual deviance and also all horrific things, all that energy kind of built up into one big ball and turned into the god Slanesh. And when that happened, most of the Eldar race died that very instant because of the psychic birth scream of Slanesh that went across the galaxy and literally tore.
This is exactly what Hyena was talking about earlier. She said my like number one mod was like, if they don't yap about this lore piece, I don't trust.
Oh no!
And here we got immediately.
Slanesh is actually my favorite Chaos God out of the four, and I'm also a big Emperor's Children fan, so I think Hyena and I will get along just fine.
She's good people. I think you probably will.
But yeah, so Slanesh was born, and the psychic birth scream that rippled throughout the galaxy when that happened. The Eldar are a very, very psychic race, and it basically overloaded their puny little mortal brains, and billions of them died literally in seconds. The psychic birth scream was so strong that it caused rips in reality called warp storms, one of which is still going on in the 40k universe today. It's, technically it's gotten worse, but it was called the Eye of Terror. It was a big, gigantic warp storm. It's where a lot of the bad guys used to hang out and hide because the Imperium of Man does not go in there. Bad things happen in there. But yeah, billions and billions of Eldar died just like that. And some of them kind of knew it was coming and created craft worlds, which are basically spaceships that are whole ass ecosystems, like completely self-sufficient. They have ability to grow food and live there, work there, whatever. But they built those and basically tried to get as far away from the center of the Eldar Empire as they could, and doing that protected them from the psychic birth scream death. But some of them were hiding in the webway, which is basically a subdimension of reality and the warp. The warp is that's where the chaos lives. It's basically a dimension of nothing but emotion and feeling. There's a midway dimension between there called the webway, and a lot of the Dark Eldar were hiding out in there because that's where they would have their little murder fuckfests. And being in there also shielded them from the insta-death of Slanesh's birth. And they basically never stopped doing the debauched stuff. The ones who are in the craft worlds basically realize the debauched stuff is bad and they need mental discipline and blah, blah, blah. The Dark Eldar are very much like, no, this is how we want to live, and that's what we're going to do. However, there was one teensy side effect when Slanesh was born for the Dark Eldar, and that is that the souls of all Eldar essentially belong to Slanesh, in the sense that Slanesh is like, you created me, I'm going to eat all of your souls because yours are my favorite. Other Eldar have other ways to combat this, but for the Dark Eldar, basically, Slanesh couldn't just rip their souls out of their bodies when it was born, but what it can do is slowly start draining their life essence away, unless they do things to replace that required energy, such as inflict fear, pain, and torture and misery on others. So that's what they do. They make raids into real space, they take slaves, and then they torture and brutalize those slaves. They put them in gladiatorial arenas, they distill them down into narcotics. Yes, they make drugs out of people. But yeah, they basically they feed on pain, fear, and misery, and that keeps their souls from being ripped out by Slanesh.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
Holy shit. I was not prepared for it to be that dark.
Welcome to 40k.
It's a... Yeah. Oh my god. Hello. Welcome in, Jay. Thank you for paying your taxes and enriching the Tanukis. You're good to the day. Unplugged. Thank you for paying your taxes and enriching the Tanukis. You're good to the day. Are you guys going to do this to me again? Don't do this to me again. Please don't do this to me again. Pitchy! Avi! Avi, oh my god. Oblivion, I'm not doing it for you. I'm not.
Wow. Well, I thought I was a guest here. Wow.
Oblivion, thank you for paying your taxes and enriching the Tanuki as you completed the day.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
What's happening? My beautiful interview, it's falling apart. God damn it. Hello, Jay. What you came into, hypothetically, is what I hope to be the first in a series of like special interest interviews. We are talking with my pal Touch of Oblivion today about
Hello.
Warhammer lore. Warhammer lore. That's the. Oh no, who's clipping my shit? Oh god. Oh no. Jesus Christ.
Also, I missed it a little earlier in chat, but I see VHS Daydreams said that they're a fan of White Scars, nuns with guns, and orcs. Those are all fun factions. I am also a fan of White Scars. I don't play them, but I do adore their lore.
Tell us about. Oh wait, I have a picture, a visual aid for the people like me who are not familiar with Warhammer. Let me put that up. So tell us about your favorite character here. This is Fabius Bile. This Doc Ock looking fuck.
Yep, that is Fabius Bile. So Fabius Bile is a Chaos Marine, meaning he is one of the Marines who turned against the God Emperor of Mankind and fell to. Oh, you know what? Jay is correct. That does say Warcraft lore.
Oh my god, why does it say Warcraft lore? I'm an idiot is why. I'm an idiot. This is fully my bad. I'm an awesome interview. I'm good at what I do. It's fine. Now it doesn't. There. It says Warhammer now. The thing it's supposed to say, the thing that we're actually talking about, the correct action. It will never be goddamn Warcraft lore. No, Hyena, you the fuck won't. No, you will not bring that to my house. No. No. I don't even know if my clip command is working. It should be. It should be available for everyone to use.
That's okay. I'll do it manually.
Oh no. But I'm not getting the chat feedback of a clip getting created. I'll do Bloodborne lore. Absolutely. Feel free. Wait, Sigalith in my chat. Oh my god, my big picture of this Doc Ock piece of shit is covering up my Pokemon. I gotta catch this thing though. This is one of my all-time favorite unpopular Pokemon.
There we go.
Horde or Alliance, anyone who doesn't say Horde gets banned. Straight up.
Okay, there we go. I've made the clip.
Oh god.
Here,
I'm sorry.
I'll even give it to you in DMs because I don't want to get spanked by a bot.
I misadvertised your content. I'm so sorry.
I
didn't even
continue
telling me about Fabius Bile, the Warhammer character, not Warcraft. Fuck.
So Fabius Bile is he's one of the original Space Marines who was around during the Great Crusade, which was where the Emperor of Mankind basically decided, hey, we're going to set up an Imperium. Let's go conquer the galaxy. He is from the Emperor's Children Legion originally. And he is basically a mad scientist. He is a genius, but he does not let things like morals hold him back from creating medical things or new forms of life. Even he very much despises his own legion because of what most of them ended up becoming after their fall from grace. When basically half the Space Marine legions ended up turning to chaos and caused a massive civil war called the Horus Heresy. We'll touch on that later.
I can't believe this is the time that my chat has finally discovered my sound redeems. Turn off.
But Fabius Bile was responsible for medically altering a lot of the members of his own legion by request to do things like be able to scream so loud they can shatter walls.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. But
although if you ask my neighbors, I can already naturally do that.
But Fabius Bile has also done things like create a whole new subspecies of humans that he just calls his new men, They are smarter, faster, stronger than normal humans, and he has made them because he wants to keep humanity from being destroyed by the way that the galaxy is constantly basically an awful place. And he's like, without things like space marines or whatever to protect them, humanity would have already died. So I made a better humanity who is capable of surviving in this kind of environment. And one day they will replace humanity because I made them and they're better.
Based.
How he has made them, of course, is a whole horrific process, but he does actually have a bunch of his new men seated across the Imperium of Man in positions of leadership, like planetary governors or other noble families and things like that. And the Imperium has no idea, but basically he's setting up the long game to let them thrive and flourish on their own, because he's not going to be their boss. Like, he doesn't want to be in charge of them. He wants them to do shit on their own.
That's awesome.
But Fabius Bile is also vehemently against the Chaos Gods, even though he is a Chaos Marine, because he doesn't consider them gods. He knows that they are basically like warp entities that focus on specific wants or desires, and he literally views them as like figments of imagination. He's like you're putting your belief into things that don't exist. They're just energy bundles.
Yeah, big news about religion.
Yeah, which tends to anger a lot of other Chaos Marines. They view it very much as like a how dare you speak of our gods like that, blah blah. But yeah, the gods have him marked out as one of their favorite people. The gods love him, but he hates them, and he refuses to acknowledge that they actually exist.
Incredible.
Yeah, he even
so
has.
Much.
Yeah, he has a pistol that he calls his Zyklos Needler, and it's a weapon of his own design, but he can put all sorts of different concoctions into the needle gun portion of that weapon, up to and including a concoction that is meant literally purely to deal with chaos demons. It unmakes them.
What? So it's like a tranquilizer gun, but with like any substance you can imagine in a like fantasy sci-fi world.
Yep, like he could put poisons. He could put poisons in there. He could put, anesthetics in there. He has in some of the novels literally put in a substance that once it entered the physical body of a demon, the demon died and was unmade because it was basically an anti-demon poison.
That's so cool. I love that.
Yeah, that demon was very angry and eventually comes back in some of those stories and goes like, I remember what you did to me last time, bitch.
Wait, so they come back?
Yes. The demons basically are, for the most part, small pieces of each of the gods. So like there are demons of Slanesh, there's demons of Khorne, etc. Each one of those demons is a tiny piece of that god's power that has been made manifest into a subservient entity.
That's cool.
Some of the demons are not very intelligent. Some of them are
hey, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, so, some of the demons are meant purely for fighty times or to do something else, and like they're not very smart beyond that one thing. Other demons have their own like personalities, and like there are demons who have actively schemed against their own creators, up to and including.
So they're fragments of the god, but they're like independent and sentient enough to like have cross purposes with the thing that they're made of.
Yep. There is a bloodthirster of Khorne. A bloodthirster is like Khorne's top tier demon. They're big, they're red, they're angry, they have wings. Think of it
a classic
like a
devil.
Battle devil, because they're wearing armor and stuff too. There was his like top bloodthirster, his like most favoritist bloodthirster ever, was Scarbrand. And Tzeentch, the Lord of Change, who is also a super tricksy little fucker, Tzeentch basically whispered sweet nothings into Scarbrand's ear along the lines of like, you could probably kick your dad's ass and take over. Like, why shouldn't you? You're better than him.
Amazing.
And Scarbrand got tricked and basically was stupid enough to run up to Khorne and punch him right in the face. And Khorne basically reacted by going, okay, 1, that was stupid, really stupid. 2, I approve of the fact that you had the balls to actually do that. But I'm still going to punish you. And he punched Skarbrand back so hard that he flew through the warp for literal eons. And when he finally landed, his wings were no longer functional. His wings were like so destroyed that Skarbrand cannot fly anymore.
That's crazy. And also really cool. I like it.
Yeah, it also drove Skarbrand kind of crazy. So like Skarbrand has some intelligence left, but he is not the being he used to be. He is basically the angriest thing in the galaxy besides Khorne himself and the demon Primarch Angron. Those are
Also,
like
yeah. I gotta keep it completely real. Khorne is a really funny name for a god.
Yep, I know. Running joke in the 40K community is of course the the joke that everyone knows, the blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
I actually know the other part of that. I only know blood from the blood god because I paint miniatures in other fandoms. And to be fair, Games Workshop's paints are quite high quality, overpriced for what they are, in my opinion. But the blood for the blood god red is spectacular.
Yes.
One of the most vivid reds you can buy.
Speaking of paints, I believe the Kickstarter for it is still going, but Privateer Press, the people who make Warmahordes, are bringing back their paint line. I believe the Kickstarter for it is still going.
I know there's people in chat who will be excited about this. By all means, send the link. I'll drop it in chat, or drop it directly in chat, and I'll pin it. Either way.
Here we go. Oh, launching soon. Okay, it hasn't started yet.
I haven't figure in a while. Me neither. It's been a little bit. Although I have friends that sometimes people for me.
People can save that because it hasn't started yet, so it's definitely.
Or let's call it half an hour. How do we like that? Boom. Buy some paints, y'all. If that's the thing that you're interested in, I know for a fact several of you are. So.
But yeah, so so Fabius Bile, I love the fact that like when I was a kid and I first got into the hobby, the lore behind Fabius Bile was basically just he's a crazy mad scientist and does horrible things to people, and like he's the reason that noise marines exist. Like that was basically the lore behind him. Like, oh, okay. Then they expanded the lore just over the years, but they also there are four novels that feature him heavily, set in the 40K universe. 3 of those are an actual like trilogy, like they go together, and then the other one's like a standalone that does happen after the other 3, but you don't necessarily have to have read the first 3 to enjoy it. But it expanded on him so much, and there's so much depth to him. Just like he's basically a genius without any sort of restrictions or morals. And also, while he does not realize it, he likes to think that he is not obsessed with excess like the rest of his legion is, because most of the Emperor's children fell to Slaanesh. But the thing is, he is. His excess is medical perfection, and his excess is his atheism and his staunch belief in science, but he doesn't see it. And I love the fact that like you're just as bad as all the others, dude. It's just you're just as bad in a totally different way.
Justifying your beliefs in such a like, because they're different, they must be better. But that's not necessarily true. And I think that's a very relatable sort of lesson to take from an otherwise unbelievably bonkers lore.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can all be very much prone to extremism that we don't recognize in ourselves.
Absolutely. And honestly, anyone who uses Twitter, you know what happens with extremism on there.
If you have a Twitter account, you already know. I technically have a Twitter account, but I log in like once a day, so I don't think it counts.
All right. I guess next question from chat or from you, whoever has like, is if there's like a faction you want to know about, or
if we have anything super pressing. Otherwise, I think I would like to know more about the Chaos Gods, the remainders left on the table. Although, looking at the time, we're gonna roll into an ad break not too soon. Do you want to take a quick break before we jump into the next question? Let those roll.
Sure.
And
why
come
not?
Back in about 5.
Yeah, sounds delicious.
Awesome. I'm going to roll over to the BRB. I'm going to roll those ads so that we don't get jump scared. and we'll be back very shortly with some Chaos God lore. And if you think of any other questions that you would like to ask our resident expert about Warhammer, not Warcraft, that's a different thing. Feel free to drop them in chat, and I'll save them.
You want to know about Warcraft lore? I'll direct you to some YouTube channels. That's all I can help you with there.
Absolutely. I'm also not. No, never. But all right, we'll be right back. So get a snack, grab a drink, drop some questions if you got them, and we'll be back soon. so back, Fortunes. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a chance to stretch, drink, go to the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you needed to do. But we're back with Oblivion. Hopefully. Phenomenal. What if I didn't mute you? Look at me controlling my sound. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We're here. So tell me more about the Chaos
You have done the
Gods.
streamer thing.
I've done the streamer's tasks, and now I'm doing the learner tasks.
Oh, look at that. Unplugged's back too. We all have excellent timing.
We're rolling.
Okay. So, we already went over Slaanesh a little bit. But Slaanesh is, I guess you could call Slaanesh a gender fluid god, because some, like the Eldar call Slaanesh she who thirsts. But Slaanesh is also known as the Dark Prince. And sometimes Slaanesh will appear to people as a male or a female, or they will show up androgynous to the point where they're like, I'm seeing features of both. I don't know male, female, both. I can't tell.
They're just like me for real.
Yeah. Slaanesh's basic demons are actually called demonettes, although they are also, I guess you could either say androgynous or gender fluid, because if you look at their models, a lot of them have one femme style breast and the other is like masculine pectoral muscle.
Oh, so sort of like the vibe of like the picture of Amazon archers, where they would like cut off a single breast to be able to draw bows more efficiently.
Yeah, kind of like that. Slaanesh also has a thing with most of their demons involving crustacean style claws. Like you'll see demonettes will sometimes have one normal like human looking hand and then a big crab claw is the other hand, or sometimes they'll be double claws. A lot of other demons like the fiends of Slaanesh will straight up always have two big snippy claws. Yes, that thing that you have enlarged is actually, well, the first one that you had enlarged is a keeper of secrets. That is the greater demon of Slaanesh.
That's cool.
Oh, you're on the community website. But yes, that's the current keeper of secrets model. It can also be built as a named keeper of secrets known as Shalaxi Hellbane, who is like Slaanesh made Shalaxi Hellbane purely for the sake of killing other greater demons. Like Shalaxi is meant to, because Khorne is considered a warrior god.
Khorne will make me laugh every time.
Yeah, Khorne and Slaanesh absolutely despise each other. Because Khorne is all about the murder, the anger, the violence, and Slaanesh is about like, no. Fighting should be done artfully. Like you have to make the blood splatter just so, because it makes it look so much prettier.
I definitely know people like that in real life.
Yeah, and Khorne is like, what are you talking about getting the blood to splash just so? No. All that matters is there is blood. That's the point. So Shalaxi Hellbane was basically made to kick the crap out of bloodthirsters so that Slaanesh could point at Khorne and go, mine fights better.
That's amazing. That's so good.
But yeah, so Slaanesh's demons are very much about speed and grace and maybe what they consider elegance. But Slaanesh's demons are also, like I said, Slaanesh is excess. One of the most common things for excess would be some kind of pleasure, be that getting high, something sexual, what have you, making money, whatever.
Really hurting, just like me for real.
Yeah. The thing with all of the Chaos Gods is they are good things taken to the extreme. For example, if someone has a crush on you, like, or maybe like you're dating somebody, and obviously they presumably care about you and they have feelings for you, and you know, they maybe eventually they say that they love you. What's the extreme form of love?
Obsession.
Like what happens when love goes bad? All of a sudden it's like, no, you can't talk to that person. Yeah, that's how you get stalkers. That's also how you get partners who say things like, no, I don't want you talking to them. You're mine.
The toxic form of jealousy.
Right. And like, just like, you know what? maybe smoking a joint here and there, like, yeah, it helps you chill out. You feel good. You're relaxed. Okay. Well, what happens if that goes bad and all of a sudden you're
Sure.
shooting up
You gotta be
heroin every
high
5 hours?
18 hours a day on
Yeah.
the strongest the shit you can find.
Right. Yeah, because eventually the stuff you used to use just doesn't do it for you anymore. And that's the same thing with Slanesh in regards to, like, even with physical pleasure. Like, okay, maybe you start off vanilla or maybe a little light BDSM or something like that. Eventually that just doesn't do it for you anymore. And all of a sudden you find out that, what really gets you off? Ripping people's rib cages open while they're still alive. That really gets you off.
I know
That's
some of those
Slanesh.
people also.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I
like
I feel like
that's
this is a
Slanesh.
very compelling god. Like I think that even if you're like a largely balanced and healthy person, these are instincts that I think most of us have about something somewhere in our lives. The like,
Yeah.
the too much gene, as like if you're an old school Jenna Marbles fan, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But like taken to a truly destructive extreme.
Yeah. And Corn is essentially honor.
Do you guys want me to show you a picture of Corn? I can do it. It won't
Yeah,
be it won't be the Warhammer guy. It's gonna be Corn.
It's got the juice. But funny, the meme that I had mentioned was there is an actual Cornate prayer of blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. That's what Corn's followers scream when they're about to start killing people. But a joke the 40K, well, Warhammer community in general has put on it is, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, milk for the cornflakes.
That's incredible. I love it.
Yeah.
We absolutely adore a fandom with a sense of humor. Core. Oh, core. I would never have spelled that right. I got that. I assumed it had to be either a K or a Q. Not a
honestly,
C.
when I first got into the hobby,
the H and the E would have thrown me.
Yeah, when I first got into the hobby, I did not know how to say that name. I thought it was Cornet.
I think I would have also said that because my brain would have actively rejected the idea that it was corn.
Mm-hmm.
Cornflakes, part of a balanced breakfast. Thanks, VHS. I've attracted the core segment of my audience for this particular interview. Nailed it.
But yes, you have. But Corn is a god of martial skill, of honor, of victory and war. But Corn is also the god of murder, the god of blood, the god of skulls, the god of like literally. One of the things about Corn is that he literally there's a phrase: Corn cares not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows. Corn's followers sometimes, if they know they're about to die, like if they've been grievously wounded and they're like, well, fuck it, I'm done, they'll cut their own throats as a final act of offering to their god.
That's crazy.
And Corn doesn't care. Corn's like, you know what?
Okay.
That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
Bet. Yeah, bare minimum. Good job, idiot. Chat says Bushido, and yeah, more or less. We right there. Dalinar Cornlin, shut up! Hyena, I will unmod you so fucking fast, it's unreal. Do you know how fast I'll unmod you for that shit? No.
Wow,
you're done.
We're doing the 40K Sanderson collab.
We're doing the fucking 40K Sanderson. That's the amount of words he writes in a day, based on his output, right?
Right.
Jesus fucking Christ! Get out! Get out! Oh my god.
But Corn is the blood god, the god of rage, murder, war. So, and that means that the 40K universe is a perfect empowering ground because there's always war going on in 40K. And any act of war is essentially something that empowers him, even if it has nothing to do with him in terms of like none of his followers are there, no one's shouting his name. You know what? Two armies are fighting. Corn's happy about that.
Like any two randos are like lobbing like tear gas canisters at each other because that's technically kind of a war crime.
Yeah.
In human terms, at least.
Yeah.
That
honestly,
counts, right? That counts as like empowering him.
Yep. Even something as simple as a mugger grabs someone, stabs them in the back, and takes their wallet? Well, first off, we've got murder, so there's an offering there.
Mm-hmm.
Second off, we've got blood, so there's an offering there.
Mm-hmm.
That act of murder just empowered Korn, even though he would view the way you killed that person as cowardly and disgusting.
Sure, but cowardly and disgusting things happen in true war all the time.
Yes,
So it
yes,
still
absolutely.
counts.
And that is something that does influence Korn's followers. Is that there are like behaviors that are considered no-nos, because even if most of his followers are frothing berserkers, their leaders are usually still intelligent enough to be like, okay, what you just did, that was a shitty way to kill somebody. Do better or I'm going to kill you.
So gods in the Warhammer universe, they are able to be like empowered and even created by like devotion to the thing they represent, right?
Yeah, yeah. And like VHS is saying, is like, yes, you should have honor in your kills. You should not be sneaking up behind someone and then stabbing them in the back. That's not how you do an honorable kill. You should be pushing that person to get their attention, and when they turn around pissed off at you,
Sure.
that's
Then
when you start
stab
attacking them. Yeah. But yeah, Nurgle would be the next.
But so
Excuse
Korn
me,
must
Chaos
be
God.
like relatively powerful within the pantheon of like the Warhammer
Yes.
worlds, because
Yes.
so many things count as devotion to the thing he is.
Yes. And honestly, what's funny is that Korn and Slanesh draw power from a lot of the same things, because, you know, in war, what else is happening? First off, we've got pain, we've got extreme emotions, you know, we've got anger, we've got fear, we've
many
got
extremes, but just
yeah,
carried out in
and,
the cause of a specific kind of expression.
yeah, and that also empowers Slanesh. You know, and horrible things happening to people being in agony, people having sensation. Like sensation is Slanesh's big thing. And that can be a good sensation or a bad sensation. Like, you know what, you're blazed out of your mind. Slanesh loves it. You're screaming in pain because a mine just blew off your leg. Slanesh loves it.
I am not even. I don't mean to be, but I think I might be a worshiper of Slanesh.
Wise decision.
Yeah, I think it just happened naturally in my life.
But Nurgle is an
Apparently
interesting
VHS
chaos
is
god.
excited for Nurgle.
Yes. Nurgle is a very interesting chaos god, also my second favorite. Because I find Korn very boring. But Nurgle is a god of disease, but he is also a god of the cycle of life and death, and how something dying creates new life. And Nurgle is also a god of despair and entropy. Nurgle is also, oddly enough, a very jovial god. Nurgle is actually affectionately called by his followers Grandfather Nurgle.
Oh, that's why VHS said Grandpapa Nurgle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because a lot of Nurgle's followers will view the way Nurgle bestows blessings, etc., as a very grandfatherly manner.
He's like handing out like deific powers like Werther's from his pocket.
In a way, yeah. Like, because what Nurgle will do is, like, say you're in the absolute pits of despair. You're you know, like the universe is completely against you. Life is fucking miserable, and you just can't take it anymore. Not to the point that you want to unalive yourself. You want the pain to stop.
It has to stop at any cost. Been there for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm there most days, to be honest.
Praying to Nurgle he won't do something like, you know, oh, you're sick, let me cure you. He won't do that. He won't do, oh, like you're desperately trying to get food and have no way to feed yourself or your family. He's not going to suddenly like, there's some food for you. What he will do is he'll be like, don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Wait, I changed my mind. I might be naturally inclined towards Slanesh, but I'm choosing Nurgle.
The way that Nurgle will do things is like, okay, maybe you have a very aggressive disease that's killing you, and you're in absolute agony, and you just want the pain to stop.
This is correct.
Nurgle will bestow. He will, once you accept him, Nurgle will make that disease stop hurting you. It's not going to kill you anymore, but he's also going to bestow other diseases on you, because now you are going to become a vector for his blessings. Because what are diseases? They're microbes, right? A lot of the time it's microbes, whether that's a virus, a
Yeah.
bacteria, or whatever.
A
Well,
parasite?
by holding these diseases inside of you, you're creating new life, millions and billions of little lives,
I'm pregnant
all
with little
inside you.
worms.
Yeah, and what does Grandfather Nurgle want you to do? He wants you to go out and share his gifts. He made these wonderful gifts for you. Now you have to go out and share them with everyone.
Never mind. I no longer friends with Slanesh. Nurgle is my new BFF.
And
I love
and
this.
mo-
I'm my okay. My here's some calamity lore that I'm
Mhm.
interjecting in the middle of this interview.
Okay,
I am a
yes.
fucking expert on weird diseases. Not just the ones like that I like possess in my stupid, pathetic, frail little body, but like
Hmm.
all of them. And one of the things that I want to do as a stream sometime is like
Hmm.
start the first like couple of minutes of like a medical mystery documentary to just
Okay.
get like this list of symptoms. And I
Hmm.
guarantee goddamn to you, I will have that shit diagnosed in 30 seconds. It's a superpower. People who know me in real life, they know. It's
That would be
crazy.
interesting. That would be really
I'm a
interesting.
freak in this fucking regard.
Yeah, it sounds like you're a Nurgle person then.
I am
Feel
a
free to
Nurgle
bring up
person.
some.
I am. I choose Nurgle. I love him.
Feel free to bring up some Nurgle stuff so the chat can see, because most of
Yes.
Nurgle's followers and demons are very corpulent and putrescent, and they're disgusting looking, because they are essentially like,
Oh my
to some degree,
god.
they are rotting disease vectors.
Okay, let's go. Here we go. Let's look at some Nurgle shit. Yeah, corpulent and disgusting is
Yep,
absolutely correct.
yep.
Oh my god.
That big fat thing, which is also that model there, that is a great unclean one. That is Nurgle's greater demon. The weird little thing with the tentacle heads and the big belly mouth. Um, that's next to that piece of artwork is a beast of Nurgle.
I've seen some VTuber models that look kind of like this.
Yeah, the beast of Nurgle you got there. Believe it or not, in terms of attitude and intelligence levels, they're very much like very excitable Labradors.
Oh, they're just a little guy.
Yeah,
Give them
when they
treats and you're a happy guy. It's
yeah
it's good.
when they attack people, they're not trying to kill you. They're not like, oh, I'm going to eat you. They're trying to play with you. They want to be friends. They want to play with you.
Because
Unfortunately,
Nurgle's a
they're
happy god and they're a happy guy.
yeah, and unfortunately, because the beasts of Nurgle are riddled with diseases, usually like one, they're very, very heavy. Like being crushed by a 500-pound creature is not going to be good for anybody. But also, they're riddled with diseases, so the moment that they touch you, you're infected and probably die within seconds. So they end up constantly running over to
Very
people,
few
thinking they
things
have.
kill you within seconds.
Yeah, they constantly think they're running over to make new friends, and then their friends die, and they feel very sad because their friend died. But look, there's a new friend over there.
Yeah, it's
Um,
okay. This one will live, probably.
yeah.
I
Um,
love Nurgle, and I love Nurgle's little fellas. Oh my goodness. I'm obsessed. Also, a lot of these have the Nightmare Before Christmas vibes, but if they were made of plague.
Believe it or not, VHS the Nurgle candle actually smells very nice.
Wait, what does it smell like?
Offhand, I forget, but I have smelled it before, because I was like, did they make a candle that smells like death? And no, it's very pleasant. Believe it or not, the corn candle smells like apple cinnamon.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love Nurgle. I'm immediately a wholehearted convert to Nurgle.
Hold on, I found a Reddit clip of a guy opening up the candle. What is it? Oh god, I forgot the candle is marked as the scent of pestilence. I think it's pine scented, if I recall correctly.
Oh, I don't know that I'd love that. I live in a
Um,
very pine forward part of the world, and I
gotcha.
am like I'm at least occasion. I'm mildly allergic to some breeds of pine. So like the smell of it just makes me like feel like itching.
Ah, understandable. But yeah, every chaos god also has a realm within the realm of chaos that will grow or shrink based on their ascendancy amongst the other gods, because they do actually fight each other all the time. The four chaos gods, they call it the Great Game, because all of four of them want to one day be the one in charge that cannot be assailed ever again. Which will bring us over to our final god, Tzeentch, because then I can talk about the different realms. Tzeentch is known as the Changer of the Ways. He is a god of fate, magic, sorcery, and secrets.
Ooh. Wait, are we
Tzeentch would
just
be...
like constantly increasing my interest in these gods? That's so funny. You're gonna
Apparently.
convert me to a Warhammer guy. Not Warcraft, that's still a different thing.
Yeah, that's a whole different ballgame. But Tzeentch is a god for scholars and people who like to learn. But Tzeentch is also a god for spies and bureaucracy and all the bullshit behind the scenes, red tape, cloak and dagger shit.
That's not
Tzeentch is also a god of deception. But he's also a god of magic. Tzeentch is the god for ultimate psychic power. While all of the chaos gods except for Khorne, because he thinks using magic is weak and little bitch behavior. Outside of that, all of the other three gods have their own.
If I murdered someone with magic, like cast fireball on them or whatever Warhammer's equivalent of that is, like would Khorne accept that as like a tribute? No.
Nope. Because using magic is an honorless kill.
I love that. Cool.
Yeah.
Like
Khorne would view that as you being a coward, because instead of getting up in someone's face with a knife or a sword or a gun, you used magic.
Sure. That's amazing. Good for him. I'm glad that he has standards.
Yeah. But like all three of the other gods have their own sorcerers. It's just Tzeentch's sorcerers tend to be a little bit stronger because Tzeentch is the god of magic. Tzeentch's sorcerers also tend to really roll with fire a lot, because fire is an ever-changing, ever-shifting thing, much like Tzeentch. Tzeentch and Nurgle hate each other because Nurgle wants an eternal cycle. He wants, no change, just the cycle.
Born and much to die, and all of it just round and round.
Yeah, he wants the cycle of life and death to just go in its usual pattern. Tzeentch, on the other hand, is like, he's like, no, like, okay, sure, this guy dies, and then that creates microbes because he's a rotting corpse and everything. But what if those microbes were suddenly like little fire imps? Wouldn't that be fun? And Nurgle's like, no, that ruins the point.
Wait, that would be a little fun. Actually, no, wait.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Cook. Yeah. But yeah, Tzeentch is a god of change. He wants things to ever shift. And there have been times in the Great Game where the Chaos Gods have been like...
Is the Great Game just like the nature of the universe?
Nope, it's the constant struggle for supremacy amongst the four Chaos Gods.
Okay, I see.
Deciding who's on top.
Much like Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah, kind of.
Gotcha.
But there have been times where the Chaos Gods have almost gotten victory, or Tzeentch himself has almost become the penultimate Chaos God, and he could have taken that top position and stayed there.
Do things that change on accident count as worship for Tzeentch?
Technically, any change or progress would be empowering Tzeentch.
That's a big swath of the world to have dominion over.
Yeah,
entropy is out here existing, so he's automatically at a bit of an advantage.
Yep. But there have been times where Tzeentch or the Chaos Gods, the Chaos Gods have almost won against the galaxy multiple times. Tzeentch will fuck up their plans on purpose. He'll betray the other three on purpose, because if they win, everything then just that's it. It's over. There is no change because we won, and that's the end.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I just Googled this and I was not spelling it right. I was close. But these models are dope. I got to put them on stream.
Yeah, Tzeentch does a lot of fire and birds. I don't know why birds, but fire and birds.
Bird crab hybrid freaks.
Oh, that's just a piece of artwork. That's not a model.
Oh, but that's not real? Okay.
I mean, that's definitely a piece of that could be a Tzeentch demon, honestly. But yeah, that's Tzeentch himself. He's got
real dinosaur energy.
Yeah, that is Kairos Fate Weaver. He's a unique Lord of Change. Lords of Change are Tzeentch's greater demons. Those are pink horrors. Um,
Who's this
that
Moonfist guy?
that is a Herald of Tzeentch. Think of it kind of like a demon lieutenant.
Okay. Oh wait, this is fucking sick. I gotta see this. I gotta see this bigger. Sorry, I love this.
Yeah.
No, no cookies. Shut up. Go away. The skull on the shoulder with the feathers.
Oh, that's a whole like
Oh,
little half body. Yeah.
that's so dope. Okay, this motherfucker might honestly have like the coolest aesthetic of everyone we've looked at so
Yeah,
far.
Tzeentch models are really, really
They're
cool.
really just wonderful. These are
Yeah,
quite good.
that's a Lord of Change.
This is great.
That
Oh,
is a Zangor. It's a Tzeentch oriented beast man, so they have beaks instead of like goat heads.
it's so cool to me that I can just like look at some rando art and you're like, yeah, I'll tell you what it is. This is the kind of people that I want to just like I want to just seed my whole stream to people who can just teach me shit and love every second of it. That's the vibe.
If
Like I
if you
said when
take a
we
look,
started off that I want to see more people bring this energy and I mean it.
mhm, there's actually three things I want you to look up
Yes.
that are 40K specific.
Okay.
First, I want you to look up Angron, Angron.
Angron. Oh shit. It's like a humanoid chimera.
Yeah, that is the demon Primarch Angron. He was a leader of one of the Space Marine legions that turned to chaos. He fell specifically to Khorne, and Khorne ended up elevating him to demonhood. So he went from being a genetically engineered demigod to an actual immortal murder machine. Um,
Unbelievably sick.
yeah. The next one I want you to look up is Mortarion. I'll put the name in chat.
I'm gonna guess and see if I am close. Did I get it? Did I get it?
You were very close.
Close enough. Did I get it? Is this right?
Remove the word Tzeentch because he's not
Oh,
Tzeentch related.
thank you.
I was like, why? I was like, why is it bringing up more
What?
Tzeentch stuff? I was like, that's not right.
Oh shit! What? It's like a locust.
Yep. Yeah, very, very kind of locust or moth style wings. This is Mortarion was another Primarch of one of the Space Marine legions that fell to chaos. He fell to Nurgle, and Nurgle elevated him to demonhood, and this is what he is now.
Okay. Oh, how is it that my favorite one so far is the Nurgle one? Am I a Nurgle convert? Did I become a Nurgle adherent over the course of this interview? I think yes.
Well, the last one I want you to look for is Magnus the Red.
Magnus the Red. Okay, it's cool, but it's not a locust.
Yeah, this is
This is
Tzeentch's demon.
Slanesh's? Oh,
This is
Tzeentch's.
Tzeentch's. Yeah. Slanesh's will be
Oh,
able to
wait, this
find you.
one's kind of mommy.
Yeah, that model also does have some build options. You can give him different weapons. You can build him where he's wearing this like silver mask over his face, and you can build him with or without the chest plate. That's Magnus as he was before he was a demon.
Okay. All right, all right, all
Yeah.
right.
Wow, that's actually a really cool paint job on those
It's
wings.
a great paint job. Like, can we appreciate the artistry here? Like, even look at the way the light is hitting every piece of
Mm-hmm.
this. It's beautiful. Someone like seriously put a lot of craftsmanship into this figure.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like galaxies to me, Hyena. It looks like they're doing like galaxies or stars at the very least. But yeah, that's Magnus before he was a demon. That's what he looked like as a mortal. But the final one, we're only going to find artwork of this one, I
Okay.
think, because there's no official 40K model yet for
I
him.
didn't know that there was anything in 40K that wasn't modeled.
Oh, there's plenty. You're going to look for that name there, Fulgrim.
Let me get my chat up. Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So we will be eventually
Is
getting.
this the character like before
Hmm.
demonhood? Okay, so
Yep.
and then they became this like sort of Naga-esque figure.
Yep. Yep. Four-armed serpent thing, because Slanesh has a thing with serpents a lot of the time.
Oh, here we go. That's a really good view.
Yeah,
Let's make
that
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 bigger.
model is for the Horus Heresy game. It came out not too long ago.
Good lord,
Um,
$200 for this fig. I mean, it's beautiful, but
oh
wow.
no, it's more than 200 because that's listed in British pounds.
No, I'm converting it to my dollars, so it is a bit more than 200, assuming it's shipping from the UK especially.
They do have a warehouse in the U.S., but they also tend to. Yeah, he's. They don't go direct by just currency conversion. So
Ah, they
yeah,
have their own regional pricing.
yeah.
Gotcha.
He's $275.
Woo! Nelly. Damn,
Yeah,
Warhammer is an expensive
he's
hobby, no doubt.
he's also made out of resin rather than plastic.
Wait, that also
Um,
means he's a lot easier to bootleg if you have a resin printer.
oh yeah, that's a thing with Games Workshop raising prices and shit. Is more and more people are turning to 3D prints to just make
Mm-hmm.
their stuff.
A gorgeous figure. Look at the detail on this. Y'all see this shit? Like the little individual feathers on the wings on the chest plate? Crazy. That's nuts. Those are gorgeous. And these
Yeah, it's
are these like the sort of like platonic demons of these gods?
what do you mean by platonic
Like
demons?
the figurehead of their like
Oh,
foot soldiers, as it were.
yeah, they would basically be they were elevated to demonhood by their respective gods as rewards for basically corrupting their own legions and turning them
Mhm.
to specific gods. So they're kind of like the favored sons of those
Right.
gods. Um they won't necessarily be in command of all of the demons of that god. In fact, um there are things called demon princes that are humans or other marines who have pleased the chaos gods so much they've been rewarded with demonhood. Most chaos followers who try to become like warlords or whatever want to follow what's called the path of apotheosis because they want to live forever. If you become a demon, you never really die. The unfortunate thing is that if you become a demon, you are forever bound to that god and just basically become an extension of their will. Like there is no, oh, my god wants me to do this and I'm not a fan of that. It's like, nope, I'm doing it because I was told to.
Yeah. I like uh, literally belong to this power.
Mm-hmm. But demon princes, while they can be in charge of armies of demons of a particular god or mortal followers or both, um, greater demons, so like in the case of like Korn, bloodthirsters would look down on a demon prince because they'd be like, "You're not really one of us. You started as a human."
That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, you would.
No small number of like gods in this world start as humans?
In 40K, no.
Ah, that's older lore.
Yeah, the stuff that you and I had talked about in regards to Sigmar is for the fantasy universe. In
See, I told you
40K,
I'd talk to him about this before.
in
I'm learning.
40K, the only god that you could maybe say sort of started as a mortal would be the Emperor himself, but even then, we don't like he was never really a normal person.
But
So it,
actually, can we transition into the Emperor? Because I
we
know
sure can.
some about this, not much, but I know that this is like the is it like humans?
Yeah,
Which
so
race is this? But
this
he's like a
this would be
singular
humanity.
human being, like a person, just a guy who's
Hmm.
in like a coma, like an undead state. Like we're pretending we froze him like Walt Disney, even though that didn't really happen. But like we're
Right?
maintaining
Yeah,
the myth. But like if he
it's kind of
dies,
like
the
that.
godhood ends. Is like the vibe, right?
Um, it's more that if he dies, his soul would finally be freed from his body, which would mean that he could go into the warp because that's where people in 40K go when they die. And if you are attached to a particular deity, be that Korn, the Emperor, what have you, your soul should go to that deity to become part of it and empower it. The Emperor, his soul is basically fractured. There's some of him in the warp, some of him in his rotting corpse, and then there's pieces of him that are kind of scattered and floating around the galaxy, and
Well,
they're
his
all
corpse
doing their
can't
own
possibly
things.
be rotting, right? Like it must be
Oh no,
preserved because he's been there for like
oh,
a long time.
it's
Is he
basically,
just
imagine
stinking up
if
the
a
whole
mummy.
place?
Think of it like a mummy in a chair.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew. So
Yeah.
he's only
Most.
like hanging in there at all because like his soul is fractured in this way.
Yes, because his body was, when he was mortally wounded, at the end of the Horus Heresy, the Emperor was put into a device called the Golden Throne. It is a piece of machinery that the Emperor found. He didn't make it. Nobody knows who made it. Nobody knows how to
That was going to be a
make more of them. Yeah, nobody knows who made it. Nobody
So
knows
it's a
how to make more of them.
preservational artifact that was merely stumbled upon.
The purpose that the Emperor was going to use it for was, remember that dimension, the webway I mentioned that the Eldar have? Mm-hmm. The Emperor had wanted to make a human webway. And he was going to have Magnus the Red. Magnus's purpose, basically, once the galaxy was conquered, because Magnus was the strongest psyker out of the 18 Primarchs, Magnus's job was going to be, guess what, son? You're sitting on this chair for the rest of forever.
Uh-oh.
He was going to be the battery.
Like that got superseded.
Yeah, he was going to be the battery to power the human webway. They put the Emperor on the Golden Throne because they didn't know any other way to keep him from dying.
It was
unfortunately,
like we can't complete any vision if you die, therefore, into the chair, old man.
Yeah, and unfortunately, to keep the Emperor, quote unquote, alive on the chair, he is fed the souls of 1,000 psychers a day.
Wait. He eats 1,000 of his own like subjects, essentially? Just
not
to
by his
stay
choice.
In a coma. I mean, I know he's not choosing that. Like his like viziers or whatever are doing this to maintain the hegemony. But like 1,000 people die to keep him in a fucking coma.
Not just 1,000 people; they have to be psychically talented. So there are things called the Black Ships that go around the Imperium, scooping up psychers from across the entire Empire. Not just to feed him.
So not even his subjects. Anyone who is gifted in this way, anywhere in the world, of any race, of any faith, of any.
No, humans only. Humans only. Okay. And outside of worshippers of chaos who are considered bad, if you are human, you follow the Emperor. You worship the Emperor. If you say I don't believe, I don't believe in the Emperor. Yeah.
I don't think we have a god yet. I'm choosing Nurgle.
But yeah, the Emperor actually, believe it or not, hated religion.
He hated religion.
The thing is, that's not what he wanted. When the Emperor was conquering the galaxy, anyone who referred to him as a god or asked if he was a god or something, like, he would say, "No, I'm not. I am the Emperor. I am not a god. Don't fucking worship me." And he actually when he was conquering Earth, before he decided to spread out and make an empire. When he was conquering Earth, he exterminated every religion on the planet. He would give people the option to, say like, "That's it. I'm done with this religion or church or whatever. I'm going with the Emperor." He'd give them a choice, but if they said no, my God demands I stay to my faith, he'd be like, "Okay, then you're gonna die." And he killed him. Because he had what he called the imperial truth, which was all about science and facts and progression and advancing humanity and making humanity better. And the Emperor was technically an immortal being. And he had seen what religion had done on Earth for thousands of years. But he also knew the Chaos Gods existed. And he knew that a lot of religions, both on Earth and across the galaxy, they were actually worshiping Chaos Gods. Because not every chaos based religion is all about we're gonna murder fuck everything or we're gonna spread disease or whatever. There are cults that
sends me every single time. Sorry.
There are cults that maybe they are pleasure cults, but they just worship a god called blah blah blah, blah, and it's a god of pleasure, and that's all it is. It's a god of pleasure. You don't have to kill anybody. It's not about getting the best high or the most sexual pleasure. It's just that we worship and do these things that make us feel good because that's what our god wants. there might be Nurgle cults that they don't call it worshiping Nurgle. They call it like Nurgal or something like that, just some sort of variant of the name, and they worship them as a god of life and death, where hey, we're planting our crops, that's life, and then winter comes and that's the season of death, and just everything is a cycle. That's still worshiping Nurgle, even if they don't go around spreading diseases to people and things like that. Cults that worship warrior gods, just doesn't mean that you're going to go around stabbing everyone you see, but you worship that god because you are a warrior and you want that god to favor you and make you a better warrior.
That's awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, the Emperor basically didn't want religion as part of humanity. His religion, believe it or not, was founded after he was put on the Golden Throne. But the foundations for that religion happened during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy, and it was founded technically by one of the Primarchs who turned against him during the heresy, who is now a worshiper of the Chaos Gods. So the Imperial faith was founded by what is now a traitor.
So do we know this might just not be revealed? Like the golden chair that the Emperor does not live in, because this cannot possibly be called living. Is it
the Emperor's
related to the webway that the Eldar use that we know of, or does it merely produce a similar effect?
No, believe it or not, the Human Webway project failed. Yeah, that never came to be, in part due to the heresy, also specifically due to an accident made by Magnus the Red. But
I know Magnus.
Yeah.
I googled his figures a second ago.
Yeah, but yeah, the Emperor at this point, after 10,000 years of this, is insane. Because
certainly.
He is insane not only because his soul is fractured, but because the part of him that's in the chair still feels pain.
Oh, fuck. No, wait, what?
He has been in agony, rotting alive for 10,000 years.
He's been actively decomposing for
Yes.
centuries.
Millennia. 10,000 years.
Okay, technically, millennia and centuries are the same if you just make the numbers of one of them bigger.
True, but
but yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
he's felt it.
He has felt it every
just like skeleton now, right?
Basically, yeah, but he still feels it.
Well, I mean, so many of your nerves are in your bones. You'd feel it almost until the sun burnt out.
Yeah.
That's hideous. Oh my god, that's actually that's the most fucked up thing you've said so far today.
And the thing
we had
is
paintings made from baby blood to kick off the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's worse.
And the fucked up thing is that his worshippers don't know that.
How? Wait, well, because he can't communicate.
Also because no one sees the Emperor except his bodyguards. No one enters the chamber except
who are
for
obviously compromised at ethically to begin with.
No, it's because if they let him die, it would be a good thing in the long run, but in the immediate thing, the Imperium would fall apart.
Right, but that's an ethical compromise in its own right.
Well, it's also a functional compromise because of the fact
die horribly.
No, it's because of the fact that the Emperor, and that he was doing this before he was in the Golden Throne. This was a thing that he just did while he was making the Empire.
We're about to find out that he dug his own grave. Go on.
No, he produces a psychic beacon in the warp that a group of people called the Navigators, who are psychers who have a special ability to fly a ship through the warp, because that's how faster than light travel works in 40K. By the way, they don't do it like Star Wars.
Psychic to guide your destination, truly or whatever.
Yes. And yeah, the Navigator. The Navigators are an Imperium-approved form of mutant because they actually do have a third eye on their head, which they have to cover at all times because if a normal human looks at that eye, they die.
Honestly, I feel like they should just walk around with that shit swinging.
Yeah, but think of like Daydream said, think of the Emperor as a living GPS/lighthouse. So if someone finally gave the Emperor a mercy killing and let him die, the Astronomicon goes bye-bye.
They are no longer a spacefaring race, fundamentally.
they would basically be able to do very short little jumps through the warp, but there would no longer be like, okay, we need to get across from one half of the galaxy to the other. It's going to
That's
take 4 weeks
gone.
in the warp. That's not going to happen anymore. Also, the fact of the
And
way the
in the
faster the
in 40K, that would put them at a like they're basically cavemen.
it would depend because certain planets would be self-sufficient enough to basically maybe still send ships over to neighboring planets in the same system or like the next system over, even though it would take quite a while to get there.
But they're still
But,
fundamentally
but
cut off from much of the like cultural
right.
and economic trade of like their universe.
Well, there's also the
Literally.
fact that if you live on like a factory world and that world produces, say, rifles and tanks for the army,
Sure, if the
you're
rifles
you're
can
you're
only go to the next house down the street, that's nothing.
well, it's also the fact that planets like that don't grow their own food; they import, and
Certainly.
odds are
They're part of a
it's
production chain. Like it's the same production chain that we have today on Earth, just
Mhm.
on an interplanetary scale.
Right. So most planets, if they lost the ability
The
to
coal
get
town
get
doesn't grow corn.
yeah, exactly. They would fall apart. There would be some planets that would be able to, or some solar systems who may be like, oh, that planet grows the food in this system. We make the guns. We can still trade because we're at least in the same solar system. Those places would
Unlikely
probably be
though.
okay, but yeah, most
That's a
places would not have that
significant
advantage.
minority of the empire.
Hmm. Yeah. So the thing that would happen is if the emperor was to be allowed to die, first off, his broken soul pieces would come back together. They would go into the warp, and because of the 10,000 years worth of billions and trillions of people worshiping him as a god, he would become a god.
Sure, right.
He
This is a fact of Warhammer. You can
Yeah.
be a god if enough people like give their devotion.
Yep. So his spirit would go into the warp. He would absorb all of the
So
energy of the Imperial
he
faithful.
would become an unbridled version of the thing he's already treated as.
Yes, but due to the fact that he's probably insane,
Oh, it would
fa-
not be good. I'm not saying it would be good. Like
yeah,
unbridled is carrying a lot of weight here.
yeah. A lot of fan theory believe that if the Emperor became a god in the warp, that what would happen is he would become the fifth god of chaos, but he would be the god of order.
Oh,
And
fall
and that
in line or drop dead.
yes, and that what would happen also is he would probably
Oh my
kill all
god,
the
he's
other
the god
chaos
of
gods.
Nazis.
Yeah, he would probably kill the chaos gods because what would happen is they're antithetical to him. Even when he was still walking around as a person, the chaos gods referred to him as the anathema.
Wait, as a mortal.
Yes, when he was still living,
Whoa.
they referred to him as the anathema.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so if the emperor popped into the warp, first off, he would become a god, beat the shit out of the chaos gods, if not outright destroy them, and then probably reincarnate himself because he is what's called a perpetual, which is someone who literally in the 40K universe, they can die, but they don't stay dead.
I mean, that's kind of already what he's like about.
Well,
Just
perpetuals
with
don't have to
less
be
power.
gods. Yeah, there's literally a normal human man. His name is John Grammaticus, who is a perpetual.
His name is John.
Yes.
Say psych.
One of the Primarchs, also Vulcan, is a perpetual, and during the Horus Heresy, he died many, many times because one of his traitor brothers captured him and basically tortured him to death repeatedly because he wanted to know why he wouldn't stay dead.
Oh, damn. Some like Prometheus shit.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so the Emperor basically, people don't know that if that letting the Emperor die would be a good thing because nobody understands. There was a faction of the Inquisition shortly after he was put on the Golden Throne that had the theory that if we kill him, he'll come back and he can lead the Imperium again. And other factions of the Inquisition were like, you know what? No, we're going to kill all of you for thinking that way because what if you're wrong? And we can't trust you to not try to kill him now.
Honestly, that seems fair.
Yeah.
Not good, just fair.
Yeah. But over the millennia that the Emperor has been on the Golden Throne, the Ecclesiarchy was started, which is what the Imperial Church is called. And that's what turned the Imperium into the horrible fucking nightmare of a theocracy that it is. where unlike what the emperor wanted, where people would be allowed to live their lives and do what they wanted, and like, within reason, obviously, but progress humanity to be better than what it is, both from a mental and physiological standpoint. Basically, most people in the Imperium, you are born, you will be doing this for your job, you will die one day, and your children will also do that job. No, you don't get to ask for a different job. This is what you have been assigned. If you question your assignment, you are questioning the will of the Emperor. Do you want to die?
Sure. The Emperor will kill you, but you will be killed in his name, even though he's been dead for 1 billion years.
Yeah, and there is no like education in the world of 40K. Like you don't it's not like here where you're born, you go to school, you then graduate from school and go to a job. No. Oh, your parents manufacture a specific kind of gun in this factory, and
So
their job is to
until you die, and then so do your kids and their kids.
Yep. The imperial legal system is a fucking nightmare of a bureaucracy, to the point where if someone is charged with a crime and they want to appeal it, it will literally take generations for the appeal to even be filed, let alone actually heard.
Damn.
Like it will literally
found a legal system worse than the US's.
Yeah, it will literally be like, you will get in line to be told, and then you will wait 10 years to be told you need to fill out this form. Go in that line over there. You fill out the form. You now wait 20 years to have that form looked at and approved. All right, the form has been approved. We're going to file your appeal here. You need to go wait in that line. And then you wait in that line so long that you grow old and die, and your child has to take your place to wait in line. And then maybe they grow old and die.
To go to the DMV.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, imagine if the DMV was basically like, well, kids, be nice to your mother.
Where we live for the next 10 generations. Good luck. Because I was trying to change my like surname because we got married.
And of course, crimes can pass down generationally as well. So say maybe
certainly. My great grandmother was arrested for jaywalking, and now I got to serve that sentence.
Oh, it's not even that. It can literally be like, you know what? Your father committed a crime and was charged with it and tried to file the appeal, but eventually gave up and just kind of hoped that the bureaucracy would not catch up. Well, your dad's been dead for 20 years. Guess what? The Adeptus Arbites, who are the cops of 40K, have realized that, oh, you know what? He was never arrested for that. Guess what? You're going to jail. Why? Because your dad did a thing that you didn't even know about for 35 years ago.
Oh my god. We're gonna roll into ads pretty quick here. If you have more time, I would love to keep chatting. I have quite a few more questions. Absolutely. But we'll take a quick 5, refresh ourselves, and be back shortly.
Delicious.
Wonderful. All right, Fortunes, you know the drill. Get a stretch, get a bathroom break, get a snack, get a drink. Do what you got to do. We'll be back shortly.
It's pee-pee time.
Hello, fortunes. We are back. We are back with round 3 of the Yap. Also, if I can find more people to do this, look forward to this as a regular segment. I know I said at the start of stream that this is something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and that I'm so far having a great time doing. I hope you're having a great time too. But honestly, I also don't care. My stream, my rules. My stream, my rules, my joy. uh, Chat, save him. Tell him to fuck off. Do it. I dare you. I dare you. Honestly, fair. I can't be bothered to ban you myself, so Hyena better do it. Never? Oh, well, that's a mod. That's a mod. VHS, the mod, says I shan't. So I guess you're stuck. We might even have round 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 of specifically Oblivion talking about Warhammer, not Warcraft. Warhammer. Yes, you're stuck. Wait, Oblivion is muted again. I thought I unmuted him. Wait, Nani. Wait, can you hear him now?
Hello? Maybe?
It might have been a volume issue.
Hey, hi,
Hello?
yes, me? Okay.
Yes, okay.
There we go.
Yes, great. Excellent. We have Oblivion.
Okay.
The star of the show.
Okay,
but
yeah, there we go.
VHS bets that you cannot give me lore about the character that I played in our recent Vermintide 2 collab, because this is like pre 40K, like Warhammer year 0. Is that anything?
You're thinking of Warhammer Fantasy, which is a separate universe just owned by the same company. My lore knowledge on Warhammer Fantasy is not so big because I never got huge into that particular game. I know some things.
I may have oversold your knowledge.
Yeah, I know some things, but if you're going to ask about Vermintide 2 characters, I ain't got shit.
Here, let me do some pre-googling for you. Give you the best shot you got, because I said no, trust, he'll know. And I might be wrong. Like, well, we might find out that
I mean, depending on the character, I might know.
I have backup questions.
Yeah, like I might know a bit about that, like them
fret.
as a person.
Let me...
Like if you ask about like the wizard from Vermintide 2, I can tell you a little bit about how wizards work in Warhammer Fantasy, but I can't tell you about that person.
Basically, it's a fire mage. Her name is Sienna Fuegonazas.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like a fire mage. She's I guess it's specifically a pyromancer. I'm looking at a wiki right now, so like more than I do.
Yeah,
she's
I
human.
can. Yeah, she is human. She would be from the Empire, which is a very think of like Germany, Austria, and Hungary circa the Renaissance.
Is that why the Sigma dude had such an issue with her?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's odds are the problem would be, it would depend on what the other guy in Vermintide 2 is, the other human guy. If he's like an inquisitor or something, he would be very distrustful of magic because of the fact that in Warhammer Fantasy, the way magic worked is there was magical energies that permeated the entire world known as the winds of chaos. Because magic came from the realm of chaos, which, guess what? Our 4 chaos gods who exist in 40K, they also existed in fantasy. Oh yeah, we got a little bodification there.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
VHS. Go ahead.
And basically what the winds of chaos would do is like there was the wind of Akshi, which was the fire magic. There was the wind of the wind of Shaiish, which was the realm of like death magic. But a wizard would be educated in a particular school of magic. Wizards in the Empire would go to a particular academy that was meant to teach them, and they would find out what their aptitude is. So one person who has magical aptitude, like the woman in Vermintide 2, her aptitude was in fire magic, so she was trained in the fire school because that's what she had an aptitude for. But the way it works is you are basically harnessing this chaos energy to make your spells go off. because with the realm of chaos being a realm of thought and feeling and emotion, it's basically if you take some of that energy and impose your will upon it, it will make things happen. So like a psyker in 40K who might shoot lightning
I have a
bolts out of his
follow-up
fingers.
question for this, but we're going to
Yes.
continue on the realm of Sienna first.
Okay. Yeah.
Because chat
so
apparently trusts that I trust that you know stuff. So I'm gonna let you prove them right and prove me right.
Okay. So what would happen with this fire mage, or any fire mage really, is she is going to be harnessing the power of a particular wind of magic. The reason an inquisitor from the Empire would be very distrustful of a wizard and probably have issues with them is because you are still touching the power of chaos. And chaos corrupts, even if it is refined, even if it is weakened, even if you have great mental skill and control over your abilities.
It's just inherently like crack for magic users.
Right. And much like the stereotype, much like the stereotype in many fantasy stories where a wizard who starts off as a good person and has great skill and power, maybe eventually they go a little nutso, and suddenly instead of protecting people with their fire magic, they go, you know what? I don't like the way that peasant looked at me. I'm going to snap my fingers and they're going to burst into flame. Why? Because I can. But chaos power can also corrupt and mutate. Like you can actually be overwhelmed by the power, and instead of controlling it, the power goes through you and will do horrible things. It might turn you into a chaos spawn, which is basically a constantly mutating mound of flesh that all it wants to do is eat. It might, in the case of like a fire wizard, it might overload you with power and you just kind of explode.
Oh, wait, she does that in the game. I did it so many times.
That's exactly why.
Several of them were on purpose, but many of them also weren't.
Yeah, that's exactly why she does that, is because basically she has channeled too much of the wind of fire and is overwhelmed by it.
And she loses control. Her.
Yes. Yeah, she instead of controlling the magic controlled her.
It said burn, burn, baby, burn. And she said, all right, check. Can do. So the wiki that I'm looking at indicates that she is an unchained, which looks to me like it's like a, if you know D&D terms, like a sorcerer as compared to a wizard. Is that accurate?
Okay. Do you I'm not familiar with that particular term, but I am going to hazard a guess that probably is something akin to an unsanctioned psyker in 40K, which means that she may have some training or ability to use her powers, but she did not go to the academy, so she is technically an elite.
Dragon Age vibes.
Yes, she is. A very good comparison would be an apostate from Dragon Age, where like they have power, but they did not get formally trained or anything like that.
Which I think does still adhere to the like sorcerer v wizard comparison if we are insisting on a D&D like framework.
Yeah, I would say
she would be a necromancer, so definitely not sanctioned. Do you have a comment on
that? They did release a DLC for it not too long ago that allows you to play her as a new subclass.
One of my chatters who may or may not still be here really wanted me to give him her so that he could be necromancer, but I don't have the DLC and I wanted to play a fire mage.
So basically what that would do with her story is she would start using the Wind of Shaiish, which is the death magic, and it would I don't know how the DLC works because I haven't seen anyone play it, so I don't know if she gets different abilities entirely or if it's just like, ooh, it's spooky green fire now, or like I don't know. But in theory, with the way Warhammer fantasy lore would work, she would have completely different abilities, and she would be able to do things like mess with the spirits of the dead, rip souls out of people if she wanted to, raise skeletons, zombies, etc. Necromancers, while there are necromancers in Warhammer Fantasy who work for the Empire or at least are Empire aligned, they are probably the most distrusted wizards in the entire game. And that is purely because of the fact that a lot of necromancers, most necromancers, work for the vampire counts.
Wait, I'm sorry. Like, wind that back a sec. There's vampires?
In Warhammer Fantasy, yes. And in Age of Sigmar, yes. There are vampires. In Warhammer Fantasy, they are called the vampire counts. They are very much like your Transylvania Dracula kind of thing. they have different bloodlines or clans, much like Vampire the Masquerade would, but there's only 5 instead of like 13. In Age of Sigmar, again, this is due to copyright naming stuff. They have called them the Soulblight Gravelords because becoming a vampire is called the Soulblight Curse.
That's crazy. That's so cool. What specifically makes them vampires? Like, is it the standard, like, I drink blood to sustain myself, or?
Yes, yeah, yeah. All of in fantasy battles, or in Warhammer Fantasy, the vampire counts are regardless of what family they come from. The most noteworthy from a historical standpoint would probably be the von Karsteins, which are basically Dracula. But
That's cool.
basically, they do the whole blood drinking thing. They make more vampires by doing the whole I'm going to drain you and then I'm going to give you some of my blood.
Of
and
course,
and
I
and,
drink
and
yours, you drink mine. Now you demon also.
yes. And all of the vampires in fantasy battles are also all necromancers. Like, they can all use death magic just innately. They don't have to go to school for it. They just know how to use it.
Whoa.
Yeah, because they are creatures of death. They're undead, so therefore they are in tune with that energy.
I'm
And
creatures of life, and I'm not a doctor.
right, and if I recall correctly, I believe that the vampires didn't have to worry about the magic overwhelming or mutating them because they're dead. So
sure, right?
yeah,
Absolutely. There's like kind of nothing to colonize there, ultimately.
yeah, basically they're kind of immune to that particular kind of chaos energy in
Sure,
the sense
the
that
thing that I already wholly belong to.
right, yeah, like their spells might still fail, like they could still miscast a spell or have it not work, but they don't have to worry about like, oh well, if I don't raise these skeletons properly, I'm gonna explode, you know.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
good. That's a really, really good touch. See, chat was like, he's talking about 40K, and the game that we played is like Age of Fantasy. He won't know, but you did. You did know.
Yes.
Maybe not. Maybe not in as much depth, but still.
Yeah, not as much depth.
See, I said trust. I was right.
And I'm in the same boat with Age of Sigmar, which is their current fantasy game.
This I know because that's the thing that I mostly asked you about when we talked earlier. Just us, not on stream. So you didn't miss anything, chat. This was just me and Oblivion vibing.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know more about Sigma because I was like, I think that's a funny name. I know it's Sigmar, but it's also Sigma. Skibbity.
Yeah, of course.
Rizzler.
Of course. You're hurting my brain.
Yeah, I fulfilled my quota. It's fine. I've done it. But I wanted to know more because I thought it was interesting. After we played it on stream, I was like, this was actually compelling, much to my great chagrin. Not beating the Zoomer allegations? Shut up! Shut up! I'm not a Zoomer!
But, yeah, back to the Emperor. I forgot to tell you how the Emperor was created.
Oh, wait, I didn't know. Wait, what do you mean created? Like put on the chair, or like it came into existence to begin with?
Like how he came into existence.
I assumed he was just born like a guy.
Yes and no.
Please go on.
So basically,
welcome back, Unplugged.
All of what we would consider in prehistoric times, like shamans, like tribal shamans, or medicine men and like voodoo priests and things like that.
We're all and cure your flu. Yeah.
Yeah. We're all basically, at least the real ones, because obviously, of course, there were some charlatans, but the real ones in 40K were basically all low-level psychers, and they were all actually technically linked to each other. They all knew they didn't necessarily like speak, but they knew like there's more of me around the world. And what they ended up doing is they realized Chaos God's bad, because even they could sense that evil in the warp, and were like, we need to do something to protect the planet, because otherwise one day that shit's gonna come here and we're all gonna die. And basically thousands of these shamans and whatnot around the world performed a ritual together where they basically literally sacrificed their own souls to combine into one uber soul, which then went into a newborn baby, and that was the Emperor. And
What?
he has existed alongside humanity for tens of thousands of years. And he basically kept himself in the shadows. He watched humanity. But fun little 40k canon fact, there is a god from another race called the Necrons. Their gods were called the Catan. One of them was called the Void Dragon. You know the story of Saint George and the dragon?
Yes.
Like the real,
yeah. Like the actual
that
human world's myth.
Yeah. In 40k, that was the Emperor kicking the Void Dragon off of our planet.
Wait, they tied in like real world stories?
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So a lot of things of like great heroes throughout humanity. I think there's also been nods that like Hercules and his trials and stuff out of Greek myth may have also been the Emperor.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And basically the Emperor finally outed himself in a way. AKA like decided he was going to take charge when humanity almost destroyed itself. Like we almost killed the entire planet. There was basically a point. Humanity had spread out amongst the stars. It was kind of humanity's golden age. It wasn't necessarily like in the sense of an empire, but there were interconnected planets, and we could do faster than light travel. We knew how to make all this cool technology that the Imperium has no idea how to even make it work, let alone build it. When Slaanesh was born, because the Eldar murder fucked them into the galaxy, a warp storms popped up all over the galaxy, and that severed contact with a lot of humanity's various planets and stuff, to the point that like what we were talking about earlier, where we were saying like this planet would die because they're not going to be able to import food anymore or things like that. That happened. Many planets were just wiped of human life. Other cultures barely sustained themselves. Other cultures turned into like tribal savages. Earth got swallowed up by a warp storm.
Primitive reversion kind of storylines.
Right? That stuff's always cool.
It's a true fascination of mine.
Yeah, it's interesting. But basically, Earth got swallowed up by a warp storm as well. And during that part, Earth also kind of fell apart. A lot of infighting, nukes were used. All sorts of horrible things happened. And when the warp storm went away when Slaanesh was born. And that was when the Emperor was like, okay, I'm tired of watching these idiots fuck it up again and again and again. I'm just going to take over. And then he decided that he still had some technology and stuff that nobody else had, because he either saved it or he knew where some of it was hidden. And he basically started putting together armies and started going to people and being like, hey, I want to conquer the planet. I want to unite humanity. Are you with me or not? And some people were like, you know what? That sounds fucking great. I'm in. Other people were like, I don't think so. And then the Emperor would be like, okay, do you see all this stuff behind me? I'm going to use it to kill you. And then they would say like, yeah, you know what? I can't deal with that. So yeah, sure. I'm in. Other people were stupid and were like, no, fuck you. I'm the boss. And the Emperor's like, okay, well, then you're all going to die.
Already actively like promising to take over the entire planet. They're either like easily dismissible or, you know what? Maybe watch out for that.
Mm-hmm. And basically the Emperor created, on top of his normal human troops that he gathered from those who swore allegiance to him, the Emperor used his super secret technology to make two groups of people, two groups of superhumans. One, what became the Adeptus Custodes, also known as the 10,000. Those are his super genetically engineered bodyguards.
And genetically engineered in what way?
They have new organs or altered organs. Their rib cages would be fused into a solid lump of bone to better protect their internal organs.
Oh my god, they have internal breastplates.
Yes. They would also have 2 hearts, new organs that would allow them to do things like breathe any atmosphere, even if it was poisonous. Like they have a 3rd lung that basically is there to process bad air, or even allows them to breathe underwater. But the Custodes, basically, Space Marines are superhumans compared to a normal human. Custodes are the Space Marines to Space Marines. So, like, if you take a Custodian and a Space Marine and tell them, okay, you two are going to duke it out. If we're just talking like hand-to-hand fighting, nobody's got weapons or psychic powers or anything, that Custodian is probably going to beat the ever-loving shit out of that Space Marine. They are bigger, faster, stronger than Space Marines. On top of that,
a guarantee that you win.
No, like obviously
a great heads up.
Yeah. Like a Space Marine would be at a disadvantage, but obviously if the Custodian like gets stupid cocky, or the Space Marine has some sort of super tricky thing that he can do that the Custodian doesn't know about, that could swing things.
Sure.
But
pocket sand.
Yeah, so yes. Something that was recently added to the lore of the Custodians. Something that was recently added to the lore of the Custodians like this year, like a few months ago. For a long time, it has just been canon that Space Marines are men. Why? Because the genetic stuff that gets done to them would not work in a female body. Like, they would die.
Yuck.
Sorry, Custodians were also canonically, it was never like set in stone, but it was just kind of assumed, well, they're like a better version of Space Marines, so they're probably all guys too. Because they also only recently became an army within the last like 7-8 years. They existed in the lore, they just never had like a playable army. But it was recently revealed earlier this year that Custodians are men and women. And they are the first. Yay! Yeah, they are the first instance of the genetically engineered superhumans out of the 40K universe having any kind of female representation. They even actually released an episode on their streaming service a couple of weeks ago, episode 2 of a new series called The Tithes, that one of the main characters in that episode is a female Custodian, and she was a fucking badass. But yeah, so what people are hoping is that maybe this is the door opening for future down the line. Like, hey, guess what? Because the Imperium's on the back foot and losing a lot of wars in a lot of places, they found out how to make Space Marines out of female children too, because they need more recruits. We're kind of hoping that this will be GW's like step, Games Workshop, for those unknown, that's the people who own the Warhammer IP. We're kind of hoping that female Custodians was GW's step towards like, why can't we do female Marines? Why not?
Crazy.
So, yeah, I'm kind of hoping the canon reason for male only Space Marines has always been that because one of the implants that Space Marines get is what's called the gene seed, and it has some genetic markers from the Primarch of their Space Marine Legion. Basically, you think of it as like their quote unquote father of that legion. Because of the fact that all of the Primarchs happen to be male, it's got male chromosomes in those genetic markers. Therefore, if you implant that into a female body, bad things happen. Yeah, like that's been the canon reason, but a lot of people are like, okay, well, you've done a whole thing where like there's a whole new type of Space Marine and everything. It
makes sense. Back it up scientifically. I double dare.
Yeah, like they have now done a thing where like in the 8th edition of 40K, they released a whole new kind of Space Marine called Primaris Space Marines that are basically Space Marine 2.0. That were invented by a tech priest who is like an uber genius. He's basically the Imperium's version of Fabius Bile, except without the chaos shit. He invented the Primaris Marines. He invented a whole bunch of new technology for them, which inventing new technology for tech priests is actually a huge heresy. We'll get into that later.
Okay. I'm making a note so we don't get too sidetracked.
Mm-hmm. But basically, he created Space Marine 2.0. People have been saying, like, well, okay, if he created all these new Space Marines, all these new machines and everything, like, he's a super genius. He has forgotten more things than anyone else knows. What if he suddenly realized, oh, you know what? I can do it to women too. Oh shit, we
Yeah.
can get even more
No
Marines.
shit. Most of the biology is pretty similar.
Right. So we're hoping that
Sometimes
GW.
identical,
Yeah. So
depending on how
we're
woke
hoping.
you are. And on the
Yeah.
Calamity Kami channel, we're ultra woke.
Yeah. So
If that
we're
offends
hoping
you,
that
be
maybe
gone.
we're hoping that female custodies is step one towards female space marines.
Let's go. I love
Granted,
that. I had not heard any of this component, like the gender facts.
mhm.
I'm familiar with Space Marines, but this is this relatively new in the like arc of the franchise?
The female custodians being a thing that happened a few months ago. Basically, there
Quite
was a
new then.
yeah
Like
there
for
was
someone who doesn't like participate.
yeah. There were some leaked photos of of a story, like a little sidebar piece of lore in the Adeptus Custodes army book that contains the rules to how to play the army. But there's also lore stuff in those books. And there was a little sidebar and a picture of it leaked, and it was a custodian thinking about something or whatnot, and it
Thank you
used
for
the
the
pronoun
hair pats implant.
it used the pronoun she
She,
and
her.
her.
Let's go.
And at first some people were like, holy shit, are we getting female custodians? Like, some people in the community were like, fuck yeah, we're getting female custodians.
Sure,
That's
and then
fucking
some
awesome.
people were malding about it, I'm sure.
Oh, they're still malding about it, especially
I'm
because
familiar with geek culture. I live
yeah,
here.
yeah, and they're still malding about it because Games Workshop kind of like rubbed salt in the wound by being like, hey, here's episode 2 of the Tithes. Look, there's a custodian. She's
It's
a woman.
God forbid. God forbid a titty in my science
Right.
fiction.
And
Like,
what's
which is
really funny,
crazy because I know the fans of games like this do be going so far out of their way to look at titties everywhere else. Like, I'm sorry.
what's
Like,
really
we have to be real about this. Like, right here on Maine on the Calamity Kami channel. Like, bitches hate to see women in their games, but love to see women in their porn. Make that make sense.
right,
Square the circle for me.
two men making out, ew, that's gross, but two women
Sure.
making out, yeah, that two women making out,
Two
oh
women
yeah,
making out. If it's
mhm.
on PH, great. If it's on GW, it's sin. Make that square the circle, dude. Do you
Hey,
like women or don't you?
are you about ready for a picture I'm going to show you that you're going to probably tell your fiance, like, hey, you got to cosplay this?
Yes. Absolutely.
That is our female custodian out of that show.
Oh shit. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Also, just to show you something,
Put it
this
in the
is
Doxy browser. Give me a sec.
I'm
Default
also
browser.
sending you another picture that's at the beginning of that episode. That's her standing next to a normal human woman to show you how tall
Oh
she is.
no. Oh no. Did you give me a muscle mommy? I'm gonna lose
Oh,
my mind.
she's a muscle mommy. Like, honestly,
I'm gonna lose
this
my
woman,
mind. Look, do
this
not
woman
make
could
me
crush
gay
me.
on Bane. I'm hypothetically, plausibly, most of the time when I'm not streaming Zenless, a Seiso streamer. But goddamn. But goddamn is what it boils down
Yeah,
to.
that woman could do all sorts of things to me, and I would not complain. Because much muscle, and she's hot.
Damn. Is she hot? That's like the shortcut sides, and here's the other photo. She's huge.
Yeah, she's huge.
You love to see it. You
And
love
mind you,
to see it.
she
Like,
is also
sorry
taller
if
than
you're like jump scared by the fact that I'm attracted to women, chat, but like it is what it is. I am.
Also, to give you an idea, a space marine would be somewhere between 7 to 8 feet tall. She's taller than that.
Wait, she's like 10 feet tall?
She's probably 9 or 10 feet tall. Yeah, like we're talking Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil. Yeah.
I need a sec. I need a second. I need a second to look at these photos without my chat hearing anything that I have to say, or think, or feel, or express with my face.
Oops, chat, I broke her. Or broke them, sorry. I broke them, chat. The facial expressions the model is making right now.
think I could talk now.
Did we have to
10
have?
feet?
Did we have to have a little bit of
Don't worry
like,
about it.
little-
Don't worry about it. We don't have to address it. Nobody clipped that. Nobody clipped that. Like, if you didn't know I was attracted to women, now you do. Okay? Okay. We're all on the same fucking page. I've been new because I live here. Now you all know too. So, congration. Oblivion outed me as a, like, full tilt, like, fucking lesbian. Okay? It's there. It's fine. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. It's fine. Holy shit. What do you mean 10 feet? What? Nah! I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm having a normal Sunday. Completely normal.
Yeah.
Completely normal.
And here, I'll give you something you can watch later. It's like a 5-minute clip from the episode that she's in.
Oh no! Did he send me porn? I don't know.
No, it's a YouTube clip. It's literally just like a 4.5-minute YouTube video.
Sunday calamity. You've been in a coma for 3 days. Honestly, that's about as much attention as I pay to my actual job. So, like, I know you're trying to bamboozle me, but like, if you just say that, I'll be like, oh, okay. I missed a couple of meetings, but like, I don't. If I get fired, I don't care. That's honestly better for me. So, you know what? It's not a thread that matters. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. I had questions. Wait, did I write them down? Because I hope I did, or they're gone because you showed me a 10-foot tall muscle mommy. So, like what? What was I supposed to do here? I am helpless.
I know you said you were going to note down about tech heresy.
What I wrote down was new tech for space priests is heresy.
Yes. Yeah. So
not my only note. Apparently, I'm an awesome interviewer who takes good notes.
There is a faction within the Imperium of Mankind known as the Adeptus Mechanicus, or the Cult of the Machine God.
I've heard of them.
They are the only other religion that is legally allowed in the Imperium because they technically don't worship the Emperor. However, they're the ones who make all the machines work. They know how to make all the stuff and fix all the stuff. So if the Imperium decided to say, hey, fuck you guys, you're all going to die, then eventually all their machines would stop working and they'd run out of bullets and tanks and gas and everything.
I gotta close the photos of this bitch. Sorry, I got distracted. Run out of gas. I'm listening. I've closed the photos. I am normal again. I'm listening. Please go on.
Okay. So the Adeptus Mechanicus basically, back in the day, they used to be about scientific discovery and advancement because, like I said, they worship the machine god that they also call the Omnissiah. Something that the Emperor did is he basically, thousands of years before his Great Crusade and everything. By the way, the home world for the tech priests is Mars. That's where they're like their most sacred of planets. They originally were humans that came from Earth. Yeah, they were humans that came from Earth originally, but during that whole humanity's empire fell apart, everyone's isolated thing, they just kind of ended up doing their thing on Mars.
Sure, we functionally vibing right next door.
Yeah. Actually, believe it or not, the tech priests used to raid Earth for people to make work or turn into tech slaves.
What's a tech slave?
They call them servitors in 40K, and basically they are lobotomized people who have little machine bits put in their brain so that they are programmed to do a specific task, and they do that task and only that task, and they are completely compliant. And they're in terms of mental ability, they're functionally brain dead. They know how to do their
cyborgs made out of humans, but like with the capacity of like a Windows machine.
Yeah, basically, because to the Adeptus Mechanicus, AI is what they don't call it artificial intelligence to them. It's abominable intelligence.
Sure.
Because there was a race of machine men actually on Earth that had to be exterminated called the Men of Iron. Uh,
Cybermen. Understood.
yeah. And yeah, they tried to kill humanity, and basically tech
Did I
priests.
just out myself as a whole tilt fucking dweeb?
Yes.
Great. Great. Awesome. So
Yeah.
if I reveal that I have like a Doctor Who themed sleeve tattoo, then I should just retire.
I think that's cool.
Space.
But also, real quick aside, favorite Doctor?
9.
Okay, acceptable. Based.
Eccleston. We
Yeah.
love to see him. Wish he got more than one season. I think
As-
he really
as-
like the show would not have survived the modern era without his presence.
Yeah. He screwed himself out of more seasons of that.
Oh no,
right?
absolutely. He's like an
Yeah.
unbelievable anti-monarchist and like absolutely fucked his own contract. But
Well,
he
he
was
also-
incredible in the role.
Yeah, he did a very good job. He also refused to do any more because he, quote unquote, didn't want to be typecast as the guy who played
Yep.
the Doctor.
Yep. And I respect everything he's ever done and said and thought and felt, but I do also wish that he'd been at least a 2-season Doctor. I think he was wonderful, and I don't think that we still had Doctor Who in 2024 without the gravitas that he brought to the role.
Yeah, absolutely. Because don't get me wrong, as cliche or as common as this may be, I'm a David Tennant guy.
Oh,
but
Tennant was wonderful, but Tennant ran
Tennant was
where
wonderful.
Eccleston walked. And had he not gotten the kick off that starting podium, like Tennant had nothing.
Yeah, I loved Eccleston as the Doctor. I thought he did a very good job.
He was wonderful. And Tennant was wonderful too.
Yeah. He was actually my introduction to Doctor Who. I'd never watched any of the older
Wait,
shows.
You're a new fan.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did I just
Doctor
derail
Who.
my own autism interview with my own overpowering autism?
I knew of Doctor Who, but I'd never seen the old shows. And then when the Eccleston stuff came out, I was like, oh, they're redoing Doctor Who. That's cool. I guess I'll watch it. And then I was like, this show's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it is. I'm an actual OG fan. Like I started watching in the like original like BBC series, like the pre movies, pre Paul McGann, pre all of it. But Eccleston is still my top fave. I think he's wonderful.
Yeah,
I didn't commit to the whole entire arm of my body to get fucking inundated with ink until Eccleston's Doctor specifically. That's when I started that.
Yeah.
Started that.
Out of the OG Doctors, though, I think my favorite would have to be Tom Baker. I love him.
No question, he's wonderful.
Anyway, back on track.
Yes, back on our other differently geeky track. Sorry to nerd out on your nerd interview.
I mean, it's your stream. You're allowed to nerd out on whatever you want.
Yeah, that's true. I can do whatever I want. I live here.
But yeah. So the Adeptus Mechanicus, basically, after the Horus Heresy happened and everything, a lot of knowledge was lost at the end of that, to the point where certain machines or even certain kinds of guns or items or armor, people can't make them anymore. So the ones that are still in existence are the last ones left. And a lot of machines for the Adeptus Mechanicus, they know how to fix them and keep them running. But if you said, hey man, you know how this thing works, right? Can you build me one? They'd be like, do you think I know how to build this? So imagine if,
we're leading into the other question I wrote down so beautifully.
Good.
But please carry on. I'll get there when I get there.
Okay. So basically the Adeptus Mechanicus, there are machines called STCs, standard template constructs, that exist from that first human empire I mentioned, the one that the Emperor didn't make. Most of those have been lost and or destroyed over the thousands of years since their creation. On rare occasions, one is discovered. And when one is discovered, or even if there is a hint that there might be one on a planet, the Adeptus Mechanicus will do whatever it takes to get it. And like when I say whatever it takes, like even if it's an imperial world, if they go there and they say like, hey, we need to go dig this thing up because we think there's something down there that we need, if that world says no, they will kill that planet.
Oh my god! Wait, so they're just like fully resource driven to the destruction of anyone, anything, anytime, any place.
They're really paradoxical, because old knowledge and old machine, good. New knowledge and new machine, bad.
That's crazy.
Yeah, what they call old knowledge, they will call it archaeotech, like archaeology. They will do anything for archaeotech. Um, and
Why do they think that older tech is good and newer tech is bad? I apologize
because
if you've already like explained that. I just
I
didn't
have not,
connect the requisite dots, if so.
yeah, I have not explained that yet. Because old tech is stuff that the Omnissiah blessed us with the knowledge of how to make at some point. At some point, the Omnissiah put the knowledge of how to make or invent the thing in someone's head. Therefore, those things are sacred. They are blessed and approved by their God. Things that someone else invents, well, the Omnissiah didn't invent that. You invented it. You're saying you can make machines better than our
Right.
God.
That was a god who made that in our system at least.
Right.
You're some guy. You're Joe from the street.
Yeah.
You're not a god.
Which is another tragedy of the Imperium, because the Emperor wanted scientific progress. He wanted new machines, new
Right.
technologies.
Like he
He
was
wanted
opposed to all of this way of thinking.
exactly. And yeah, so the tech priests, they actually will call people who do tech heresy, whether that's using unapproved machines or using alien technology, like alien technology, that's not human technology. That's not technology of the Omnissiah. That shit's all blasphemy. So if, say, for example, an Imperial soldier finds an alien pistol and he's lost his gun, so his option is use the alien pistol or die. If he gets caught with that alien pistol, he will be executed.
What?
Yep.
Even though
Even
it made him better as a soldier,
yeah,
but in a
even if
worse way, and that part is more important.
yeah, the part that is more important is the fact that he has soiled himself using technology of a Xenos race.
Right? It's like if some particular like if Catholics were allergic to swords, and then you fought the
Hmm.
Crusades with a sword, like you're gonna
Yeah,
get executed. Like that's
yeah,
the vibe here.
like a good example would be, say you're working in a professional kitchen and the head chef of that kitchen uses a particular brand of pan. Like that's his favorite brand. He wants everything cooked in that kind of pan, that
Mm,
brand of pan. And maybe one day
like
they're all
Bison
dirty.
only.
Yeah,
But
yeah, maybe
today I
one.
brought an all clad in because the dishwasher quit.
Yeah, the dishwasher quit or they're all in use or something like that. So you pulled out this old cast iron skillet that maybe he has just had in the kitchen but hasn't used in ages, and then he
That's a
catches you using it.
crime. That's a death penalty.
Right. And then of course what he says to you is, I've told you not to use anything but this. You're willfully disobeying my instructions. You're fired. Get out.
Holy
Except in this
shit.
case they shoot you instead of telling you to get out.
Oh my god. That's
Yeah.
fucking bananas, but also, to be completely honest, in line with every kitchen I've ever been in.
I mean, yeah,
I mean, like
I have a
the
friend.
comparison really works.
Yeah, I have a friend in the UK who's a professional chef, and like he has his way that he likes things done. He's not an asshole to the point that he's going to fire someone for using the wrong pan, but
Sure, but like I
he
mean
has
the
his
just
ways.
the environment of a professional kitchen is it's a fairly unique breed of toxic.
Yes, absolutely. Um, but yeah, so that's tech heresy. But they will call people who commit tech heresy heretics. Heretek.
Heretics.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, I'll put it in. Oh, you beat me.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep. That is what they will call someone who has committed tech heresy or blasphemy against the machine god, is a
That's
heretic.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's like they're like a like Linux master race, and if you got caught like whining Chrome for one app, you get like shot in the face.
Basically, yeah.
That's the vibe.
So there is a particular tech priest named Archmagos Belisarius Call. And yes, they do use things like Magos. Like there's different
Of course
kinds of
they
tech priest.
do. It's gonna be
Yeah,
Latinate until the like
yeah,
sun burns out.
right. But there's different kinds. Like there's different departments, I guess you could call them, of the tech priests. Where like there are some tech priests who specialize in, oddly enough, organic creatures. They are called Magos Biologus because they will study both human anatomy. Sometimes some of them will study alien anatomy to better understand how to kill the enemy.
Wait, only like
Um,
sentient beings? Like they're not like
no, they
studying like mushrooms for like better medicine.
Oh no, they would do that too.
Okay.
They would study flora and fauna to see like, is this animal something consumable? Can we
Mhm.
turn it into a crop? Is this mushroom consumable? Can we turn that
Sure.
into a
Are
crop?
tapeworms like somehow like really good for a soldier to have?
Right.
No?
Yeah.
Well, okay, only 30 people died. That's fine.
Yeah. Um, they're also usually the ones who know how to do things like implant cybernetic limbs if someone loses an arm, or turn someone into a servitor, because
Oh.
those servitors I mentioned, that is actually a legal punishment in the Imperium. Is like, if your crime is severe enough, their punishment is you become a servitor. Congratulations, you've been lobotomized and turned into a robo slave.
So it's a little bit like, but worse, the like in the US, like slavery is illegal unless you're a criminal, and you can be a criminal for anything, and then you're a slave for anything, and like we're just sort of circumventing a lot of like ethical
Yep.
quandaries about that.
Yeah, except with servitors, there's no you're going to be a slave for X amount of months or years.
No,
It's
you're just
it's
gone. You are, this is
yeah,
a death penalty, but worse.
yeah, because basically, okay, the
You're a
criminal has died.
Cyberman.
Yeah, the criminal has died. The criminal has been punished, and now your meat suit can continue to serve the emperor. Because why waste a good body? Like, we don't need a brain for that. As long as it can do a
Literally a
task, we.
Cyberman. Your consciousness is not necessary for this
Mm-hmm.
transformation, frankly.
Yep. Just wait until we get into the Necrons, then you'll really
Horrifying.
talk Cybermen. Um,
Wait, okay, hang on, making a note because I do have other questions. I don't
yeah.
know what
Well,
we'll get
well,
to today. I could
yeah.
I
Well,
could go forever. Uh,
yeah.
but
We'll keep on with the Magos with the tech priests for now.
yes.
There is a particular tech priest named Archmagos Belisarius Call. Um, and he is the one who invented the Primaris Marines, all of their armor, their vehicles, their weaponry. Because since they are Space Marine 2.0, they are actually bigger than the original kind of Space Marines. So they needed all their weaponry and vehicles and stuff, upsized to better fit bigger Marines. And him inventing all of this stuff, first off, there are people who consider him a heretic for improving on Space Marines, because to them it's, you think you improved on the Emperor's work? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Mm, of course,
The
it's
only
basically heresy unto itself.
Yes. And then, so like, the ecclesiarchy, the Imperium's church, think some of them think of him as a heretic because he, quote unquote, improved on the emperor's work. He did improve it, but like, to improve upon God's work is heresy. Um Other members of the tech priests, not all of them, but other members of the tech priests view him as a heretic because he invented new tanks, he invented new guns, he invented new armor, he invented new like war gear, like scanners and stuff. He also rediscovered how to use anti-grav technology, because all of the Primaris tanks are hover tanks. And the Imperium has forgotten how to use anti-grav tech for 10,000 years, and all of a sudden this guy finds it again. So a whole bunch of tech priests are like, he's a fucking heretic. He's inventing all this new shit. He didn't put any of this through the approval process, because sometimes when they find new tech, or like they find one of those STCs I mentioned, like say they find an STC that makes a new kind of las rifle. Okay, it's an STC. That's a good thing. It's from the Omnissiah. This is good. But now we need to make sure that the thing it produces is also of the Omnissiah. And that process can take centuries. There was an item found, a special suit of armor called Centurion armor that was meant for Space Marines. They found an STC for it in the 36th millennium. And the Mechanicus didn't fully approve it for use in all Space Marine chapters until like the 40th millennium.
That's really
They
late in this timeline.
Yes, it basically,
It's
that was the
basically
lore.
modern.
That was the lore explaining why the kit came out when it did, to answer the question of like, well, why the fuck haven't they had these the whole time? Where did these come from? The lore answer was, the tech priests said no until now.
That's
Yeah.
what?
Hmm. What's really funny is the Space Marines themselves are not under the authority of anyone except the High Lords of Terra. Like, even the Tech Priests technically don't have any authority over them. So there are Space Marine chapters who will invent new tech. Like, they'll invent like a new variant of a tank or a better bolt gun or something like that. And they'll make it and maybe even share it with other Space Marine chapters that they're friendly with. But the Tech Priests will be like, "What the fuck are you doing? That you didn't run that by us." And they'll go like, "What do you mean we didn't run it by you? You're not in charge of what we make. I don't have to run shit by you, my guy."
Yeah, literally. Like, what?
Yeah, that's how the Tech Priests work. Like, imagine if, you know, uh, Catholic fundamentalists, instead of being obsessed with, reproductive rights, were obsessed with what cell phone was approved by God. And all of a sudden, they're saying Apple is God's chosen machine. And then all of a sudden Samsung comes out and goes, "Hey, we made something better than the Apple." And they go, "You didn't ask us if God would approve that." And Samsung's going to go, what are you fucking talking about? We made a phone. It's our phone, not God's phone.
Literally.
So yeah, that's the Tech Priests, and that's Belisarius Call. The fun thing with Belisarius Call is Games Workshop has left some little storyline openings that they may or may not use. Because the only reason he has not been hunted down and killed is because one of the Space Marine Primarchs, the 18 genetically handcrafted by the Emperor, quote unquote, sons of the Emperor. They're not like his genetic children, but people would call them his sons, etc. They also referred to the Emperor as father. One of them was in stasis for 9,000 years because he had been basically fatally wounded, and if he was not put in stasis, he would have died. And Belisarius Call, with the help of some aliens, actually, and a living saint of the Imperium, found a way to resurrect him, and he came back and basically was like, "What the fuck did you do to my dad's empire?"
Thank you for the hyena. Thank you.
And no shrimping either.
And shrimp stretch. Oh my god, wait, my whole spine just aligned. Incredible. Please go on. Please go on.
Basically, his name is Robute Gulliman. And he's the Primarch of the Ultramarines. And as a direct son of the Emperor, the Imperial Church worships him basically like kind of like Jesus, in the sense like Jesus is the son of God, therefore the approved messenger of God. That's how the ecclesiarchy looks at Gulliman. He is of the Emperor. He is one of the Emperor's chosen sons. We have to do whatever he says. He's literally the son of our God. And Gulliman was really pissed that there was an Imperial Church. And basically, he went to Earth, went to meet with the High Lords of Terra, who are the guys who are in charge of the whole Imperium. And he didn't like some of them. He didn't like what some of them were about, and basically went, "You're fired, you're fired, you're fired, you can stay. You're fired, you're fired." And then picked new people for those jobs. And then also basically went to the custodians and was like, "I'm going to go see my dad. Let me in." And they were like, "Okay." And he had some sort of private meeting with the Emperor, because even though the Emperor is dead/undead, the Emperor can still communicate psychically. So him and Gulliman had a little chat. And honestly, that conversation is one of the most tragic moments in all of Warhammer history. That conversation involved, in a nutshell, "Dad, they've ruined your empire. What the fuck do I do?" And the Emperor was basically, in his fragmented state, could only partially focus.
Sure, he's like not even a person at this juncture.
And he straight up told Gulliman, "Don't call me father. Don't call yourself my son. You are not my son. You were a tool that I made for a purpose, but you have failed at that purpose, but you're also my last hope." And Gulliman was like, what do you mean I was a tool?" And he goes, "You were all tools. All of you were tools."
Everyone but me is a tool. I mean, I'm a tool too. I just don't recognize that.
Well, when I say tool, I mean like he was telling him, "You were a pawn. You were part of the
Literally,
plan."
like it's a
And
game. It's a
yeah,
game, and you've served your purpose and prepare to be sacrificed now.
yeah. Except in this time, imagine being asleep for 9,000 years, going to your dad and being like, "What do I do, man? They fucked everything up. Like, how do I unfuck this?" And his response
We're at a
is like,
5-minute countdown to ads, by the way.
"Okay." His response is basically to say like, what do you mean, dad? None of this dad crap. I'm not your
I am your
father."
father. Oh my god, my IRL
And,
mother.
and to be told
Yes.
not only are you his last hope, but that you also failed at your purpose. Like
Literally.
he straight up told him, you failed at what I made you for, but you're also the last hope I have. So I guess you're gonna have to do.
You're not a good pawn, but you're the last one on the board. So
Yeah,
try your best. You
yeah,
fucking
and
idiot.
yeah, and then I guess we'll wait for ads.
Yes. Okay. Fortunes, I love you. Thank you for sticking around. I don't even know if anyone's left. I mean, apparently Hayne is, because she just redeemed a hydrate and an untrip. But again, whatever. This is for me. This whole channel is for me. This is the Calamity Show. And today also the Oblivion Show, because that's what felt good to me. But we'll be back. So grab a drink, grab a snack, do a stretch, use the restroom, do what you gotta do, and we'll be back in just right around 5 minutes. Mwah. god, my VGM auto activated. Oh, because I didn't change the I didn't change the scene. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm bad. Hello.
It
Hello.
happens.
We should be BGM free. Call yes. We're
I'm
back. We're so
I'm
back.
I'm looking at Violet's page right now. I see someone does some retro gaming.
Yes, Violet's all about the retro vibes. I lurk her stream all the time. I'm rarely in chat, but I'm often lurking, and the game selection is crazy. In fact, you know what? Let's give a quick
Yeah,
shout out before we get into it.
Yeah, I just dropped a follow because one of my best Twitch friends is actually a guy out of Australia who does a lot of retro gaming. So I love watching people play like older games.
I do too. I don't have the like patience or like dexterity for a lot of retro titles. Because
I'm in the same boat.
I'm a heavily disabled gamer. But I love. Okay, now I can finally listen in how much have you missed. We have been talking about nothing but Warhammer, not Warcraft, lore, for like 3.5 hours. So a lot.
Yeah,
We've missed a
yeah,
lot.
it's been like
we covered
3
every
hours and
Chaos
10
God.
minutes.
We covered Fabius, is that his name?
Yep, Fabius Bile. Yep.
And the entire like technocracy, like the tech priests. Did I miss anything? What else have we covered?
Oh yeah, the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar.
Yes, that's right. That's absolutely right.
Otherwise, yeah, I think that was everything.
Yeah, we've
oh yeah,
covered a lot
and
of
custodians. Yeah,
and,
Hyena's
and
right.
the custodies. That's absolutely right. And genetic engineering. Yes. We've covered a ton of ground. Let me guess, you're Nurgle pilled. Wait, fuck.
Called out. No! Called out, Carbon.
Wolfie, what have you done? What have you done?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Carbon.
Wait,
to
Wolf,
give you a...
Wolf, look me in my fucking eyes and tell me which god I started out as a fan of, and you already know that I ended up in Team Nurgle, and I'm so mad that you like 360 no-scoped me. The branding is consistent, isn't it? Fuck! Oh no. Also, Violet, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter. If you have like a special interest that you ever want to talk about on stream, hit me up, DM me. I want this to be an ongoing segment where I interview people about like their passions, their loves, their obsessions. So if you got something to talk about, hit me up. I'll have you on.
Carbon knows you too well.
You started Slaanesh and ended at Nurgle. Fuck!
Outside of the corn, you are correct, Carbon. Calamity started off being like big Slaanesh vibes, and then I introduced them to Nurgle, and suddenly they're like, never mind, it's Nurgle. It's Nurgle time.
That's exactly how it went. Fuck! Oh no, I'm so seen. I'm so seen right here in my own chat. Goddamn. I done cultivated the correct audience, I guess, because like my soul is laid bare. I mean, look, never doubt that you're getting the authentic Calamity experience. That's it. That's all I have to offer. Oh no, I don't like this. Please talk to me more about Warhammer so I don't have to face the like truth of being known. Please. Sorry, Cal, that was an easy read. Shut up. You don't know me. You don't know me. You've never met me. You don't know me. Oh, giant milk mommy too. Yeah. No, we don't have to talk about that. We don't have to talk about any of anything. This is minute 1 of the conversation. Welcome to the first ever special interest Sundays. Hello. We've not talked about anything ever. Hey, I heard that the color that orcs paint their cars affects what the cars do. Talk about that, please.
Yes, we can talk a little bit about orcs.
Thank you.
So orcs, I would hazard a guess, and I will not Hyena, your other mod that was here, VHS.
VHS, yes.
Yeah, since VHS said orcs is one of their favorite factions, if VHS is still here, I'm guessing they will back me up on this.
He's probably lurking.
Or
maybe orcs me. He likes to do that as the worst mod I've ever had.
Orcs are probably the only faction I can call good guys, and they're not good purely because of the fact that they don't fight because they like to kill people or they want to conquer everything or they're out to destroy the universe. They fight because it's fun and they just want to have a good time. They want a good, what they would call a good proper scrap. They don't want little shitty skirmish fights. Like, no, they want a full-on war. They want to get stuck in, as they would say. All they care about is fighting. Fighting good. Whether they're fighting each other, they'd rather fight other people, but if they have to, they will fight other orcs if there's no one else around to fight. Orcs have a very interesting thing about them, though, is that as a species, they have kind of a gestalt psychic consciousness that they are unaware of. Where if enough orcs believe a thing works in a certain way or something will happen if they do a certain thing, if enough orcs believe it, that is now how it works. So because of the fact that orcs believe the color red makes their vehicles go faster, if they paint red on their vehicles, they actually go faster.
And what is the mechanism precisely by which this occurs? Like, is this known?
In terms of like the lore, like why does it happen?
Yeah.
Because orcs believe it'll happen that way.
But could another race believe with the same like fervor?
Nope.
But
literally, because basically every member of the orc race is mildly, weakly psychic to the point that they create kind of a psychic net. And if enough members of the race believe that a thing is the way it is, that psychic energy is basically like, imagine a really, really powerful single psyker casting the ability to say, red makes things go faster, except instead of it being one psyker, it's the whole group of them saying, red makes things go faster. And the thing is, if you get into an orc vehicle that is painted red, it may not even turn the fuck on. Because the way that orc technology is super ramshackle,
so the whole vibe is like dependent on like their internal concept of what things are.
Yes. The horrifying thing is that if there were enough orcs in the galaxy and they were aware of this ability of their species, and enough of them believed that the only life in the galaxy was orcs, every other race in the galaxy would cease to exist. Because enough of them believed that that was the case. But they're unaware of this ability, and they wouldn't want that to happen because then there'd be no one but other orcs to fight.
Sure, right. You preferentially, presumably, want to fight other guys.
Right. Because don't get me wrong, having a scrap with the lads is fun, but eventually you want to spice it up a bit.
All my besties.
Yeah, I mean, like, imagine if I gave you chicken Alfredo.
Like my passive, but the opposite. I don't know if you know my lore, but honestly, yes, this tracks.
Yeah, like if I fed you chicken Alfredo every day for every meal, eventually you're gonna go from chicken Alfredo to again.
Well, I wouldn't, but next.
I mean, are you vegetarian or something?
No, I just really like Alfredo.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's Alfredo is fucking delicious.
It's really
good. Anyway, so yeah, orc technology should not work. Like the way the stuff gets put together, it shouldn't function. But because the orcs don't have the understanding,
like the engine of the car and the wheel of the car are physically not connected, or just they're like connected really badly.
It could be either. It could be either. Depends on the vehicle, because every vehicle is going to be a little bit different. But an example is the Adeptus Mechanicus have examined orc weapons to see how they function. And they have opened them up, and they'll find like some nuts and bolts, a spring, and a half-eaten sandwich, and basically be like, this gun shouldn't fire. But we watched an orc shooting it.
Like, and he shot me with it, but also it's not a functional gun. Simultaneously, both are true depending on who's looking at it.
And there have been times where they have taken orc guns that they've seen orcs shooting, like they were firing bullets. They know that they work. The moment a human picks it up, nothing happens. It works in orc hands only. And it's not because it's like DNA locked or something. It's literally because the orcs believe my gun goes shooty shoot. So yeah, the gun goes
Therefore,
shooty shoot.
If I believe pew pew, then pew pew, yes.
Exactly. And because Carbon is asking about purple orcs, yes, orcs believe the color purple makes you invisible. So they have
So he said, have you ever seen a purple orc? I can't.
Yeah.
A purple orc is definitionally invisible because they
The
believe themselves to be.
The funny thing is that the way that's usually reflected in the rules, depending on the edition of the game, because there is a unit called Orc Commandos. Most orcs do not do sneaky shit. They think sneaky shit's a loser way to fight. Like, they want to be loud, they want to be raucous, they just want to get in there. There are some orcs, though, who they're built a little different, and they like doing the sneaky shit. They like skulking around, they like taking out targets quietly, they like sabotaging things. And they will paint themselves purple, or at least put purple war paint on. Like, they won't be completely purple, but they'll have, like, purple face paint or purple paint on their arms or whatever. And the way that's usually reflected in the rules is they will have what's called an invulnerable save, which is, like, say you get shoot with, like, a super big gun. An invulnerable save would let you still make an armor saving roll, even though normally you wouldn't be able to. Usually it's because they have something like a force field on them or whatever. In the case of orcs with purple paint, it's because, well, there's a chance that maybe you just didn't fucking see them and you missed.
Sure. They were magically blended into the obviously purple planet.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Other times the purple paint has done things like you can only shoot at that unit of orcs if you're within a certain distance, because prior to being within that certain distance, you can't see them. So yeah, because they believe it, it is so.
That's really cool. Like, I've talked both on this interview and offline when we've chatted about, like, I love a world where, like, for example, like, believing in someone's power is enough to elevate them to the realm of godhood. And it seems like the orcs are doing that same vibe, but with everything all the time, always. Like, whatever they believe is.
Also for the orcs, Violet's got a dip, by the way.
Oh, goodbye, Violet. Thank you for stopping in. It was really good to see you, and thank you. Appreciate it. And have a great night.
But something else with the orcs is that their spaceships have holes in them.
What do you mean have holes in them?
Basically, orcs don't understand the concept that space is a vacuum. And because it's not a concern of theirs and they don't have to care about it,
wait, so there is no whole ass negates, like, physics.
Yep. Because of the fact that they don't know having a hole in a spaceship means you should get sucked out, they don't get sucked out.
That's so fucking baller. Wait, how are they not winning?
Because they don't realize they have this power. That's literally the only thing, is that they do not realize they have the power to make shit happen. So, literally,
like, if I walk up to an orc, right, like, with my gun, and I shoot them, and then I run out of bullets, like, let's say this is the scenario, like, they see me run out of bullets. Let's say I missed all of my shots, or they were just, like, non-fatal, non-debilitating wounds, whatever.
Okay.
They just think that I didn't believe good. Or are they just like, weird coincidence. Anyway, I'm going to stab you now.
I mean, here's the funny thing, is they still need to reload their guns. Why? Because they've seen that's how other people's guns work. So their guns will still have magazines with bullets in them. And they can, therefore, in theory, run out of bullets.
Hypothetically, an orc someday could have, like, just never been exposed to the concept of reloading.
Yep.
And would never need to.
In theory, yes. If there was an orc,
hypothetically, that could even be contagious to other orcs. Like, yes, they could see Bob over there doesn't need to reload. I probably don't either, right? And, like, so on and so forth.
Something that could happen is, say, for example, an orc is fighting a space marine. And during this fight, he never witnesses this space marine reload. Even though the space marine maybe has reloaded while he's behind cover or something, but as far as the orc can tell, this
didn't see it happen, so
right.
It didn't.
This orc is just seeing this space marine unload shot after shot after shot.
Absolutely, their gun is forever.
He now believes that Space Marine has a special gun.
So if he managed to steal that Space Marine's gun, he would himself never need to reload, even though it's the
There,
same physical object.
there is a chance that his will enough might be enough to do it just because he witnessed it, or he takes the gun from the Space Marine. Like, say he kills the Space Marine, he takes the gun. He then goes to brag to the boys about how he's got this special gun.
I got an infinite gun, lads.
I got me a beaky gun, ain't run out of no dagger ever. And he'll tell them the story about how he saw this Space Marine just shoot, and never reload. Now, of course, all the boys he brags to believe that that gun doesn't run out of ammo. All of a sudden, the gun never runs out of ammo, but only while an orc is holding it.
Sure, absolutely. We hand that off to a different Space Marine. It's just a standard gun. It's reloaded at the typical times.
Yeah, correct. Or even orcs who didn't know the story. If there are orcs who if there are orcs who don't know the story,
the other side of the planet was never involved in any of this. We mail them the gun, and it's reloaded again at the standard times. The thing that its physical reality dictates.
Yeah, if the orc with the quote unquote special gun
this
gets
is confusing.
Killed,
yeah, bet.
Well, welcome to Orcs Unplugged. They make no sense. Also, fun fact for you: orcs are fungus.
What? Wait. What? I'm sorry. Rewind. I'm sorry. This is the next hour of our lives.
Yeah. Or orcs reproduce. They don't reproduce via sexual reproduction.
Buried the lead. Hyena gets it.
They
She saw my bio knowledge activate in real time. The neurons sparked.
When you kill an orc, the reason that why once orcs land on a planet, it's almost impossible to make that planet orc free forever. Because of the fact that when you kill orcs, when they die, they release spores. And they will shed those spores in little bits, just like while they're ambling about, like if they're between fights at their camp or like whatever city they might have captured, or they'll shed some spores here and there. But when they die, on death, there is a large amount of spores dropped by every orc that is killed. If those spores are not burned, what will happen is little mushrooms will
almost like a cordyceps race.
In a way, because what happens is little mushrooms will grow, and they will gestate grots, which are basically goblins, underground. Eventually, those grots will then pop out as little baby grots and grow up rather rapidly. But their instinct will be to tend to more of these mushrooms. Also, Carbon, if you're going to do a big wall of text, I would break it up, because Twitch does have a character limit that it won't tell you you've hit the limit, but you'll post it and it'll look like you posted it. Oh, there we go. Okay,
yep. No,
I was going to say like it might not post.
Also, you can send it to me on Discord, but
yeah,
it looks like we're good.
Also, Unplugged, cordyceps actually exists. It was not invented by Last of Us. It's just the variant in Last of Us.
Cordyceps is a real fungus. Wait, can I do bio?
Go for it.
Sec?
Go.
Okay,
go,
so
go,
cordyceps
go.
is like a whole actual class of fungus. It's not even a single species. It's a whole class of fungus. But many species primarily feast on arthropods. The most famous of which are ants, specifically leafcutter ants, actually. But also, like, it is almost all species of arthropods, so caterpillars, etc.
There's even cordyceps that infect tarantulas.
Yes, there's a cordyceps that infects almost all breeds of arthropod. There are very few species or even subspecies that are like immune to cordyceps. But it truly is. It's a genuine zombie fungus. I've done my homework. Okay, good. So you know what I'm gonna say. But for anyone in the chat who's not familiar, it is a real zombie fungus. It is the kind of it's essentially a parasitic fungus that controls the bodies of arthropods, which is insects essentially. So it could be wasps, it could be ants, it could be tarantulas, it could be almost any kind of bug that you're picturing in your head. And it, towards the end of their lives, dictates their behavior. Many parasites do this, dictate the behaviors of their host so that the parasite is more likely to pass to its next host, because very few parasites specialize in a singular host. They usually have like 2 to 4 species that they cycle through at different points of their life cycle. So cordyceps are a mushroom whose primary like original host is an arthropod. Depending on like the species of cordyceps and the species of arthropod, they match up. But most species of cordyceps will drive their host. So let's say in this case it's an ant. That's sort of the platonic example here. So the ant is essentially overwhelmed by fungus at this point. The fungus is controlling everything the ant does, essentially by like releasing different kinds of hormones, different biological imperatives, etc. So like the ant climbs up to like the tippy top of a blade of grass and latches on there with their jaws, like to within an inch of their life, like a genuine death grip, a literal death grip on this bit of grass to hoist their bodies up in the air, and then they die. And the mushroom like explodes out of their bodies. And then like a bird or a more predatory insect or whatever the preferential like predator species is comes along and eats that obviously juicy, ripe for the picking out in the open ant. And the fungus, the parasitic fungus, transfers to its next host and continues the cycle, and that's how cordyceps reproduces. But like for the last period of the ant's life, the primary host life, the fungus is controlling all of their behavior. So that's what makes it a zombie fungus. Like the ant is already dead. The ant can do nothing to live. But the ant is fully under the control of this external organism. And that shit's fundamentally scary. And honestly, most parasites do that, including some parasites that you, the human beings looking at my chat, have in your body right now. If you have a cat, sorry, not a chat, streamer, that's streamers, that's a different thing. If you have a cat, the little furry animal that like washes its little paws and shits in a box, you are almost certainly already infected with the parasite that is controlling your behavior. How do you like that for a horror movie? That's called toxoplasmosis. Look it up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, go on. Warhammer.
As Carbon said, the story that they mentioned is an actual piece of lore where these Imperial Guardsmen, so just normal human soldiers, they ran out of ammo, and basically, instead of saying "fuck this, we're out of here," they just started going bang, bang, ba bang, 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 ba bang, while pretending to shoot at the orcs.
Bamboozled them back.
Yeah, the orcs heard bang, so thought they were still being shot at, and were literally dying to non-existent gunfire.
I hadn't even looked at that chat message. I was so caught up in the ecstasy of parasites that I forgot that Warhammer and chat existed.
Yep. And also the end part was a guardsman yelling, "I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank," literally ran over, quote unquote, a group of orcs that were clumped together because in their heads that there was a tank and it ran them over. So they died and got squished like there was a tank there, but there was no tank. So yeah, the Imperium actually is aware of the orcs' ability to do that kind of shit and sometimes weaponizes it against them.
That's so cool. But so how is there a canonical answer to how this particular power of orcs was discovered such that it could be used against them?
Through observations in battle and also study of their technology to find out, like, why do they say that red makes things go faster? Why do their guns work when we open them up and there's like no mechanisms inside? Like, but we've seen these guns work. That's when the Imperium realized that it seems like because the orcs think something works, it does. It's also boarding orc spaceships where the humans who board the spaceships have to have like helmets and rebreathers on and shit like that, because to them, there's no atmosphere in the ship. To the orcs, they don't need that thing because they don't understand the fact that the big ass hole in the ship is not a window. It means there's no air. But to them, there's air because they don't know that that's a thing. And therefore, it's not a thing.
That's so cool. Honestly, orcs... I believe that I would be an orc if I existed in this universe, and ask Hyena what I mean by that.
I will also tell you that the biggest, like most famous orc, currently anyway, is the warlord Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka, also
Jesus
just known as
Christ.
Gazgul or Big Gaz. He has literally been decapitated, and an orc pain boy, which is their form of doctors. They call them pain boys or pain docs. They're guys who build machinery are also just called mech boys, MEKBOYZ, mech boys. But a pain boy basically slapped Gaz's body in a big mechanized suit of power armor, stitched his head back onto his neck, and he was fine. Why? Because as far as the pain boy is aware, well, you got your head cut off. If I put it back on, you should be okay,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And
The
yep.
head off was the problem. Head on, no problem.
Yeah. Yes,
Next.
unplugged. Yes. Gaz was decapitated, literally head cut off. And yeah, his head was stitched back on, and he was fine.
Okay, 0 of the words in Hyena's message are spelled the way I thought they would get spelled. Holy fuck.
Okay. What is the wah? Okay. So a wah, first off, is it tends to be the orc battle cry. If you've ever seen any sort of
Waluigi.
Yeah. If you've ever seen any sort of like Warhammer cinematics or anything that involve orcs, you will hear them. It's their way of saying war, but it's also their war cry.
We're going
where
to
they all just go war, and also I guess you could call it a large army of orcs, or even perhaps a fleet or crusade of orcs, is also known as a Wa. Usually named after the war boss that is in charge of the Wa. So there have been war bosses.
Is that a Wa boss?
No, those are just called war bosses.
Bruh.
Like actual WARBOSS war boss. But basically the prophet of the Wa. Gaz being the prophet of the Wa is he is, according to Orky belief, has been chosen by Gork and Mork, the orc gods. All the big balls are in the.
Welcome to orcs. They don't make sense. They make perfect sense. Ask Hyena how I willed tomato paste into existence.
Fries on the bottom. I'm sorry. There is no Mindy or Gindi. So there are two orc gods, Gork and Mork. I forget which one is which, but one is considered brutal but cunning, and the other one is considered cunning but brutal.
Specifically cunning, not cunning.
And that's cunning, KUNNIN apostrophe, not C, K. Because orcs spell things dumb. Like if they say they're gonna go, if they say they're gonna go have a chat with the lads, it's not LADS, it's LADZ. And a squad of orcs is called a squad. It's called a group of. It's called a group of.
WAD.
No, it's called a group of boys, and it's BOYZ, not S.
Bet. Actually, bet.
But so basically, Gaz is supposedly the chosen prophet of Gork and Mork, who is going to lead the ultimate Wa, the Wa that will beat the shit out of everyone else in the galaxy and show that orcs are bestest.
The Great Wa, as it were.
Basically. Unfortunately, Gaz's fame is growing, which means more and more orcs are hearing about this and believing it, which means it is going to come into being.
Sure. Right. They're manifesting a conflict because they
believe it.
They don't have any reason not to believe it. Not even they actively believe it, just that no one's contradicted it enough to stop it from manifesting.
Yeah. It's basically enough orcs are starting to hear about Gaz, because what Gaz does is he does two things. He tells you you're going to work for, like, if his Wa, who is bigger than your Wa, runs into yours, he will tell you, you're going to work for me now, get in line with the others. And if you say, okay, congrats, you're now part of that Wa, his Wa is now stronger. If you say no, well, then you're going to get beat the shit out of you. You're going to have the crap beat out of you. And then once you're dead, he will then be like, okay, who's in charge of this Wa now? And whoever says I am, he'll go, all right, are you going to get in line? Or are we just going to, like, wipe all of you out?
Sure. It's
Um,
it's a coup by way of belief in a real way.
yeah. In a way,
That's
it's also kind
wild.
of like it's kind of like Gaz is the emperor of the orcs in a way because that's what the emperor did when he started the Great Crusade and he
Sure,
started
not
building
by
a new
literal
galactic
like
empire.
elected title or whatever, but just like he saw the thing an emperor is and did the thing that an emperor is, and then everyone saw him do the thing an
Oh
emperor
no.
is, and it all just
In
led
Gaz's
up to the same thing.
case, he actually did supposedly have visions from Gork and Mork telling him that he is their prophet and he is to unite all the boys and then take him to smash all the humies and take everything over.
He
So
was
he
told to
believes he
crack
is
open a worm one
yeah,
with the
he
boys.
believes he believes he has been told by his gods that he is the chosen one.
Wait, no, we're bringing it full circle. Good shout, Wolfie. I'm supposed to ask about the orcs' belief in the Emperor of Man. That's the fella in the yellow chair.
Um That one I don't know too much about, but I know there are a group of orcs that believe in the Emperor of Mankind and they actively support the Imperium, even though the Imperium would kill them because they're aliens. But there are a group of orcs that believe that because they were exposed to the Imperial faith, saw that the Emperor, he's the one in charge of all these humans. There's humans everywhere, and he's the boss of all of them. What kind of a badass war boss must he be? And so they decided to sign up.
Am I crazy, or do the orcs have like a lot of like Mad Max energy? Oh, thank you for the
Oh, a
headbats
lot.
unplugged.
A lot. Orcs are a mix of Mad Max energy. There is actually a video game, a 40K video game that came out not long ago called Speed Freaks, and that's freaks spelled Freeks.
Bet.
That it's literally just it's an orc vehicle combat game. You fight against other people as orcs driving orky vehicles doing stupid orky shit.
That's so fun. I love
Yeah,
it.
but
They automatically just have that whole energy.
mhm. There is also a group of orcs that have been blessed by corn.
They would be, right? Like that's automatic.
Basically, what happened is the orcs landed on what's called a demon world. Think of it as a planet that has been so chaos tainted that the entire planet has become a giant demon. It's still like spherical in shape in theory, but it is a sentient demonic entity. Um, and it was a cornate demon world. So these orcs landed on this planet looking for a fight, and there were a bunch of corn demons there. So they start fighting the demons, and eventually they start losing. But Korn was so overjoyed at the way they fought and so much enjoyed watching them fight his demons that he was like, you know what? No, no, this isn't over. He resurrected all of them and was like, do it again. And he basically just does this. They fight. Eventually, they all die, and then he goes, "Okay, reset, do it again." And these orcs actually actively worship Korn now because they love the fact that they have found a fight that never ends. They might lose eventually, but all they care about was
Sure.
was it a
Right, but
good fight?
everyone on both sides just wants to keep it up forever.
Well, keep in mind that
Definitionally.
the orcs also find the greatest joy in life is a good fight, and these demons put up a good fight. So now, not only have they found a good fight, they have realized they found a good fight that never ends. Because even if we die, we get to do it again.
Exactly. It's just the fight of fights of fights of fights.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I mean, it makes perfect sense. And realistically, like, basically everyone involved benefits, not necessarily to the same degree or in the same amounts, but like it's an unironic like win-win war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
really cool.
Yeah. Also, to answer the orc vibes question, they are a mix of Mad Max and like soccer hooligans, like British soccer hooligans.
Oh no. I'm more
That's
familiar
that
with
that
Aussie rugby hooligans, but I am deeply acquainted with both breeds of freak. And that changes everything that I was imagining in my head.
Yeah, you know you know the British meme of the you fucking what, mate? I swear on my mum. I swear on my mum, mate. Are you fucking what?
And
Are you
then
having
you
a
flip
giggle?
a
You
car
having a
and light up a Nando's. What about
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, that's basically orcs. It is just you what?
Incredible. You love to see it.
Yeah.
You love to see it. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's fucking magical. I'm kind of British. If you ever come in my chat as an Irishman and tell me that you're kind of British, I will ban you. I will ban you on sight. I swear to God. I
Is
swear to
Unplugged
God.
actually Irish?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes,
Okay.
we are in an actual fight right now.
Okay.
Take it back. Ireland was part of the UK, but only by colonialism, and we do not kowtow to that shit. Not in my family. Easier to say that Ireland is French at that juncture.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with the Normans, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My family ended up in Ireland vis-a-vis the Normans. The English have nothing to do with it. That's just land thieves.
Mm-hmm. And royalism.
And royalism. Okay. We see some agreements. Okay. Okay.
Titty
You can
croissant.
stay. You can stay. I will not abide by it. I just simply shan't. I lost too many fucking direct family members to the Troubles to ever say that I'm a little bit British. I'm not. And I never shall be. I'll concede to French. That's true. But I'm not fucking British. That's just
You know what's wild?
not.
Is that earlier today I was watching a French streamer who streams in English because most of her audience are in the UK or the US. And she started getting shit from French-speaking viewers who were coming in asking why she wasn't streaming in French if she calls herself French. If she's going to stream in English, she should just call herself English. And she was like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about? Just because I'm speaking English doesn't mean I'm not French. I literally live in France."
I mean, okay, but French culture is whack. Like I speak French. I don't even speak English.
French
apparently. French
Yeah,
France. France French and Canadian French. And both groups would say that I do not speak French. Like I speak double French, and both of them think I speak zero French.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a whack degree of like linguistic puritanism.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of the Quebecois like to take pride in some of their French ancestry, but also that they are Quebecois, not French.
Ban
and France
mods.
And France is just so like, we don't talk to those people. They are not from here. Okay. They're not with us. Okay. Don't judge us because of them. They're weird people. They're damaged.
Thank you, Hyena. Yeah, no, the French hate the Quebecois and the Quebecois hate the French. And you know what? They both have some points, but also both of them need to stop being such freaks. Like, to a certain extent, like someone is coming in speaking at least an approximation of your language, and
right.
The linguistic superiority is not beneficial to anyone.
Yeah.
At all.
I will say, hearing that streamer, because she eventually like switched to French and just went off on them. Like you could tell she was pissed because of her tone.
But
I didn't know what the fuck she was saying, but I was like, ooh, she's tearing them a new ass. All I could think is I was just sitting there being all like, damn, she sounds hot.
Oh no!
Like
oh
the French,
God.
I'm sorry, the like her accent was very, very pretty. Also, damn, Unplugged speaking the Gaelic.
Wait. Where's my
I'm
chat?
assuming
Where's my chat? Where's my chat? Oh shit. Hey,
it was Unplugged. It was a VTuber.
It was. He would be. Wait, are you actually fluent, my love? We might have to do a Galaga stream. Honestly, like let's just alienate the whole viewership, nah?
Yeah. Hey, stop it.
I'm not fluent. I'm not fluent,
yeah.
but I'm relatively conversant.
Yeah.
I mean, I read that shit at least.
But no, Unplugged. It was Saruwe. she was doing like a charity stream earlier today, so I was like, ooh, I almost never get to catch her live because she lives in France, so time difference.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big time difference.
Yeah, I think I can't remember if France is 6 or 7 hours because I know England is 6 hours for me.
It's from you it would be 7 from you.
Yeah, okay. I think I figured France was far enough east that it might be an extra hour.
Yes. Yeah, we're adding an hour from GMT there. Honestly, an Irish stream could be fun. I'm very rusty. Honestly, I haven't really spoken Irish much other than like the occasional visit to the West Coast since I was a little kid. So I don't know how much I remember. Like enough to read that, but my spoken might be garbage. It might be terrible. I'm sorry. I'm so
I
sorry.
love the sound of Gaelic.
I'm a fake Irish. You shouldn't say Gaelic, by the way. Like as spoken in English, the like sounds Gaelic actually means Scottish, not Irish. Gaelica is how you want to say the Irish version of the dialect.
Oh, okay, that's interesting because I've heard I know that there's different dialects, and I was told that there's like Scottish Gaelic, Irish Gaelic. I didn't know it was Gaelic. I have learned a thing today.
Gaelic will never be recognized as the Irish language by anyone who speaks it.
That
Gaelic
is
Scottish, while Gaelic is yes.
Oh, I learned a thing today.
Yes,
but I love the sound of both dialects.
They're beautiful languages. Beautiful.
They are. They're like I don't care what someone's like. They could be telling me like they want me to die, and I'd still be like, wow, that was really pretty.
They probably are, and it probably still sounds lovely.
Yeah. I considered trying to learn one of them at one point, but the due to the fact that you're taking the language and translating it into English alphabet characters and stuff, the phonetics just destroy me.
The orthography of Irish is insane.
The syntax gets me.
If you want an approach to Irish Gaeilge from filtered through the perspective of a native English speaker, like Irish, I learned it alongside English as a young child, but I'm not fluent. I do not speak it natively.
Right.
I'm more than happy to give some tips.
Yeah, because actually right now I haven't gotten too far into it, so I'm still very, very basic and completely non-conversational. But
really confusing. The spelling.
Oh no, I've been learning Norwegian.
Oh wait, you're actually primed. You're actually really primed for some success here. The one thing that when Irish orthography was translated to the Latinate alphabet, it was actually done so quite consistently. If you know a very, very basic set of rules, a much more basic set of rules than English pronunciation requires, you can say it. You don't need to know what the words mean even, but like you can be given a word and pronounce it. And that seems impossible if you don't know. I get that because the like letter combinations are insane. But it's true. This went from Warhammer to language lesson. Oh no, I got my autism on the autism interview. Uh-oh.
Yeah, anyway. So yeah, I think we've covered orcs decently well. Like there's more to go into with orcs in terms of like detail on the faction itself, but we got the basics down of orcness. Something I will touch on that I think you might find amusing. More in there if you want. Something that I think I'll touch on that I think you'll find amusing is that the orcs have a few different clans, and each clan kind of has their own preferred way of fighting. It's the names of those clans that I think you will find enjoyable. Some of them are pretty standard, things like the Blood Axes or the Snakebite clan.
Right.
But there is a clan.
Piercing.
Yeah, that's cool. Snakebite piercings are cool.
I don't anymore. Don't get too excited.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, you did say you used to.
Yes.
But the clan of
yeah, big news. If I can swing it, that's going to be the weekends on the Calamity Comedy channel.
There we go.
It's going to be Tism weekends.
Episodes on Spotify.
Special Sundays.
But I'm sorry, just the fact you called it Special Interest Sunday, and now I'm thinking it's like, oh, it's the Cis podcast.
No, it's explicitly the opposite of that.
Exactly. I was about to say it's like full of it's hosted by someone who is not cis, but it's a cis
Honestly, if you're
podcast.
cis, you have to pass an interview to get on.
Oh, I guess I already did that then. Yay, go
Yes.
me. Um, but yeah, basically, the clan that Gaz is from is the clan that I think you'll have a laugh at because they're the Goths, not Goths.
Goths,
G-O
like Goff?
Goffs, the Goths.
It me. It me. It me.
Yeah, I told you they're fucking football hooligans. Like,
They
you know my
are.
sister's.
They're literally. That's just fucking Man U fans. Look at me in my
Yeah.
eye and tell me I'm wrong.
Did you know my sister's one of them Goths?
Bet. Bet. No. Oh my god. Holy shit. Call it the SIS podcast, please. Why? Like SIS is Special Interest Sundays because that's the working title here. I know we're on the first episode and I only have like one other person lined up, but
For now,
I'll find more. Frankly, by hook or by crook, I'll be like coming in uninvited to people's DMs, being like, "Hello, do you have autism and would you like to talk about a topic on my platform?" Like literally, do you want 6 hours of uninterrupted time with like a amateur interviewer? Because I got that. Please be on my channel.
honestly, if
Yes,
you got
call it
enough
Special
people,
Interest Sundays. Bet. Yeah, right.
if
Like that's the vibe.
if you got enough people who could take part on the regular, you might even be able to get like a fun little like roundtable thing where like, okay, this episode, it's your turn to talk about your thing, and we're all going to listen and ask questions
It's
about
a
your thing
group
because we want.
interview. Oblivion,
Yeah,
talk about Warhammer, and here's like one tabletop nerd and one roguelike nerd and one like crochet nerd to
yeah,
like
or like
levy questions.
Unplugged mentioned doing Bloodborne. They're like, all right,
Yeah.
Unplugged, tell me about Bloodborne because all I know is it's a Souls-like game, and therefore it means that it would make me angry. Tell me the
Yes.
lore about it though, because I have heard the lore for Souls-like games are really good.
VHS talking about photos. Wait, that's a really good idea. I'm gonna harass him and force him to be on the show. I am. I own him, so
Yeah,
it's
and this
guaranteed.
way, this is also like if you got a little roundtable thing going on, like sure, like you'll have other people asking questions of the person whose day it is, but it also means that like if like Unplugged's doing Bloodborne lore one day, maybe if I can't be there, well, okay, that's fine. You can ask your own questions and still talk to
Absolutely.
Unplugged about Bloodborne lore. This means it doesn't like nobody has to be
I'm a
there. It's just like if
robust
they can.
conversationalist. I can ask
Yeah,
anyone questions about anything.
yeah.
And just let them yap.
See, this is why I should be a streamer manager. I'm great at coming up for ideas for other people, but not for myself.
I mean, you're welcome to like soft manage me. I just won't pay you because I don't have any money.
I'm down to be a consultant. We'll just call it a consultancy.
Fair enough. That's completely valid. We'll talk about it offline.
Yeah.
What about Destiny 2 lore? Wait, Wolf, do you want to come on and do Destiny? I
Oh
don't know
my-
anything about Destiny. I'll ask you
Neither
a
do-
billion questions.
Neither do I, other than I was very sad that Lance Reddick passed, and a friend of mine adores Destiny, and she was very upset, like legitimately,
Hyena, can you
like crying
pause
upset.
ads, please? I don't have the dashboard on my view, so if you can snooze, please snooze.
Yeah.
All three.
Also, speaking of Hyena, their idea for the name Tanuki raises awareness of nuanced special interests, aka trans interests.
Wait, no. This is compelling. This is compelling. I like it. I know that I have a friend that if I can wrangle them to go live can go insane about like very niche crochet and knitting stitches. Like this is the kind of people I collect automatically. Like as an autist, I collect other autists. Right? Like I know that they can talk like crazy about like heritage knitting stitches. And I want to get that. I want to put that shit on my channel. If they're comfortable with like talking live. I want it. I want it. I love letting people yap about their interests. I love learning from them. I love giving people the space to have the kinds of like, like how often do you actually have opportunities to yap for hours about Warhammer lore, not Warcraft, different thing.
Yeah.
Probably not all the time. I think it's valuable. And
Yeah.
I want it. I want it to be part of my brand. Artisanal. Artisanal. Yes.
Oh my
Let's
God,
go. Let's
artisanal.
go. Let's go. That's it. That's the whole
That's
vibe.
that's amazing.
You
Wolf,
get
you're
it.
you're Wolf, you're a marketing genius.
My God. Holy shit. Artisanal.
Um
Holy
all
fuck.
right. So I guess we've covered orcs. We mentioned the goths because I figured you'd have a giggle at that.
I did.
Next question from you. I know you've taken some notes, and I don't think I didn't see any questions from chat.
I had one offline question come in from someone who wasn't able to be here live.
Okay.
They ask about the Tau. Is that correct? TAU?
The Tau. Yep.
Anything you have to offer about that, I think, is welcome.
I hate them.
This will be someone who is catching the VOD, so you can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay. So first thing about the Tau, I hate them. I'm kidding. I don't hate them. They're not my favorite faction, but I don't hate them. They are an interesting faction. They're a Xenos race, so they're aliens. They are until last year, actually, were the newest race to 40K. They came out in the early 2000s. I think like 2003 or 4 was when they were added to the game. They are. A lot of people will make jokes that they are space communists. They're not. Basically, the Tau exist in a caste-based society. The castes are based on the elements. There's the fire caste, who are their military arm. Those are their warriors. The earth caste, who are their scientists, be that medical, technological, etc. The air caste, who are their... I don't want to just call them pilots, but that's their main thing, is that they pilot the spaceships, but they're also the crews that live on said spaceships, but they also pilot any kind of planet-based craft as well. They fly. And then there's the water caste, who are their merchants, but also like their negotiators and things like that when they're interacting with other species. So diplomats. They're basically merchants and diplomats. The fifth caste are the ethereal caste. Those are the ruling caste. They are the ones in charge. Why? Because they said so. Literally,
how does that work?
Basically, the Tau, back sometime, I want to say in Millennium 35, an Adeptus Mechanicus explorator vessel, which is basically just a ship exploring the galaxy looking for stuff.
A scouting ship.
Yeah, they happened to find the Tau homeworld, and they noted that there was a primitive, like throwing rocks with slings and spears with stone heads on them.
Ponder, welcome in to interview 1 of Special Interest Sundays. Ponder may end up being a future guest, so I'm glad you could join us. Go on,
nice.
Tau.
I'll just do a quick aside with Hyena's question because I think I already know the answer.
Please do.
Yes, Hyena. Basically, the Chaos Gods exist in multiple universes, but they are the same deities. So, like, the Chaos Gods exist in Warhammer Fantasy, they exist in Age of Sigmar, and they exist in 40K. And technically, they are all the same gods. They have the same memories and same existences because they are multidimensional beings. Continuing with the Tau. So... The Mechanicus found the Tau homeworld, saw that there was a primitive Xenos race on the planet, and that the planet was gradable for habitation by humanity. And they marked it in their system as like, a follow-up fleet can come by, exterminate the aliens, and we can colonize the planet. Due to the fact that the Imperium is a bloated bureaucratic monster, that follow-up fleet never happened. The planet, like the note to exterminate the aliens on that planet and colonize it, was oopsies forgotten. Unplugged says ads.
Oh shit, we got ad jump scared. Are you okay with a quick couple minute break so that we can make sure everyone catches everything they need to see?
Yeah. Also, Hyena. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Hyena was trying to say you have a 3-minute warning. It's Hyena's now
It
saying, like,
wasn't
never
a
mind. That
3-minute
is the ad
warning.
break.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I guess Hyena never got the snooze button. I know
All
as a mod,
right.
I've had instances where as a mod
Yeah, no,
myself, I have not been given the snooze button. So,
Twitch's ad warnings are garbage. I have a bot, but if I snooze, the bot breaks. So,
oh, okay.
yeah. So
I was
we'll
wondering
take
because
a
I was
couple
like, I
minute
saw there was a
break.
bot talking about it earlier.
Yeah. We'll take a couple quick minute break and be
Yeah.
back on the other side.
Yep.
Because
Okay.
I know a lot of our viewers right now are not subbed. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll catch you in like 5ish.
Okie dokie.
Fortunes, do your thing, take your stretch, get your potty, get your snack, get your drink, do your stuff. We'll be back very soon. I love you. Hello, fortunes. We're so back. We're so back. I don't know if Oblivion is back, but I am.
Oh, I am.
Oh, yay! We have the whole crew here. We were talking about the Tau. Do you have more to
Yes.
say?
I have plenty more to
Oh,
say.
good. Please do. We have a
I'm also
follow
gonna
up question from chat as well that I
yeah.
have put on the
I'm
back burner in my notes.
okay. I am also going to read off the
We've
message I
got,
put
just
in
to be
chat.
clear, we've got about
Mhm.
another hour from me before I absolutely must walk the dog,
That's fair.
give or take. An hour and a half pushing it.
Okay. All right. So first, I'm going to read something I said in chat, just because in case you missed it, I think you'll have a good laugh. I'm Touch of Oblivion. Welcome to my Tau Talk, which I've paused during the ads.
Also, wait, where's the music? Did my music not play during my BRB screen? Wait, hang on.
I did not. I did not hear it either.
Oh, dang. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. You know what? I think I know why, and I'll fix it for if we take another break tonight or in the future. I should be able to fix that. I think I know why that happened.
Okay. Well, at least we know. At least you have a good idea.
Thank you for the heads up, Unplugged. I appreciate everyone who comments on sound issues so that I can fix them.
Yes, always let your streamer know if the audio is messed up, regardless
Please
of
always
what the audio
let your streamer know. Let your streamer know if there's any problems. Please.
Yeah.
We don't
even though
always
it's been
catch it.
Yeah, even though it's been 3 years since I streamed, there was one stream I did where for the first 2 hours of stream, there was no game audio and no one said anything.
I failed
I
to
was
turn
so
on
mad.
game audio so frequently. And
yeah,
it's a
yeah,
whole thing.
yeah.
Always let your streamer know if there's a problem. We welcome
yeah.
it. We welcome it. We love you until the sun burns out for that comment.
Yeah.
I promise.
But yeah, that one time that happened to me and no one said anything for 2 hours, I was so mad because I was like, why would I stream a game and not put the sound on, guys?
Oh, Hyena's right. She did DM me on Discord to let me know that my BRB music wasn't playing. I just didn't see it because I was busy.
Anyway, so Tau time.
Tau time.
Yes. As I was saying, the Mechanicus found the Tau when they were a primitive species, like caveman level technology, and marked the planet to have, exterminatus done, wipe out the aliens, colonize it. That never happened just because bloated bureaucracy of the Imperium. That note never made it to the people who it needed to go to, so they never had a follow-up fleet come. Shockingly, over the next several thousand years, the Tau culture advanced dramatically, to the point that, like, what took even the Eldar, say, tens of thousands of years to get to, they had that done in a few thousand years. And it was because the Tau were originally the different subspecies of Tau, because the caste system, it's not just a social thing. They're literally biologically different from each other. They're the same general alien race, but they are subspecies. The Fire Warrior caste grew up in the plains and therefore did a lot of running, and were kind of like primitive humans, where we were stamina based.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hunters.
We're gonna just walk you to death.
So the Fire Warriors were taller, more muscular, stronger, better built, more stamina. The Earth caste are
upright physiological applications.
Yep. The Earth caste are basically like the Tau version of dwarves, and I mean fantasy dwarves, not actual dwarf people with dwarfism.
Like platonic, like lives underground, does rock stuff.
Not that the Earth caste necessarily lived underground, but the fact that they are shorter than other Tau, but they are stocky, and they are very good at building things. Yeah, they are very intelligent scientifically. They are very good at building things, crafting things. Like they aren't just the scientists of the Tau, they're also their craftsmen. Anything that gets built, whether it's a gun, a house, a water purification facility, all built by Earthcast. So like the Earthcast know how the guns and stuff work. The Fire Warriors are the ones who use them. The Aircast lived on like mesas and mountains and stuff, and they are tall but very, very skinny, very thin. Think a little bit of the what were they called? The alien race that made the clone troopers in Star Wars, like the tall, white-skinned, super lanky aliens.
I don't go to Star Wars at all, but someone in chat will know.
Yeah. Think of kind of like that.
Geonosian?
No, those are the bug people. I'm talking about the ones who lived on the water planet that it always rained, and they had the cloning facilities.
Hyena will know. Don't
Yeah,
worry, she'll
hyenas,
find
right?
it.
I always
She's my
forget the
she's
name
my
of that
Star
race.
Wars resource because I think Star Wars kind of sucks, and I also just flatly refuse to participate in any of the media because I also think the fandom is heavily toxic, and I don't engage
Hmm.
with media whose fandoms are ultra toxic. Like if a fandom is so toxic that if I, a person who does not really engage in online fandom, am like, hey,
There we go.
wow,
Hyena got it.
you ruined your own shit for me. I mean, I'm gonna just trust that instinct.
Yeah. Okay. So hyena got it. It's the
Kaminoans,
Kaminoans. That yeah. Their planet is Kamino. Um, because
Kaminoans, my
yeah
followers.
I wanted to call it Chemosian, but Chemos is a planet in 40K, so the people from there would be
Oh,
the
you got your
Chemosians.
autisms crossed.
Yeah. I'm not like huge on Star Wars lore. Like I know the movies, I never read any of the books or anything like that. So beyond shit that happened
Play
in the
Star
movies,
Wars,
I'm
but
like
I can respect that
I
logic based. Okay, look, I respect
yeah.
any Star Wars fan who looks at me and says like, "Hey, here if I go, here are the reasons that I don't engage with this media," and they're like, "You know what? Fair enough." That's a
Yeah.
Star Wars fan I respect.
Yeah, honestly, I'm in the same boat. Like, if a fandom can make multiple actors from a franchise say like "fuck this shit," I'm turning off my social media.
Literally.
I d-
Like if
I don't
they're
want to be
if a
involved.
whole celebrity is deactivating their social because you're all freaks. Like, I'm sorry, I don't fuck with that. I like if that's a hot take, okay, I'll alienate my own chat right now. If you are harassing actors to the point that they feel the need to deactivate their social media because they are a human person who you are making so uncomfortable that they are no longer willing to be an actor, you fucked up, not them.
Yeah,
They're not
yeah.
weak. You're an asshole. That's how
Hmm.
that is.
Yep. Anyway, so the Aircast, like I said, lived on mesas and other tall places like mountains and stuff. They're very tall and thin, like the Kaminoans from Star
This
Wars,
is
minus
starting
the
to give
minus
a little bit of Rosharan biology,
a little bit,
right?
but
I love that you got that.
minus the giant giraffe necks that the Kaminoans have. They have like very long necks, like their necks are like 2 or 3 feet long, and the Aircast don't do that. However, the Aircast do have slightly hollow bones, much like avians, and they actually do have the ability to glide if they jump from a high point, because they actually have
Oh golly, they
membranes.
do have long necks. Sorry, I just
Yeah,
googled this.
yeah. The Aircast do actually have
If anyone
membranes on
needs
their
me to put
body,
it on
much
chat, I will.
like much like a flying squirrel. Um, so yeah, the Aircast actually could glide. Um, and then the water casts are honestly kind of mostly humanoid in terms of like they're just generic like human sized Tau without the extra muscles of the fire cast or anything like that. Um, uh, and what that meant
We
too. Oh
have
my god.
conflicting meanings of F in chat.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, basically the different subspecies of Tau would frequently war with each other, and it wasn't necessarily all four of them. Sometimes maybe the air cast and the fire cast would go to war, or the earth cast and the water cast would go to war. Sometimes it was all of them. Eventually, one day, what was I forget the exact description they give, but basically a spacecraft came out of nowhere, and a strange Tau came out who identified as an ethereal, and this ethereal basically was like, all right, enough of the bullshit. We need to work together for the greater good. Okay? And we're all going to sit down and we're going to come to a consensus on this. And for some reason, all the different casts were like, okay, yeah, sure, we can sit down and have a consensus on this. And after not much time was spent in regards to these negotiations, all of a sudden, yep, everyone's at peace. We're all going to work together to better the Tau as a whole. We're going to work for the greater good, and the ethereals are going to be in charge. Well, where the fuck did the ethereals come from? I don't know. The sky. So yeah, very strange. I don't know if it's ever been like canonized, but fan theory last I heard was that the Eldar created the ethereals to help the Tau become a cohesive species and maybe one day become strong enough to fight humanity.
Okay, this actually this veers it close enough that I must ask
Mm-hmm.
as a tangential question.
Mm-hmm.
One that I've had in my notes actually for a hot minute, like since several hours ago.
Okay.
Uh this is, I assume both of these questions are 40K related because they're
Okay.
related to each other, and one of them, like, they're space travel dependent
Mm-hmm.
ish. Uh, what is the default planet, like the home of the 40K universe, or is that variable? Like if I play a Space Marine versus play a Tau versus play an Eldar, like is
Um,
it just whatever my home planet is home, or is there a true
um,
default in the universe?
the closest thing to a default would be Holy Terra, for humanity as a whole, because that is the throne world, that is the seat of the God Emperor, it is where he is from, it is the birthplace of humanity. Beyond that, if we're talking about like a particular Imperial Guard regiment or a Space Marine chapter or whatever, they each have their own home worlds.
Sure, they originated from like Alpha City 7 or whatever.
Right.
And
Like
that's Earth.
right, like the
That's where everything starts.
right, and like the Crimson Fist Space Marine chapter, their homeworld was called Rin's World. It has since been lost because orcs basically fucked it up. But
Well, they would.
the Ultramarines, their homeworld is called Macragge. The White Scars are from a planet called Chogoris. The Space Wolves are from a planet called Fenris.
That's wait, I'm sorry, the wolves are from a planet called Fenris? Wait, no, I'm gonna ask one more question, and we have at
Okay.
least two more now because I've
Okay.
added one personally and we have one from chat. But
Okay.
my follow-up question to that, like, what's the default planet?
Hmm.
And your answer is exactly what I anticipated, to be frank. Uh
Hmm.
there are on Earth right now as it
Hmm.
exists for like people who like live here, who I assume is most people in chat, including me, and I'm a fucking like literally immortal tanuki. I'm a whole infinite raccoon.
Hmm.
But I do live on Earth. And I do have a concept of an alien. And there are popular concept of aliens, like you have like bug-eyed monsters and grays and
Hmm.
greens and etc.
Right.
Do
Yeah.
are those concepts represented in the alien races? Alien to
Um.
the Earth analog races of Warhammer?
To a point, I would say the Tau are probably the closest thing
They're
40K
giving
has to the
grays.
Greys.
You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, they're not quite the Greys, but they are the closest thing 40K has in regards to bug aliens. The Tyranids, the Tyranids are the reason the Zerg from StarCraft exist.
Okay.
They are an ever hungry intergalactic swarm of insects that exist under a Gestalt hive mind that controls everything. Um, there are no individuals within the Tyranid organism, like, because that's basically what it is one giant organism with many tendrils. There are certain organisms that perhaps have a little more autonomy than others, but they are not a person. They are not like I am bug monster, Steve. That's not how they work. It is um some of the Tyranid hero units in the game would be things like the Swarm Lord, which is a very special hive tyrant. A hive tyrant is basically a leader of a Tyranid army. Um, the Swarm Lord was an organism first seen when the Tyranids tried to invade the ultramarine homeworld of Macragge. But since then, because of the effectiveness of that organism is basically recreated, including its mental faculties and memories, by the Tyranid hive fleets when necessary.
Wait, so they're like uh if you catch it, I don't ever assume anyone is familiar with anything because I'm a freak and every time I assume I'm wrong. They're like
Mhm.
Borgesque.
In a way, most of the Tyranid organisms, like 99.99% of Tyranid
I
organisms,
didn't think I had to
do,
ask about Tyranids, but I turn out to be wrong.
yeah, that most of them do not have any kind of individuality, autonomy, or anything.
They're
They are
whole
organism.
drones in a
Yeah, yeah,
cohesive
ba-
hive unit.
yeah, basically, and similar to the Borg, there are certain Borg that are meant to perform certain tasks, or at least they are better at those tasks than other Borg. They exist to serve the whole of the Borg collective.
Hmm.
The Tyranids are much the same. Like a
Sorry for
Termagant is it.
introducing Star Trek into my chat, but also
No,
I'm not. It's a my goddamn chat. I'll nerd out in the way that I want to nerd out.
Yep, we're fine. Um, so like a termagant is a very basic Tyranid organism. It's a little what the community would call a little gribbly because it's just a tiny little bug. It will die very easily,
That's
and
cute.
it's meant to provide a little bit of low level ranged fire support. And if you're fielding them in like units of 20, even if it's a shitty gun that doesn't shoot very far, they still have guns. Fun fact about Tyranid guns, basically think of them like symbiotes that are attached to their host organism. So the guns as well are also organisms. Um, but something like a Hormigaunt is a slightly better basic little Gribbly, but that one is melee centric. It exists to velociraptor the shit out of enemies.
Based. Let's go.
Um,
Pretty girl.
yeah, but yeah. So the Tyranids have multiple hive fleets, and the Tyranids are not from our galaxy. They actually kind of got accidentally summoned here 10,000 years ago during the Horus Heresy. It just took them that long to get from Galaxy A to our galaxy. Um, the thing with the lore in regards to the Tyranids is we know that they drift between galaxies once they've consumed one. The thing is, there are little lore tidbits here and there that hint that maybe the reason the Tyranids came to our galaxy is because they're running from something. Like there is the chance that something from the Tyranids' home galaxy was so powerful it made them flee. The Tyranids also
What's
exist.
scary enough for that? Do we have a lore answer, or is it just
Nope,
vibes?
nope. There's just been little
So there could be
tidbits
like a
here.
whole kraken or like equivalent.
The funny thing is that that's kind of how the Tyranids are represented in regards to our galaxy because their hive fleets are enveloping our galaxy like a bunch of big tendrils, and they are coming at us from above our galaxy, under our galaxy, on the east side of our galaxy, the west side of our they have enveloped our galaxy and are coming in at it at all angles because there is tasty biomass to be consumed. Because what the Tyranids do, like, they are not good, they are not evil, they don't hate, they don't have a particular thing of like have to wipe out all the humans. They will consume all life that is not of the swarm.
Chuck Norris scared them off.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Chat do have the yolks.
But like what Tyranids will do is they when they invade a planet, they don't just drop bugs down there to just kill all the people who live there and then like move on. They strip the planet bare. They take all life, flora, fauna, atmosphere. The only thing left when Tyranids leave a planet, if they are not stopped, is a dead rock. There is nothing left, even down to the microorganism level. They strip everything.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So
to the point.
they're like actually like if we're gonna put this in terms of like human space travel on the planet that
Mhm.
is real, and I am probably already exceeding the nerddom of my own chat, but like this is we did von Neumann probes but bad.
In a way, the Imperium has enacted a strategy. It's called the Cryptman strategy because it was Inquisitor Cryptman who first came up with it, and it's the only
Can I
effective
just
strategy.
interject and say that I'm
Yes,
obsessed that I like really fired off what I consider to be like uh I'm not good at calibrating my science knowledge to normie tier, but like I was like, oh, it's like Van Neumann probes, and you were like, almost. Like you just rolled
yeah.
with it, and I think that's beautiful. Go on though, please.
Uh,
Oh
but
no.
yeah, yeah. Basically,
Yes.
Inquisitor Cryptman's strategy was, okay, we know this hive fleet is coming at this particular star system. We need to kill every planet in that star system. Well, how do we evacuate the people? No, you're not understanding me. We don't. So the Imperium has literally done what they call exterminatus, where they will bomb a planet with a weapon that will either make the planet explode or kill all life on the planet, depending on what they want. And they have done that to entire solar systems in groups, because what they end up doing is creating a line of dead star systems that have nothing for the Tyranid hive fleets to eat. Why? Because it makes the hive fleet go, well, there's nothing here. I guess we'll go back the way we came and see if we can find something else. Or they end up stopping there and going, oh shit, we're going to starve. There's nothing here for us to eat. Fuck. And then the Imperium attacks them because they have no way to replenish any of their losses because there's no biomass. But in so doing, in destroying these star systems and leaving planets as dead rocks, they are killing billions of Imperial citizens because they do not evacuate them. If they have the time, they might try. But otherwise, they just go, nope, we're just going to kill this planet. Well, what about the people? Fuck them. Because if we don't kill this planet and kill all the people on the planet,
It's
8 more
not a
planets are going to
valuable
die.
planet, like,
It's no, even if
comparatively.
it is a valuable planet, the problem is if we don't kill these planets and make the hive fleet stop here and have no biomass, there's 20 other planets past this one that also each one has billions of people on it. So we either kill 8 billion people now and save 42 billion people, or the Tyranids get to eat 50 billion people.
That's so fucked. Can we talk more about, like, is there, like, good Tyranid origin stuff that we haven't
Oh,
already
absolutely not.
covered? I'm ignoring chat questions at this juncture for, like, my own. Like, I'm invested in this. Like, do you think that I'm doing special interest Sundays as a charity? I'm not. I will listen to anyone talk about their passion forever, and I will get invested, and I will have questions, and I will, like, be it and actively engage. I'm not a good interviewer. I'm just interested. That's it.
In regards to Tyranid origins, are you meaning like where they came from?
Where they came from, what their, like, whole, like, motive is, because I assume that has, like, a broader narrative function, right? Because we are ultimately talking about a constructed fictional world.
Yeah. So we don't know where they came from outside of another nearby galaxy. That's all we know. We don't know which one. We don't know if it was from the Andromeda galaxy, because that's our nearest neighbor, or if it was another galaxy. We just know that they are intergalactic. They may have come here because they happened to notice that there were psychic energies emanating from our galaxy, and psychic energy means food, so they decided to come here, even though it took them 10,000 years. Or something made them run the fuck away from their home galaxy, and they happened to be drifting by ours and went, oh, we can
guaranteed scary option.
Right, yeah, that's
not
the terrifying
why
option.
did this predator hunt me? It's what was this predator running from?
Yeah, because the only motivation the Tyranids have is consume biomass. Why? To 1, keep existing hive fleets fed. 2, to make more. They are a
like viral, even not even
viral
fungal, viral.
Viral, or even just a basic animal's behavior. What is my purpose?
Sure.
Eat, sleep,
make baby.
Yeah. Eat, sleep, reproduce. That is my purpose.
Were you trying to say hot chip?
No.
Are you sure?
No, but I like hot chip. Now I want hot chip.
Okay. Noted. You lose points. You lose points. Targeted question. You failed.
But yeah, like the Tyranids are neutral outside of the fact that they do have a Gestalt consciousness that is just known as the hive mind. And while the hive mind has never been portrayed as an entity in the sense of like it has super big plans and whatnot and this, that, and the other thing, there is one human the hive mind hates. And that is Chief Librarian Tigurius of the Ultramarines.
The librarian?
Librarians are Space Marine psychers. Think of them like Space Marine wizards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I
They're called
retract my
librarians. Yeah.
incredulity.
They're called librarians because they also keep records of the chapter's history and stuff
Sure.
like that.
Sure.
But
Like it's a
but
librarian, but on a technicality.
yeah. But yeah, Chief Librarian Tigurius is the only human of any kind known to have psychically linked with the hive mind and lived. Anyone else who has tried, whether that's other Space Marine librarians or
Wait, so he
human
became their
psychers,
antichrist just by talking to them once and not dying?
um, it's not so much that he was the Antichrist, it's that he fucked up their plans. Like, because he connected to them, he was able to figure out where they were going, and therefore the Imperium did that whole wipe out a bunch of planets thing,
Right.
and that fucked an
Counter-intel
entire
kind of vibes.
yeah, and it fucked the entire hive. It fucked an entire hive fleet out
Come
of
back and
progressing.
We're still talking about Warhammer. That's going to be the whole stream.
But yeah, Chief Librarian Tigurius also tried to reach into the hive mind to understand it and figure out, like, is there an overall purpose for this? Is it just basically one giant animal in many parts? And he found that there is an intelligence there. Like, there is something sentient, but he couldn't
like
quite
a
understand
central
it.
individual or an intelligence that arises from like swarm mental.
It's hinted at that it's a collective consciousness kind of thing. Like it
So
is
like
it is
a
the
hive,
it is
a beehive is a brain, but not because any individual bee has a brain.
yeah, it's like the various intelligences of all of the Tyranid organisms, even though most of the organisms are not very intelligent at all, come together to create one giga intelligence. And that intelligence is directing all Tyranids everywhere.
I mean, honestly, like cooperative organisms vis-a-vis like ants, naked mole rats, crazy. Spooky. Honestly, there's very little in the natural kingdom that truly like puts me on the back foot. But like those types of cooperative organisms, no. I prefer not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And basically what Tigurius ended up doing basically made the hive mind essentially look at him and go, "You, what did you do?"
Oh no.
And so yeah, the hive mind has it out for Tigurius, and I believe there have been lore instances where when the hive mind has realized Tigurius is present to fight a particular group of Tyranids, the hive mind is like, "I'm gonna get that son of a bitch." Like, there have been times it has changed plans and behaviors purely because it had the opportunity to maybe kill him.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Spooky. Genuinely spooky.
It also shows how strong of a psyker Tigurius is, because every other psyker who has tried to do what he did, yeah, basically their brains melted because they just got overwhelmed by the sheer psychic presence of the hive mind.
Can we explain a little bit about psychers? I feel like I understand what they are, but I don't necessarily understand what they are in contrast to other forms of like magic-esque guys.
Okay. I will touch. I will. Yeah, I will touch on psychers because that's actually a pretty easy thing to explain, and then I'm going to bounce back to Tau, since you did have someone ask about Tau, and I barely got to touch them. I had someone
talk about Tau, and also someone ask about nuns with guns. That's also on my list of questions.
Gotcha. Okay, so psychers, much like what I mentioned with Warhammer Fantasy, how wizards pull on a particular wind of magic, which is essentially a particular type of chaos energy to make their spells go off and magic things happen. Psychers basically reach into the warp, that realm that is made of feelings and emotions that I told you about, which is also basically just a realm of chaos energy. They reach into that and pull power from it and use their will to make that warp energy turn into what they want to happen, whether that's like they levitate a 500-pound box and throw it at someone, whether that's they shoot lightning out of their fingertips, whether that's they heal someone who got shot. It can be whatever they have the aptitude for, like if they are skilled in how to do it and they have the willpower and fortitude to do it. Because the downside to being a psyker is that every living being outside of a particular group that I won't touch on right now has a soul.
DM me the group, because if we have time, I'll want to add this, and if we don't have time, I'll want to put it on next times.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm. But basically, everyone living, whether that's a human, an orc, an eldar, whatever, all have souls. Except for Tyranids. Tyranids really don't have souls. But
They're not even real. They're
kind
alive,
of, yeah,
but only
in
like in a cursed way.
in a way. But everyone has a soul, and those souls, if demons are nearby, like if there is a weakness in the barrier between reality and the warp, the demons can perceive those souls and see that there are living beings nearby. And sometimes those demons may whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Like, they do have the ability to influence you in ways, and depending on your strength of will, maybe you'll shrug it off, or maybe you'll suddenly decide, like, you know, that guy next door really fucking pisses me off. I should just fucking kill him
It's
today.
Homer v. Ned.
Yeah. And Psychers shine especially bright in the warp because their souls are a little bit stronger, and their souls have a direct connection to the warp in the sense that they can siphon warp energy to cast spells, essentially.
How
And
I'm sorry, this is a tangent. Can I
mhm.
interrupt for just a
Yeah.
hopefully very brief second? How universal is the idea of the warp? Like
It
amongst like the races, and let's limit it to just 40K.
in 40K, really the only race that either denies its existence or at least doesn't understand its existence is the Tau.
Oh, okay. So
And
everyone, not
and the
everyone
Tyranids.
has equal like access to it, but everyone
No.
is like on board with, yes, the warp as a form of pseudo afterlife at least
Th-
exists. Is
most
tangibly physically real.
I will say most of humanity probably would not acknowledge the warp as the afterlife, because most humans don't
Sure,
know that
because
chaos.
frankly, they'd have to acknowledge the emperor is dead to do that.
Well, no, it's a matter of the fact that the warp is essentially hell because it's mostly chaos.
Okay, big
Um,
news about what the emperor is experiencing, but next.
yeah. Also, something that I forgot to mention earlier: the faster than light travel in the 40K universe that is used by most races, not all. Yeah, they go through the warp. So basically, they open a portal into hell, fly their ship through hell for a bit, and pop out somewhere else in the galaxy.
You're perilously close to making me fucking play this stupid
Yeah.
piece of shit game. Do you think I have that money? I don't.
Then just play the video games, or read
Yeah.
the stories. The stories are really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically,
That's good lore.
humanity's ships that go through the warp
The
have
warp is not even a belief thing. It's
no, it's another
tangible.
dimension.
It's true.
It's another.
It is a true extant realm.
Yeah. It is a dimension with no physicality because it is all emotion,
So like
feeling,
the
and
Tau
energy.
and the Tyranids do not necessarily per se reject it philosophically. They
The Tau just
either
don't understand it.
they don't understand it. They do not have the like mental range to access it.
Yeah, the Tau don't understand it. They are trying. They have been doing scientific research for some time because they are aware that the Imperium uses it somehow. Um, the Tyranids refuse to touch the warp, despite the fact that they are a very psychic race. Their psychic abilities are kind of, think of it like a private network.
A
Um,
VPN.
but there have literally been times where if the Tyranids were going to come in contact with like a demon world or a Chaos Marine war fleet or whatever, and they will actively avoid it because they view things that have been touched by chaos as tainted and not safe to eat, so they avoid them at all costs.
Sorry, I gotta like preempt my chat buying me. Like my chat can buy me video games, but if they want me to like field a like Space Marine army, it's simply not gonna happen, even if they buy it for me. Like they can
I
send
will
that
tell
money
you.
to my coffee, but I will not buy the figures, and I will not paint them, and I will not play them. So
I will tell you
you know
right
what?
now.
I don't need to type it. I said it with my mouth.
Yeah. I will tell you right now, there are also skirmish scale games that, like, if you did get the 40K bug, like they have Kill Team where you buy a box of guys.
No,
That's
I
it.
won't do
That's your
that.
army.
I won't do that. I am buying 0 physical objects that go in my home in any capacity. 0. 0. You can send me, like, if that box costs $60, you can send me $60 and I'm going to use it to buy video games that are unrelated to Warhammer. Frankly,
I mean,
I will
Wolf sounds like they're going to
spitefully,
buy you some
I will
40K games right
spitefully
now.
spend it on Warcraft games.
I mean, it sounds like Wolf wants to send you
No,
some video games right now.
Wolf can send me some Warhammer games. I will play them. I will play them on stream. I will play them with him on stream. Just, if you want me to collect some little plastic guys in my house
Oh,
and
absolutely
then
not.
go to a game
No.
shop and put them on a table and play that, I won't do it. And you can send me all the money in the world and you will not ever make it happen. I will take
All
your
right,
money
then.
and I will not do the thing. That's what it is.
All right, then.
I will paint them, but I will not play them.
Okay.
And I won't
So,
stream me painting them because fuck you.
Where did we leave off before that tangent happened?
I forgot. Chat, where did we leave off? We had gone through like a real arc vis-a-vis.
Oh, right, the warp. We were talking about the warp.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That's where we
psychers
started.
basically they pull energy from the warp, and the reason that psychers in the Imperium have to be highly trained, and also psychers amongst the Eldar have to be highly trained, is because if you're not highly trained, there is always the chance that a demon is going to try and pop into your head, because you pulling that warp energy is essentially a little doorway that if you're not careful enough, a demon's going to go, oh, thanks for opening that up, bud. I'm going to just slip right into your meat suit now.
So it's at least broadly like a shared dimension, but that some specific
I would say
races have methods of traversing that are not universally applicable.
Yeah, because like humanity's ships, like the Eldar don't use the warp for travel. Humanity's ships have a machine called a Geller field that basically makes a reality bubble around the ship so that the warp can't touch the ship. And if the Geller field ever fails while a ship is in the warp, congratulations, you're now going to have your ship flooded by demons and you're probably all going to die.
Oh no.
Yeah, so when ships get stranded in the warp, which does happen sometimes, where like their warp engine fails, the Geller field still works, but the warp engine fails, so the ship doesn't move. They just end up sitting in the warp, and then eventually the Geller field fails, or they get stuck in there and run out of food or whatever. And bad things happen. Like, however, it's not a guarantee that you're going to die if you get trapped in the warp, because the warp also does not exist within the confines of time. There are instances of ships that will say
space-time
that,
distortion vibe.
yeah, there are instances of things like, say, a ship leaves on May 5th and then comes out of the warp March 2nd. They've gone backwards in time, even though they were scheduled to arrive on, say, June 15th. And now they pop out of the warp and go, hey, we're here with your food stuff. And they go like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're here early. Like, you're several months ahead of time. And they're like, we left in May. What do you mean we're ahead of time?
Wait, backwards is an option?
Yes, backwards is an option.
That's very atypical in this genre.
Yeah. There are
frankly,
instances.
It defies all physical truth, but I like it anyway.
There are instances of people going into the warp and returning seconds after they left. Like they complete their journey and pop out 5 seconds after they left where they started. There are instances of people from centuries prior who have been lost in the warp. Their ship has been marked as like, it's gone. It got lost in the warp. It's gone. Whole crew is marked as dead. They're gone. They're done.
Lost. But then a month later, they pop out and they left -3 days ago.
Yeah. Or you can have things where like, yeah, this ship of Space Marines was supposed to show up to help save this planet when it got invaded by orcs. And that was 300 years ago, and the ship never came out of the warp, so we just assumed that all those Marines are dead. And then all of a sudden, there it is, 500 years later. They pop out of the warp 500 years later and go, hey, we're here to help this planet. And then they go, what the fuck? Wait, why is everyone already dead? and then they end up having to find out via communicating with others and being like, this is the current date, my guy. And then they go like, oh fuck, we were stuck in the warp for forever. There are even instances where and Games Workshop does this so that people can also do lore with like custom groups of custom armies or whatever, like if they do their own color scheme. But there are instances of Marines from traitor Space Marine legions who fought in the Horus Heresy who got lost in the warp prior to the heresy. So they didn't know that the rebellion happened, and they pop out in current time 40K, and they go, whoa, what the fuck? Everything's changed. What the fuck happened? And then people try to kill them because they're like, oh, you're traitors. And they go, what do you mean we're traitors? Like we were en route to go colonize a planet. What are you talking about? And then there's weirdness that happens there because
really cool. That's
yeah,
a really fun approach, like the like space-time like continuum kind of vibe.
Yeah. There's also there's an actual catalog instance in the lore. Two of the traitor legions were the Iron Warriors and the Alpha Legion. And there was one time that a small fleet of Iron Warriors who had been lost in the warp for a couple hundred years popped out of the warp at the planet they had been trying to get to, which was currently under attack by the Alpha Legion. The Iron Warriors pop out of the warp. The Alpha Legions, oh, fuck yeah, we got backup. And the Iron Warriors go, wait, those people are being attacked by Marines. Get them, boys. And then the Alpha Legion are like, why the fuck are the Iron Warriors attacking us? It's because those Iron Warriors had no idea there was a rebellion going on. They just saw some Marines attacking Imperial citizens and went to help.
That's honestly like geopolitics or I guess they wouldn't be geopolitics, but like interplanetary like diplomatic relationships are impossible to maintain in this universe.
Yeah.
Like you can't know who is from where or when.
I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen all the time.
None of the time is what,
yeah,
what it ultimately matters.
There is actually a branch of the Inquisition of the Imperium called the Ordo Chronos, who deals specifically with timey-wimey bullshit. I'm glad you like that.
You. I liked it so much.
I will also say that even usually, like, say we're in a transport ship, we're just bringing some food to a planet, right? If we leave on May 5th, we will be told that we are spending 2 weeks in the warp. That'll be 2 weeks for us on the ship. We don't know when it will be when we pop out. So
might be 130 would we come out.
Yeah, it could be 130 days. It might be 14 days. It might be like 20. So it's like, okay, so like we lost a little bit of time, whatever, that's fine. But we might pop out even without knowing it and just be all like, oh shit, we're fucking 50 years late on the food shipment and most of the planet starved to death because of that. Whoops.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, frankly, like I want to be horrified by this reality, but it's realistically what a lot of human space travel is going to look like in the real world.
Yeah.
So I'm realistic enough to be like, I can only be normal levels of disturbed.
Yeah. If you ever want a sci-fi horror movie that
I do
is basically an unofficial 40K movie of like what is it like dealing with the warp, Event Horizon. It is basically if chaos tainted a ship with some humans on it. That's basically Event Horizon.
Magical. That's so good.
Yeah, it's a very good movie.
Hyena, do you have eyes on our ad timing? I have one more question that was asked by chat that I definitely want to make sure we get to.
Okay, because I also still have to touch on Tau.
Yeah, I've got myself around an hour. If I push the dog to her limits, which I'm more than happy to do. I'm having a very good time. But the ads are gonna punk us. and I know that some portion of the audience right now is not subscribed, is subject to
Right.
ad jail.
Mhm.
So I'm more than happy. Does this feel like a relatively natural breaking point?
Yeah, I'm
It
good
does to
for.
me, but I don't know if I can survive another hour. Do not feel obligated to stay here the whole time unplugged. I know it's about 4 a.m. for you, isn't it? Do I have that time conversion right? That's off the dome, so I might be off by an hour or two. Three, not four.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 3. Yeah.
Still very late. You are not obligated. If you want to lurk, I'm very happy to have your lurk. Your lurk, it means the world to me. If you just need to whole log off, that's totally okay. That's completely fine. I know that I stream at a time that's not convenient for you, and I am so grateful that you're here basically every day, even though it's inconvenient. Okay, my bot is now warning me of ads. So let's go ahead and take a quick 5
Okay.
ish, and we'll be back for the latter half of today's interview. And frankly, Oblivion will be back to yap more about Warhammer, not Warcraft, not Warcraft,
Warcraft?
Warhammer, Warhammer. He
So
will be
there's this orc
back.
named Thrall.
Goddamn son of a bitch! Get out of my chat! Shut up! Shut up! I'm muting you. I'm muting you right this second. I'll fix it all. I'll fix it all. I'll fix it all. You're just gonna have to cope with some scuff while we head into the last segment for today. And I'm not saying that Oblivion will not be back to talk about Warhammer or whatever he wants to talk about.
We barely scratched the surface.
No,
There's so much.
I know we're just barely getting started. But we're heading into the last section for tonight. And we had the Tau were still on the table, and Nuns with Guns. I don't even know if VHS still. I think VHS and Wolfie actually both asked about it. I don't know if either is still around, but
I know VHS mentioned it.
Yeah,
I remember that was one of their favorite factions.
Yes, let's go ahead and chat about that if we have time tonight. Okay. Otherwise, we'll save it.
Okay, so to continue with the Tau, like I said, the Ethereals kind of showed up out of nowhere.
They'll catch the VOD exactly.
Unconfirmed fan theory is that the Eldar may have created the Ethereals in an attempt to help raise up a species to combat humanity and also to combat chaos, because the Tau have a very curious thing about them is in the fact that they almost don't register in the warp at all. They have no psychers, no psychic ability in their race, and warp entities don't really notice they exist unless they're looking right at them. It's not like a resistance to the warp. It's literally just like their souls are so weak that they barely register. It would be like if I held a candle next to a bonfire, you might not notice the candle's even lit because you're looking at the big ass bonfire. So the Tau, after the Ethereals unified them, basically revamped their entire species life philosophy to be for the greater good, meaning they are putting the many over the one. Tau do not do things for themselves. They are in a way kind of a meritocracy where like you get promoted within your caste on effort that you have put in and work that you have done and accomplishments you have gotten, but you don't get promoted thinking like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get a pay raise, I'm gonna get a better house, all that. Like, no, you're getting promoted because you have earned the skill to now be in charge of your peers. Tau's technology is more advanced than the Imperium's in many ways. For example, Imperium plasma weapons have a nasty habit, and have for 10,000 years, where sometimes they overload and explode. And Imperium plasma weapons can also even be purposefully overcharged to fire off a single stronger shot, but there is the risk that the gun will explode after it fires that shot.
So they're like a coin flip nuke.
In a way. The Tau plasma weaponry does not have that functionality. I believe you can overcharge it, but it does not have the risk of exploding. It's also been canonically, in terms of the rules, has been a weaker strength because of the fact that the Tau care more about the safety of the technology rather than its efficacy. And the Tau also embrace the use of AI. They have AI assistants. They have little combat drones that help them with stuff. They have scouting drones. They have all sorts of
How did the AI fit into their like sort of communal insectoid community structure?
Their technology is advanced enough at this point that they can actually create engrams of people's like consciousnesses and turn them into AI. The leader of the Tau for a very long time was an ethereal named Aunva. And during a war with the Imperium, which there have been several since the Tau became their own empire, the Imperium actually managed to kill Aunva. The other ethereals and the like commanders in charge of the Tau military and stuff like that basically felt it would be such a blow to the entire morale of the empire to know that the Guela, as they call the humans, killed their great leader Aunva.
But what did they call raccoons?
I don't know. I know the Tau word for spoon.
No.
The very first Tau army book, in the back of the book, not only gave you a glossary of what the Tau characters meant in regards to compared to Roman lettering, like Roman alphabet, they also gave us a handful of words. And the only one I remember is that ukos means spoon.
They actually work for like spoon, like the thing you eat cereal with.
Yep. The Tau word for it is ukos. UKOS.
Incredible. I'm in
Yeah.
love. That's
So yeah, they do have they invented an alphabet and everything for the Tau and all that too. Also, the person that we had considered popping over to is ending. She's ending early tonight.
Oh shit. Oh damn. We might
That's fine.
have to
We'll figure something out.
We'll
figure.
select a
We'll figure.
raid. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. There's someone else I can think of who is actually doing a partner push, so them getting a raid would actually be helpful.
Yeah, excellent. Yes. By the
Yeah,
way,
it's
the
someone else I'm
takeaway
not for.
here, we talked about it privately. Oblivion gets first choice of raid tonight. Like he gets a free raid selection. I know that's usually a higher tier channel point redeem, but as my guest who has yapped for like 5 hours and counting, he gets first dibs.
Oh wow, it has been 5 hours.
Yeah, we've been going.
I didn't even realize. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. It means I'm having a good time.
Yeah. I hope everyone's having a good time. I sure as hell am. Tau.
Oh.
They work for spoon. Oh no.
Sorry, it's the person we had considered raiding. She was doing. I saw she had her outro thing going, like her little outro animation. Thanks for watching, whatever. She accidentally hit end stream, so she didn't even raid.
Oh no! Oh no! I usually have the opposite of that, where I'll raid out and then forget to click the end stream button. So like
there were
raid,
times in my history
I'll
I
send
did
everyone
that too.
over, and like I mean honestly, this is like 2 times out of 5 that I raid stream somewhere between 10 and 45 minutes later.
Oops.
I'm not good at this. I'm just not good at it.
It's okay. I did that in my day too. There were multiple times where I would forget to end my stream after the raid, and someone would end up messaging me and being all like, "Hey, who did you raid? Because your stream's still live." And I'd be like, "Huh?" I'd be like, "I ended an hour ago. What do you mean the stream is still?"
I've been the person to message people to be like, "Hey, I was in like so and so stream and I saw you rated them, but I also see that you're still live. Was this like was that on purpose or?" And they're always like, "Oh my god, I forgot to press the button." And I'm like, "Bet I also regularly forget to press the button." You know what? We gotta have each other's backs out here. It's crazy. The Twitch ecosystem, it's destructive.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Anyway, so yeah, Tau stuff. So what the Tau did is to prevent it. Basically, the people of the Tau Empire, despite the fact that Tau don't live very long, like they live like 40, 50 years, they do not have long lives. Aunva lived for quite a long time for a Tau. Like, I think he was in his 50s or 60s. Like, he was old. He had to get around in like a hover chair thing because he couldn't walk anymore.
Like Wally.
A little bit. But to the people of the Tau Empire, Aunva is still alive because they never told anyone he was killed, and they made an engram of his consciousness. And yeah, basically an AI makes announcements and proclamations to the Empire as Aunva.
What? Wait, ChatGPT
Yeah,
speaks for the god, the king?
Not yeah, the god. Basically they made they made a digital version of their king, essentially.
Bruh. I can talk to a digital version of any king on Instagram right now. That's fucked.
What's really funny is that the Tau have very little understanding of how the Imperium works. Like they understand some of it. Like they understand it's like a religious zealot culture. They understand that they are very anti-alien, etc. But during that war that Aunva was killed in, the reason Aunva got killed is because the chapter master of a chapter of Space Marines called the Raven Guard was killed by a Tau commander named Shadow Sun. The Space Marines, in vengeance, decided, well, you killed our boss, we're going to kill your boss because we found out he's on this planet. And that they ended up basically assassinating Aunva. But the Tau thought they had won the war by killing the Space Marine chapter master because they thought they had, quote unquote, killed the king of the Space Marines. They thought that that guy was the boss of all Space Marines.
Oh no.
A chapter master just leads one chapter of Space Marines, which is usually 1,000 Marines. And he is only in charge of his own chapter. He has no control outside of just rank. Like, he could maybe, in a collaboration, he could command Marines from another chapter. If he was designated as, like, the leader of all of the Marines as, like, a collaborative group.
But the true.
Yeah, normally that would not be the case. And so the Tau understood the Space Marines and human culture so poorly that they thought they had killed the big boss of all Space Marines everywhere and celebrated it as this huge victory. And all that ended up happening is the Raven Guard ended up picking a new chapter master from amongst their captains, the leaders of each company. And then that captain, which was Kaven Shrike, decided, like, okay, first act as chapter master, we're killing their king. And he orchestrated the attack on and assassination of Aunva.
That's amazing, though.
Tau also have battle suits that are very much like mecha. They're basically like they're kind of like Tau have. Yeah, Tau have Gundams. Basically, they even look a lot like Gundams. Each suit has AI that work with the Tau pilots to collaborate together to do combat things. Like, that's how much the Tau embrace AI, that even some of their war gear has AI that assists the Tau using the war gear.
I assume that other races in this universe do not embrace AI to the same extent.
There really isn't anyone else in the setting who uses AI.
Wow.
Outside of the Necrons, because the Necrons are all machines. Yeah, the Necrons are all machines. Sure. So technically they're AI, but they use
the list for episode 2.
Yeah, that's a thing for episode 2. But for the most part, in regards to AI, the way we would think of it, like AI on a device, AI in a car, something like that, Tau are really the only people who embrace that.
That's wild.
The Tau are also unique in 40K in the sense that they are not xenophobic. There are actually many alien races that fall under the Tau Empire. Most of those races are near equals. They're not like second-class citizens, but they're also not the same as actual Tau in terms of the way they are looked at by the Empire or treated. Some of those alien races are literally just like, they make certain technologies that the Tau don't know how to make, so they were like, well, if you join our Empire and help give us access to this technology, you can become part of our Empire, get all the benefits of our resources, our protection, everything. If there's anything we can do to improve your people's lives, we'll do that for you.
So they're actually highly cooperative in a narrow realm.
Yes. Believe it or not, there are actually humans that are part of the Tau Empire.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. That is how willing, like, they view everyone has a role within the greater good. So if you are willing to join the Empire, you can find a role.
That's really cool.
And, like, the Tau do not do melee combat. Believe it or not, they actually have very poor eyesight. They don't see well close up. So they are not so good at melee combat. They also view melee combat as a lesser form of combat. They like shooting. They like guns. Yeah.
Honestly,
and it's not
very insectoid of them.
Yeah, actually, one of the races that is a part of their empire is called the Vespids. They actually just recently got some new models. Yeah, they're very insectoid. They're very waspy. One of them even has like a big stinger that he can use.
Cool.
But yeah, there's a avian style race that's like a little bit inspired by the Predator, like the Yautja. called the Kroot. And the Kroot are skilled melee combatants. So the Tau kind of use them as auxiliaries that are meant to help with like scouting, recon, and also dealing with melee elements if they have to. The Vespids are also good at scouting, but not so much the melee. But they have wings, so obviously they can fly around and maybe get to places other people can't.
Sure.
But there are plenty of races that are part of the Tau Empire that do not actually do anything combat-wise. They are not part of the Tau military. Maybe they provide things that assist the military, but members of those races do not actually take to the field.
Right.
They're
like running radar, but they're not flying fighter jets,
right,
as it were.
Right. A recent piece of Tau lore that's actually rather terrifying to consider.
Oh no.
Is there was an instance where the Tau, like I said, they have found out about warp travel via encountering the Imperium, whether those are trading agreements or actual wars. The Tau have a form of FTL travel that allows them to make very short little jumps. So maybe they can go from like one end of a solar system to another, or maybe from system to system over the course of 5 jumps. But they haven't been able to just like pop into the warp, go there, and then they're at the place that they want to get. If they haven't been able to make that work, they don't understand how the Imperium does it. They've tried to figure it out and can't. However, they've made some recent improvements where they can do a little bit longer jumps because of the fact that they've had some humans who have joined the Empire who have been able to help explain some stuff to them with their limited understanding. Because even though they may not be tech priests, they are still crew members who operate things like the warp drive on an Imperial ship. So maybe they can explain to the Tau, like, what does the warp drive do? What does it use for fuel?
Actually, how does it work? What is it for? How do I make it do that?
Right. And so the Tau were testing out one of these new warp drives, and unfortunately, the ship got stuck in the warp. The Gellerfield, or whatever equivalent the Tau have, was holding, but what happened was some of the crew on that ship, they had multiple alien races. It was Tau, some Kroot, some humans, other things. Because of the fact that the humans came from a culture of religion, being the Imperium, they kind of adopted the greater good as a religion, which is not what the Tau view it as. It is a life philosophy, not a faith. But the humans were praying to the greater good. They even had like a little idol that was like a 4-armed Tau-esque shape that they were praying to as the greater good and asking it for protection and help.
Oh no.
And apparently what ended up happening is they were stuck in the warp. They were doing these prayers. Apparently some of the aliens, the other aliens, the non-Tau aliens, were also joining in on this because they were like, hey, you know what? These guys are trying it. Maybe it'll help. Who knows?
Were any of them orcs?
No. No. The Tau have tried numerous times to have favorable negotiations with the orcs, and it always results in war.
Yeah, well, I guess it would, huh?
Yeah. But what happened was the people on that ship, because the windows, the Imperium has shutters that go over the windows on ships when they go in the warp, because looking at the warp is the key to madness. Do not stare unto the warp, for the warp shall stare unto you.
Oh no. It's like the whole travel FTL travel network is also secretly Lovecraftian.
Well, it's because they're traveling through hell. So yeah, there's demons in there.
No, I guess phrased that way, it adds up, but I had not connected the two.
Because
people will fucking sick.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the danger of warp travel. But the Tau didn't have shutters on those windows. And while this ship was trapped in the warp, everyone on the crew, like the Tau, the humans, the other aliens, saw a giant face manifest in the swirling energies of the warp. And it looked a lot like a Tau.
I will not make a Starfax joke. I will not make a Starfax joke.
It looked a lot like a Tau. And it seemed to be trying to help them. After it kind of popped them out of the warp, the Tau were like, what the fuck was that?
Tau God.
And the humans were like, oh my god, that was the greater good. We prayed to the greater good for help and it came. And the Tau were like, You made that thing?
My
Kill them.
fucking eyes on my bottle cannot go wide enough. I'm shook. Chat, trust. I'm
Oh,
shook.
it gets worse. When the Tau realized that this prayer and that the conscious effort of the humans and other aliens created something that looked like a Tau in the warp that was quote unquote the greater good, the Tau on the ship immediately went, kill all of them. Anything that's not Tau, shoot it now.
What? Why? What?
Because they thought they were warp corrupted. They thought something had been done to them and that they were tainted. So they said, kill them, all of them now. Anything that's not a Tau, kill it. And they went through the entire ship and killed every non-Tau life form on that ship.
What the fuck?
And when they got to where they were going, and the Tau at the planet that they were going to were like, what the fuck happened here? Why is there blood everywhere? Why does it look like you've been fighting?
Holy shit!
They explained what happened, and the Tau that they explained this to were like, we can never let non-Tau on one of these ships again.
Wait,
like they basically were like, if that's what's going to happen, we can't let that happen.
Because they think it's untrue. Like their atheism violently rejects it, or they are protecting the their
due to
their core like reality, I guess.
It's mostly, from what I understand, it is mostly due to the fact that they have finally, after centuries, learned that there are bad things in the warp. And basically,
oh god, holy shit!
Oh, hello. I'll wait.
Wait. Oh my god, I never get raided, and I always get caught off guard by my own raid music. Hello, Yuki. Hi. Hello, Yuki. Hello, Yuki. Wait, did my bot shout you out? Yes, it did. Excellent. Good. Wonderful. You've been shouted out. Hello, Yuki. How was raid? How was raid? It was good. I, as the recipient, can confirm it was good. How was stream? You were playing Elden Ring. I was supposed to be playing Elden Ring today, and then I didn't end up doing it. How was Elden Ring? How was stream? How did everything go? And thank you so much for the raid. For viewers who are not familiar with me, hello, I am Calamity Kami. I am your local friendly Tanuki and luck spirit. If you hang around me, I will eat all of your bad luck so that you don't have to experience it, and I will make your day better. That's what I do.
I have an important question.
Yes, ask.
Since you asked Yuki, I'll follow up with, how was Raid Shadow Legends?
How was Raid Shadow? No. Do you know how hard they're hounding me for a fucking sponsored stream, and I will not.
Oh, I did one a couple years ago, and honestly, they paid me well, and the game was like, okay. I didn't keep playing it past that, but I was like, I'm actually like a little impressed. I thought this was going to be far worse.
I mean, my promise to my community is that I will take any sponsorship anytime if you guys are like proactively interested in it, because typically I only get paid if you like download and do stuff. Right? Like that's the vibe. And I don't ever want to be anything but transparent with my viewers. So if I'm like, hey, I want to like partner with Monopoly Go, but I don't get paid unless you want to download the game and do like XYZ tasks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to like do that? No? Okay, I won't take it. I won't take the deal. Like that's where I'm at. I want to be fully transparent with everyone all the time.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah, that's just where I'm at. I guess you're gonna starve because I have perfect luck. We'll see. Maybe I'll just eat your good luck and make you have bad luck. I don't know. I've never tested this with someone who's inherently lucky. It could be anything. Who knows? The Wiggle Worm, thank you so much for paying your taxes and returning the Tanuki Secret Deed of the Day. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, what a good raid. Elden Ring was fun. How have you been? I've been good. We're sort of quietly. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. Oh my goodness. Let me do it. Stretch.
No shrimping.
And a hydrate. No shrimp, yes water. We're doing actually sort of a sleeper pilot episode of what I'm kind of calling like special interest Sundays, where if you are a streamer or even an aspiring content creator who's never gone live in your whole life, I don't care who you are as long as you're interesting and cool, and you have something that you really just want to like yap about, come on my stream and yap about it with me. Right now we have my friend Touch of Oblivion. He has been here for the last 5 hours and counting, yapping about Warhammer lore for autismal
Holler.
people. Yes, Carbon Wolf understands. If you have something that sparks joy in your life that you can just chat and chat and chat about, come do it on my channel. I would love to hear it. I would sincerely, genuinely love to hear it. That's the vibes that we're bringing to stream today, and that's the vibes that I want to bring to stream. Frankly, every weekend if I can find enough people to do it. So, if you have a lot to say, type !Discord and hit me up, and we'll make something happen. We'll figure it out. I can work with almost every time zone in the world, so we'll make it happen. The avatar is awesome. Thank you. My rigger / artist seriously cooked. But also I will take some credit for the design, which is like my whole. That's all me. I have been cooking on this design for actually like a couple of years before I ever
Oh wow,
debuted.
nice.
This is a very personal debut. I guess it's not a debut. It still feels like I debuted last week. It's actually 4 months ago. Holy shit. Oh my god, time flies. Time flies. Anyway, this design is very personal to me, but my artist did crazy. She was wonderful. That's at ErisChan23 on Twitter. She is also linked in my about page on my stream. And if you want a model, you should check her out because she's awesome. That's what I got to say.
Nice.
Wait, let me double check, make sure I didn't miss anything from the raid. I've been yapping because
Yeah, go for it.
my
Go
god,
for it.
I'm
Take
not
your.
accustomed to being raided. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally ignore anybody.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh my goodness, are we all tired? Goodness.
I've been talking a lot today.
Yeah, I know you've been yapping on my stream for almost 6 hours. So I will translate the hydrate that I got from the raid to you. Go ahead and take a sip, but then you can continue with
Okay.
Tau. I think we're still wrapping
We're still
up
on
Tau
Tau.
lore. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, basically the recent lore reveal, as I was saying, is that it seems that the collective belief by non-Tau species that have more of a presence in the warp is kind of creating an actual god of the Tau in the form of a god that would call itself the greater good.
Which is very, very Lovecraftian because, like, thus far that we know of, it's only appeared in the warp, right?
Right, and that's where it will likely stay. But the thing is, with the warp, every thought, feeling, and emotion translates into something in the warp. If I look at someone and think, "Wow, they're kind of hot," that's a little bit of lust energy, right? That will actually birth a little tiny lust demon. It won't necessarily be affiliated to a specific chaos god. It will probably remain a very tiny entity or get eaten by other entities of a similar nature. But because of that thought, I made this little demon, which means that there may, in theory, if enough energy is directed towards this fledgling deity, the greater good, you may end up with demons of the greater good. Because eventually that thing will start making little fractions of itself that are like the other chaos gods, little chunks of that particular deity made into servants. That could happen where you end up with demons of the Tau. I don't think Games
really
Workshop will ever
rad.
officially like make models of that or anything, but per the laws of their universe, that could happen.
That's awesome. And like, are there known lore implications for a god that only exists in the warp?
Um, Honestly, the only god that really technically physically exists in reality and in the warp at the same time would be the Emperor, because part of him is in the warp. It's just not the entirety of him. Because the Chaos Gods only exist in the warp. They can't manifest themselves. Demons can only manifest under certain circumstances and usually only for brief periods. Um, the Orc Gods don't have any demons. They don't manifest demons. Um, there are actually the Emperor technically has demons of his own. There is a living saint known as Saint Celestine that through some lore, like she just kind of shows up when those of strong faith are in dire need. She will show up on a battlefield and try to lend assistance.
Very
Um,
Morgan coded.
yeah. The thing with Saint Celestine and also this other group, a group of space marines known only as the Legion of the Damned, who just kind of show up out of nowhere. Like they don't show up on a spaceship and come down to the planet. They just kind of appear. And they are space marines that have a lot of like skeletal and bone motifs on their armor. Their armor is white and black, and they are often wreathed in spectral flames. They basically show up, kick the shit out of whatever it is that they're trying to help people fight, and then they just disappear. There's no like, hey, you're welcome. There's no, oh, hey, what can we do to thank you for it? Like, nope, the fighting's done. They're gone. They just vanish. There was a lore instance where basically an anti-psychic field was activated that cut off the warp from that area of reality, and all the Legion of the Damned that were present instantly vanished, and Saint Celestine lost her powers, which basically means that if without a connection to the warp, Celestine and the Legion of the Damned can't really exist. What other creatures in the 40k universe require the warp to exist? Demons.
Yeah.
So it is quite possible that the Legion of the Damned are demons of the Imperial Faith, and that Saint Celestine is also like an extra special, unique demon of the
That's
Imperial Faith.
crazy.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, because a demon doesn't have to be like a murderific entity, like from a demon of
Sure, it just
Slanesh
has to
or
be
whatever.
like an empowered sliver of a deity.
Not even that. Like I mentioned earlier, if I look at someone and find them attractive, that thought, that energy of finding them attractive in some way, I've created a little lust demon. There are demons of every emotion in the warp, so that means that there are hope demons, there are love demons, there are compassion demons.
We just don't have races that embody those
Right,
like
right.
emotions or like
Those
approaches
energies,
to the world.
yeah, those energies are so few and far between compared to the overarching energies of violence and death and all that everything.
The concept
That
of
those
murder and the
demons,
concept of lust and the concept of drugs are pretty ubiquitous. But
right?
hope is maybe a more fleeting thing. Love
Mm-hmm.
is maybe something that not even any individual entity
Yeah,
experiences, let alone gives themselves to.
right. Yeah, exactly.
That's dire, but also
Yeah,
accurate about the
yeah.
world.
So in a way, a demon can be any entity that is of the warp. Like even the Eldar actually have a couple of demons that are tied to their pantheon. Even though outside of two of their
Oh my goodness.
gods, all of the
Amen. Thank you so much
all
for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you.
oh nice,
Welcome to the
nice.
fortunes. I will give you my good luck forever.
So the Eldar, most of their pantheon actually got devoured by Slanesh when Slanesh was born. There are two gods left from the Eldar pantheon. One of them is Isha, they're the Eldar goddess of life, who is actually kept in a cage by Nurgle.
She would be,
Um,
wouldn't she? I was about to ask, like, from jump, like, how does she differentiate herself from Nurgle? The
well,
answer is not.
here's the thing: the reason she's kept in a cage is twofold. One, Nurgle loves her and actually wants her to be his wife, and she refuses.
Uh,
Two,
Fair.
he tests all his new diseases on her because she can just heal herself.
Also been there.
Yeah.
Don't ask what I mean by that. I won't answer.
I'm not gonna. But the other Eldar god actually was recently awakened from like basically a deep slumber, because that Eldar god was only supposed to appear at the twilight of the Eldar race, like when the Eldar are doomed to die. This god was supposed to show up. His name is Yniad. He is the Eldar god of death.
It's Yog-Sothoth.
And yeah, Yniad is something we can touch on for episode 2, because
Shoot it to me in
Yniad,
DM so I make sure I spell it right. But yes, I will add it.
Yeah.
I will. I am growing a significant list for episode 2. I don't remember. Wait, did I announce the theme of tonight's stream to the raiders? Did I remember?
I mean,
that?
you mentioned I was
raids.
talking about Warhammer lore.
Yes.
And you did mention that this is like a pilot program.
Oblivion is here talking about Warhammer War. This is a pilot program. If you have a crazy obsession or something that you know a lot about and you want to come on my stream and talk about it, DM me. That's it. That's the pitch. What you see is what you get. But you could be part of it if you want. Thank you, though. Thank you for making sure I spell shit right. Because the Warhammer spelling is crazy.
Yes.
And to be clear, I knew nothing about Warhammer going into this stream. And I know still nothing, but more robust nothing now, because we've been talking about it for 6 hours.
Basically.
Cal is slowly becoming 40k pilled. The book shall be next, followed by the game and then the minis. No. I refuse. I am an enthusiastic learner. I am not an enthusiastic participator. They are different. They are different.
That's why we just get Space Marine 2 and go from there.
Well,
this way no minis required.
Perhaps. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. That said, we're really like approaching the end of the time that I had allotted for today.
Yep.
So I have some topics set aside for episode 2. If anyone in the audience is interested in being part of this series, I'm thinking around once a week. I would like to be able to do interviews similar to the ones that we did today. So if that's something you're interested in, if you have a topic that you think would be good, DM me. Again, I'm easily available on Twitter and on Discord. So that's no problem. You can reach me. My DMs are open to all. If you're a freak, I will block you. So I'm fine keeping my shit open. I'm pretty tough. However, Oblivion, as my guest of honor tonight, who has sat here and yapped and taught me and taught all of you for, like I said, 6 hours, is going to get to choose Guide the Raid tonight. It looks like we are raiding Akuma, who is doing a partner push. Oh, yay. Yeah. We'd love to contribute to that. We love that. That's beautiful. Yeah. That's wonderful.
I'm mod for Lucky, so trying to help out.
So we're gonna raid into her tonight, and it'll be a good time, I assume. I trust him because I've been yapping to him for many hours, the ones on stream and off. And we're gonna help an aspiring creator reach partner, I hope. Because I love to promo people. One of the things that I think that does bear stating, especially since I have some new viewers from their raid, thank you again to Yuki. Promo on my channel, promo on my stream, promo in my Discord. Don't be an asshole about it, but like if you want to plug your stuff, if you have a cool project, if you have a cool like idea, if you have something that's exciting in your content creation world, I want to hear about it and I want to support it. Like, I know that that's not typical. I know that there's a lot of people who are like actually really aggressive around self-promo. That's not me. I want to hear about your cool stuff and I want to support it. So like if you're looking for someone who is open to that, that's me. Not because I'm like better, just because that's just something I value and that I want to support in my content and in my community. But that said, first and foremost, we're gonna push that forward into Lucky Akuma. Let me double make sure that I have this name spelled right before I press enter on the raid, because I'm tired. Yes, that looks right. That's a matching.
That
That's a
is
matching image.
correct.
Excellent. Thank you so much again for the raid to Yuki and community, and thank you so much to everyone who's been here the whole time or who joined late. I'm so grateful that you all joined me for this first sleeper pilot episode of Special Interest Sundays. I had a really good time. I hope you did too, and I look forward to
I
seeing you in
did.
the next one. I'm
Also,
gonna.
hyena is correct. The demons are very similar to the higher and lower orders of Spren. Yeah, good comparison.
We stay comparing Warhammer and Brandon Sanderson's universe all day
Right.
today. Incredible. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll over to my ending screen, make sure that everything is good before we press go on this raid. But I'm so grateful to everyone who joined me today. I love you all. Good luck. Good night. I love you. Say it back.
Huh? I'm not ready for that step in our relationship.